Good morning, everybody. This is the Oskar Quentin Show, where I take calls from the general public on TikTok Live and discuss politics and various other things that people insist on talking about instead of the fact that the president is a reprehensible character who's doing some seriously undemocratic things with his authority. It was primary day yesterday, so we have a little bit of news to cover before we jump into things. I'm going to get my backup account in the corner and then look at some of that stuff before we move on to callers, because there were a couple of noteworthy turnouts yesterday. We had Hong mentioned on the show. All right, let me get myself... So I can never multitask when I'm getting the other account up. I really ought to make that a Jessie job. We got Jessie in the producer's chair today.
Yo, what's up?
Hello, hello. But yeah, we had Francesca Hong over in Wisconsin for governor, mentioned on the show yesterday, but she did not win the primary against David Crowley, so a more establishment Democratic candidate is going to be on the ticket in Wisconsin, which I consider an L. And then here in, I should put this up on the screen just so everybody can see the exact numbers. I was so ready just a moment ago, and then I mixed it up. Here we go. Here we go. David Crowley with 315,000 against Francesca Hong's 311. So fairly fucking close. Not so close that it's not being called. It is being called for Crowley. And this is one of those elections where I don't believe we have ranked choice voting for candidates in Wisconsin. So Kelda Roys had 60,000 votes that could have very easily swung this election. So I look at these results and I see somebody who had the power to influence whether or not Francesca Hong would have won. Whether she should have, I don't know. I don't know what you would say about that. Here in Minnesota, I was surprised by the degree to which Mike Lindell lost. He's the very serious Trump loyalist who called shenanigans in 2020. Got to be careful with the language I use about that on TikTok because they don't like talking about election security issues very much. But he said some very false things about 2020, and he is now claiming that there was election fraud in this election. He is claiming that he won, not Lisa DeMuth, even though we have a 32.5% win or loss against a 43.4% win, with 21 going to the third candidate. So this is a very split election that he very clearly lost, and he is saying that there were shenanigans and that he should have won. So that'll be interesting to watch while he kicks and screams about losing this election. We'll see if he tries to do anything about it. But I'm very excited that we don't have to worry about, in fact, having any men be the governor of Minnesota. It's Lisa DeMuth against the very expected Amy Klobuchar. We did have Tom Evanstad as a guest on the evening show. He didn't get very many votes. We knew that he wouldn't. But we had Kobe Lane coming in with 6%. But this is Kobe, sorry. This is the sort of election where I'm more interested in seeing people push for third-party candidacy because they're not likely to actually affect the outcome. But we can see that there is some growing support for third-party candidates, whereas here we have a much more split electorate among the Republicans. And the total turnout was much better among Democrats, which it's hard to judge whether that's going to indicate that Amy Klobuchar is obviously going to beat Lisa DeMuth, but we will see. Is there anything else to cover about yesterday? Anything else that jumped out to you about the results, Jessie?
No, I just wanted to look at Tom Evanstad's 0.6% for a little bit longer. They did make him purple. They did make him the purple color, which is what he campaigned on, along with a lot of other hateful things. But
good for him.
Sad to see not more for Kobe.
Yeah, it would have been nice
friend
to
of mine
see.
Actually. So
yeah,
did believe in her policies, but it's hard
I've been
to
following
beat.
her on Instagram.
Yeah, hard to beat a tank like Klobuchar. You just really can't get around that name recognition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you know, it's one of those soft endorsements where I'm not at all excited about Amy Klobuchar, but I did vote for her when I voted yesterday. Just because I was worried about being up against Mike Lindell, so I'm very happy that he's out of the race. I thought he probably wouldn't win, but I am surprised by the margin by which he lost. It's pretty incredible.
I thought he was actually going to pull it because of that name recognition thing. And I actually do want to draw attention to that map really quick. I found it really interesting.
Put it back up on the screen.
Show this one?
The little eye icon right here. This one. There you go.
All right. If we can bring up the little map thing here.
Where was it? You got to scroll down for it, right?
I do?
I think so.
Yeah.
There it is.
There we go. You can see Mike Lindell really just did numbers in the rural areas of Minnesota. And as someone who spent a lot of time in those rural areas of Minnesota, it seems like the majority of their kind of news that they parrot at each other and kind of watch. I've seen that rhetoric is very MAGA oriented. They're very, once you get out of the cities, it's all MAGA. So I wasn't surprised to see that Mike just swept those rural areas because they're probably the only thing they heard that was going on. So, yeah, I found that interesting to have that pocket in Minnesota, but that was all I wanted to draw attention to.
This is one of those sign prompts that I've done where people are going to argue about whether there belongs an S after lack, because I consider MAGA to be an abbreviation for Trump supporters. So the sign reads that Trump supporters lack basic decency. MAGA is like a plural noun in my vocabulary. People disagree about that, but it's a new word, so we can figure that out as we go, as the English language evolves, as human languages always do. Thank you, CDOS, for the $5 on YouTube Super Chat. They just said W Peggy. Yep, win for Peggy Flanagan. And then Cheese It became a member over on YouTube, so they'll be in the members only stream. Lucifer Viper sent $2 to say the Oscar bump is why Tom didn't get last. Hey, I was worried about him being I think that those bumps were votes taken away from Lindell. It doesn't look like he needed them taken away. I'm also going to thank Spencer, who sent $10 on Venmo right at the end of yesterday's show. So I unfortunately didn't get to read it on the air, but it came in like a minute after. Travel is fatal to prejudice, bigotry, and narrow-mindedness, and many of our people need it sorely on these accounts. Travel is fatal to prejudice. I like that. It's a Mark Twain quote that he decided to send in, and I think that's a good one to read. And I'm also going to thank over on Buy Me a Coffee, Miss Tracy, who sent $25 to say, just listen to episode 15. Trigger warning, everybody. That's the rape episode where we did get a victim some evidence because a person confessed on the show, and I managed to get that evidence to them. So that was pretty, I'm not going to say exciting, but it was a win. It was a very hard episode, though. They said, here's some money for tolerating callers like that and doing what you do on the daily. Love what you do. Also, Raven, mom hugs. Jessie, rock on. Suki, Scout, and Merlin. Pss, 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 pss. Hashtag free noodle. So this is somebody who knows the whole team over here at Oskar Quentin Studios. Thank you, Miss Tracy, for the $25. Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon are in the link tree in the bio if you want to be somebody who contributes to the show in that way. Otherwise, just stick around and we'll get to some calls here.
Mr. Donald Trump tweeted, it looks like this morning, the USA has total control over the Strait of Hormuz.
I've heard that one before.
And then he also said, praise be to Allah. So, good morning, President Trump.
Yo, somebody needs to take Grandpa's phone away. This is getting out of hand. He's gonna randomly start truth socialing the N-word at 3 a.m.
I honestly can't believe we're not already there.
Yeah.
I have a more faith in Tom Evanstad's ability to hold himself together at this point.
grtlookse is our first caller today, 8 minutes into the show. He's gonna tell us how old he is.
Hey, what's up?
Doing all right. How old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay. Do you support Trump?
Yes, but I wanted to talk about the stuff you did before, like yesterday with the guy that was on for 2 fucking hours.
Yeah, what about him?
No, I just wanted to go over that because I think you guys rambled on. I don't think he was a good debater. I think he should just, he didn't want to concede, and that was his bad. But I just want to bring that up because I have links. And I just want to say
what?
the verse,
You have what?
Links, sources,
Okay.
that's verifiable.
About what?
Well, first I want to talk about your claim that illegal immigration doesn't increase crime when the Heritage Foundation, heritage.org, literally shows that illegal immigration.
I'm actually going to refer you to the beginning of yesterday's episode. There was a really comprehensive study done on the rumor that immigrants of any kind. I
heard that.
Yeah, then and that's going to be my rebuttal to anything that the Heritage Foundation, which is a super biased right-leaning organization, has to say about it.
But yeah, it's right-leaning, but you yourself said that you need sources, and this is a source.
Yeah, but just because somebody puts it on a website doesn't mean it's a good source.
But they actually linked the sources. They actually linked this is federal data, though.
That's what the study of 11,500 neighborhoods and the effect on immigration on those neighborhoods and the effect specifically on undocumented immigrants.
But this is about federal arrest. This isn't about neighborhoods. It's about federal arrest.
Right. The studies that I'm talking about consider federal data. They listed specifically the federal data that was used in those analyses.
Yeah, but that was from almost 10 years ago. That was from 2010 to 2018. Are
you suggesting that study didn't include federal arrests for some reason? Is that your claim?
Okay, I'm sure it did include a federal arrest, but this is all
Okay.
federal arrest.
Then why are you asking me about a new study that you're offering from the Heritage Foundation that includes the same data and is smaller? I'm assuming because this the
It's
current
not
study.
smaller. This is about all federal arrests. Almost 2/3 of federal arrests involve non-citizens.
Sorry, ask that again. Say that again.
Almost 2/3 of all federal arrests involves non-citizens.
How many arrests is that?
Is that let's see.
Because I don't think it's a very relevant figure whether the federal government arrests people for immigration issues, the state governments don't. So it makes sense to me that illegal immigrants are overrepresented among arrests in the federal government. I'd like to know how many people who aren't arrested for immigration issues the federal government arrests, because I don't even know the number. How many people is it a year that the federal government arrests? I'm not. See. That's my issue with assholes like yourself is that you bring me these numbers. You bring me these numbers, and you don't even know what the actual comparison is.
I'm saying your numbers. I'm saying the numbers. It's over. Let's see. It's over. It increased from 73,000 in 2017 to let's see.
I'm sorry. That data sounds 10 years old. Why are you bringing me that?
That's 2021. What are you talking about?
I don't know. You just mentioned 2017. It sounds like it's about 10 years ago, which would actually be fine. But you yourself said that you have a problem with data that old when you started the call.
2010 to 2017 is 10 years ago.
Okay.
2018, sorry. And that's the data you're getting it from.
Okay, so 2017 is the line. It has to be newer than 2017 exactly for some reason.
I'm not saying it has to be newer, but you should use like modern data, like Biden brought tons of illegals.
The study that I showed was a meta-analysis that was released like 2 days ago. I know that the data it looked at was for a period in the past, but I don't think that you have more comprehensive data from the Heritage Foundation.
Your study was from 2025. What are you talking about?
The new one?
Like I saw the link. I saw the up top source. It was from 2025.
This one?
Yeah.
From August 10th, 2026?
No, that wasn't the same one. That wasn't the same one. That was a different one.
Yeah. I mean, this is what we looked at yesterday.
All right.
That's what I was talking about. I dedicated the first like 10 or 15 minutes of the show to reading this article out loud and interpreting it and mentioning that it actually very closely mirrored the language that I've been using to talk about this issue for months and months and months. I wouldn't be fucking surprised if the person who wrote this article like fucking watches my show, which would be hilarious. But they're not getting the data from me. They're getting the data from this meta-analysis of 11,500 communities and the effect that undocumented immigration had on the crime rates of those neighborhoods.
2010 to 2018. From 2018.
Right.
So, okay.
But again, the claim that illegal immigrants are causing crime needs to be substantiated in some way that you are just not able to offer.
But it increased though. But illegal immigration increased though. The Heritage.
Yes, the amount of illegal immigration increased for a couple years after the pandemic.
Yeah,
that's
but also
true.
the crime though. There were over 90 federal arrests in 2023.
90?
Over 90,000.
90,000. Okay, that is a lot. Okay. All right.
Over 90,000 arrests, and almost 2/3 of those were from non-citizens.
Okay, so we're talking about the federal government arresting 30,000 people versus 60,000 people. How many people were arrested?
2/3, not 1/3.
Yeah,
that's 2/3.
I didn't say 1/3. Okay, how many people were arrested by
You said 30,000. That implies 1/3, and it's 90,000.
30,000 arrested who weren't illegal immigrants. 30,000 versus 60. I didn't say which was which. I just said 30,000 versus 60,000, dude. 30,
okay.
Yeah, just anyway. How many people were arrested by the states in that time?
The report. Let me see the report.
Because these, we need to look at the number of illegal immigrants and how they're represented among criminals generally. You're just choosing a particular sect of people arrested because way more than 90,000 people were arrested.
It's not a particular sect. It's a majority.
Do you think that 90,000 people were arrested in 2023, or do you think the number is greater than that?
I think it's greater, but
okay.
You can't.
So you were looking at a subset of the people arrested and pointing to the fact that illegal immigrants are overrepresented in it, when the subset that you were looking at is the people arrested by the entity whose job it is to arrest illegal immigrants.
Immigration is a federal crime. We have to talk about federal crime.
But we're talking about criminality and safety, right? Your concern is for public safety, right?
Yeah, and all illegals are a criminal.
Yes,
Most non-citizens.
Yes, I would. Yes, but if you want to include all illegal immigrants as criminals, I'm going to say almost everybody's a criminal because I think 99% of the population, by the time they're my age, I'm 31. I think 99% of us have committed a misdemeanor of some fucking kind. So if you want to just like be really super technical with the language,
Yeah, but
I'm
we
pretty
don't
sure
keep
you have
doing
sped in your
misdemeanors.
car
I'm
fast
sure
enough.
that's.
I'm pretty
I'm
sure you have
every-
sped fast enough in your car to receive a charge as serious as the misdemeanor offense it is to be an illegal immigrant. So if we want to make
No,
sure that
like,
we're
that's not true though. And they
I'm
also.
sorry. Have you in your life never committed a misdemeanor? Is that what you're arguing?
I have committed a misdemeanor, but I do not.
Oh my God, we have a criminal on the show. Maximum consequences. Whatever you did, let's figure it out and get you charged because we don't stand for people who commit misdemeanors,
Okay,
right?
okay. I got a misdemeanor, but I got a ticket or something, I believe.
Mhm.
Yeah, I got a ticket.
Do you feel that
so
do you
you
feel that
agree-
the punishment fit the crime?
Yeah, so you think illegals should be deported though?
No, my question is, do you feel that the punishment fit the crime for the misdemeanor you committed and were charged for?
It wasn't even a ticket; it was a warning. So yes.
Okay, so do you think that we should give illegal immigrants a warning, or do you think we should deport them to a country they've never been to before?
No, because they're doing it. Like
I'm sorry, we have deported some illegal immigrants to countries that they've never been to before. Do you think that that's a reasonable?
Because the country that they're from don't want to take them.
Do you think that that's a reasonable thing to happen to a person if they commit a misdemeanor?
I think that if you come to a country illegally, I think that you should be deported from that country.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My question was, do you think it's fair to send somebody to a country they've never been to before for committing a misdemeanor?
Yes, because what they're doing
that's fucked up. Why is that?
Why
does the
punishment thing we're doing to them?
Yeah, but who really like why? Why create so much harm as a solution to this misdemeanor offense that doesn't hurt anybody and helps our economy?
They can easily self-deport. Trump has given them money.
That's not an answer to my question. Why create?
Yes, it is. You said that. Why do this?
They can easily self-deport. Isn't an answer to the question. Why should we create so much harm in response to a misdemeanor offense that doesn't very negatively
harm? We're not creating harm.
It's harmful to take somebody out of their home and ship them to a country they've never been to before.
It's harmful to come to a country illegally.
I'm sorry. Do you doubt that it is harmful to a person to take them out of their home and ship them to a country they've never been to before?
I'm sure it's harmful, but
okay, so you don't doubt the fact that we're doing something very harmful in response to them committing a misdemeanor.
I don't think it's harmful.
We are deciding that the consequences to do that very harmful thing, and I'm asking you why that very harmful thing is a reasonable thing to do in response to somebody committing a misdemeanor. Why does that make the world a better place?
Because illegals are a tax burden. They're tax
No, they're
negative.
not.
Yes, they
That's
are.
False.
Illegals are
That's
a tax
completely
negative.
false.
No,
it's completely false. You're gonna bring me the FAIR study? The FAIR study
I'm not
counts
going to bring you the FAIR study.
The FAIR study is the only one that says that they are a positive tax burden because it includes such things as children who are citizens getting education in our education system.
That counts.
And
I think
undercounts things like sales tax in Florida, where it's harder to estimate how much illegal immigrants pay because it's not on their tax returns that they pay through tax ID numbers. Not to mention the fact that the tax burden of illegal immigrants would actually decrease if we gave them a legal path to citizenship for two reasons. One, I'm not finished talking and you're not done listening. There's two reasons why if we gave them a legal path to residency, that would actually improve the degree to which they don't burden the tax system. Because even if I conceded that they do, which they don't, they would be less of a burden. They would input more money into the tax system if we gave them a legal path to residency, because the tax participation rate, the tax participation rate, which is about 75% among illegal immigrants, would go up closer to 90 or 100%, which it is among legal residents, because of the few of them that are working under the table and not paying any kind of taxes would start paying taxes. In addition to that, because they aren't working under the table anymore, would have access to better labor protection, so they would make better wages and therefore be more beneficial to the tax system through their own productivity. And I also think that poor people in general should be paid more for their work, so I don't mind the rising cost of wages for doing that. So no, I don't accept your economic argument for them being bad for this country. You could argue that about any other person being born here instead of brought here as a child, if that's what happened to them. And then you need to start arguing for why you want the birth rate to be declining or something, which it is, and it shouldn't be for our prosperity.
Well, first of all, I don't want the birth rate to collapse, but I want the birth rate to come from real Americans.
How do you contend with the fact that it is one of the most reliable socioeconomic trends the world over, that as a country becomes more prosperous, more stable, more able to take care of its people, the birth rate declines?
I understand that, and I think this.
If you understand that, why is the solution not to allow more immigration?
Because immigration lowers quality of life.
In what way?
People don't understand each other. They are
I'm sorry,
tax
people
negative.
don't under you keep asserting that they are tax negative. They are not. Nothing but the fair
Yes,
study
they
that
are.
dishonestly represents that information. When you're teacupped, you're muted if you want to keep looking. And the House committee references that sort of data. They're not their own source. The House committee is just where our elected officials can like post things. There's certain things that govs like that are reliable for, like the language of a bill or who voted on what. But a report written by a politician, no, I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in data about the matter, which there isn't any about them being such a burden to the tax system, especially in consideration of the fact that you can look at large swaths of the population of people who are legal residents and call them a tax burden. But we just recognize that some people
legal residents are a tax burden,
right.
But I think that
some people are and some people aren't. That's how a tax system works. That's kind of the whole point of having a tax system.
And I think also, do you like Bernie Sanders?
I'm sorry, what does that have to do with whether or not illegal immigrants are a tax burden? We seem to keep getting stuck on that.
No, I'm not stuck on that. I'm just asking you, do you like Bernie Sanders?
Sure.
Do you agree?
I voted for him in the 2016 primary in New York.
Okay, you voted for him. I thought so.
In 2016,
what are your thoughts on him saying that illegal immigration is kosher brothers?
Is a what?
It's a capitalist. He himself said illegal immigration benefits capitalist rich business owners.
It does. It is. It's rich capitalistic business owners that are exploiting them as the lowest end of the working class in a way that's entirely
so why do you
hypocritical.
Want them to be exploited?
Because they're using them as the scapegoat for the state of the economy, which they are causing by doing that very exploitation to illegal immigrants and everybody else, every other person who's one of the 60% of people in this country who live paycheck to paycheck.
Okay, so wouldn't the solution be to cut them off?
No, the solution.
Why?
Because that's not what the economists say will help the economy, and that's not what
the economists Didn't the economists say that Trump would lose? I'm sorry.
The economists don't predict elections. They predict what will happen to the economy if a certain person wins. And what's happening to the economy is what they predicted would happen if Trump win, which is that the billionaires that we were just talking about are better able to exploit everybody else, including the illegal immigrants, to make their lives better and our lives worse. Fundamentally, if we're going to look at the good versus evil here, it's the top versus the bottom.
100 billionaires all vote Kamala. You can look at this up.
Did
Forbes,
they?
I think...
That'd be interesting if they did, but that doesn't matter in comparison to what they do with their money.
But you just said billionaires benefit from Trump. Then why did most billionaires vote for Kamala?
Did the Forbes top 100 billionaires all vote for Kamala Harris? That sounds made up. How do we check?
You can.
Did they all endorse her? Is that what they said?
It came from like her own Twitter supporter account. Like,
okay,
Kamala.
Let's see. There's a Forbes article titled "Kamala Harris has more billionaires prominently backing her than Trump." Bezos and Griffin weigh in. Okay. More total billionaires. I wonder what the distribution is by like actual net worth weight. That'd be interesting to look at. Forbes found at least 100 billionaires in the corners of either former President Donald Trump or Vice President Kamala Harris. You see how you already, like if I'm just reading the top line of this article, which I have put on the screen, by the way, I'll show that to everybody else. You see how you're already misrepresenting it because you said of the top 100 billionaires, all 100 of them supported Kamala Harris, which is false.
I didn't say that.
That's exactly what you said. You said that Forbes found at least 100 billionaires that supported either Donald Trump or Vice President Kamala Harris, with many more backing Harris. So, like, yeah, among these particular billionaires that have given a public endorsement, there's more for Harris. Does that show the actual backing of all billionaires? We don't have, like, polling data for all the billionaires.
I did not say all billionaires. I said Forbes 40. This is actually not... This isn't just a Forbes article. It's actually the Forbes 40, and they all voted Kamala Harris, or endorsed her.
Okay, am I looking at the wrong article? It says that 83 endorsed Harris and 52 supported Trump.
Yeah, but those are just billionaires in general, not the Forbes 40. Like this is actually from her own count. I remember her tweet.
Okay, I Google. Yeah, that's a tweet from a politician. I like Kamala Harris more than I do Trump, but I'm not going to use her tweet as an original source either. This is what I.
But I'm not using that. I'm saying that
I Googled. What should I Google to find evidence of your claim then? If it's not what I...
Did you already Google Forbes 40?
You started with 100, so I'm going to call it Forbes...
I didn't start with 100. I said Forbes 40.
Forbes... What is the Google search term to find your claim? You do it for me. Forbes 40 what?
Billionaires support Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris.
Okay. It gives me the same link that we just looked at. Is that not the correct one?
And you go down... All right. Do you have Twitter?
I'm sorry. Was it Forbes or Twitter? It was the source.
It's Forbes is not the source. It's Forbes 40 billionaires. It says, I don't know, like, I'm pretty sure that's...
Twitter banned me inside of 24 hours, my guy. You think they want my ass on there?
All right.
It's hard
my
to do,
bad.
Oscar.
But do you see anything?
No, I Googled it, and I don't see anything. I'm not seeing any results from Twitter.
Fuck it.
Fuck what?
But,
your integrity? Like what? Like what do you mean? What do you mean? Fuck it. Like
I know the link is real. I have it's saved. I just don't know how to use it on my phone.
All right. You want to try again? You want to try a different Google search term to find your claim?
No, because I just really don't care if it's the exact claim. I know it's real. I have it.
You don't care if it's the exact claim, but you don't know if it's real, or you just know that it's real. You just believe in your heart. Do you have like a collection of candles and a picture of Donald Trump in your apartment where you pray for it to be true that this bullshit is real?
It's just this Google engine that doesn't work.
Yeah, but if the Forbes 40 reflected this, shouldn't the source be Forbes and not some fucking tweet that you have saved? Do you trust Twitter with your news? What the fuck are you doing?
No, it's not I don't trust Twitter with my news. It's Twitter.
Then why? Okay, do you trust her?
Do I trust her? I trust what she's saying about herself, about people
You trust
who
what
support
Kamala
her, yeah.
Harris is saying about herself and the people that support her? Do you trust her in other domains?
No, because I trust what she says about her supporters. And
did you trust her? Did you trust her
team.
after she conceded when she said that Donald Trump is going to send armed federal agents into your cities? I trusted her when she said that.
That was a good thing. That was a good thing. You know, I think.
Fuck you, dude. That was a bad thing.
Nicole Good and Alex Preddy being out of the world is a good thing. It's a net positive.
Oh, you know what? I don't let people talk about that if they don't turn their camera on. You want to unprivate?
Charlie Kirk. You can talk about Charlie Kirk, though?
Yeah, the president makes fun of people who are dead, but if you want to make fun of people who are dead...
Let me say,
I've disconnected you. If you want to make fun of people who are dead, either get a better TikTok account, unprivate your account, whatever it is that was stopping you from turning your camera on. You can turn your camera on if you want to come tell me that my neighbors, Alex Preddy and Renee Good, deserve to die. I'm perfectly willing to have that conversation. I have it pretty often, but I only have it with people who are willing to have their show their face and say that type of shit to me. These days, that's the rule. If you like the way I handle these conversations, you can go to the link tree in my bio and find the Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon and support the show. If that's what you feel like doing with your money. If you don't feel like doing that with your money, you can just do it with a little bit of your time by going to that very same link tree in the bio and following me on all the other platforms. If you're watching live on TikTok, make sure you're following this backup account that it's showing you at the corner of the screen in case I catch a banana from the TikTok gods for, who knows what. And it could be anything these sorts of days. Araxis sent me $2 on Cash App to say self-deportation is a tax burden on Americans. Yeah, not to mention the fact that, like, when they say that it's going to be expensive to keep them here, like to process all these immigration claims, it's like, do you think it's less expensive to put them on a plane and fly them to fucking CCOT in El Salvador? Like, is that cheaper? Putting them on a plane? Like, is processing paperwork really the most expensive way to handle them? We have to send Humvees full of armed men into cities so that guy can jerk off to videos of my neighbors dying? Like, really? That's the way that we need to solve immigration? Anyway, we're going to move on to David. Not bitch David, different David. I'm going to give this David an opportunity to not be a bitch. I would appreciate that. Hello, how old are you?
Hello, I'm 24, March 2nd, 2002.
Cool. You're a Trump supporter?
I was a Trump supporter. I was a useful idiot for many, 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 many years. I was drinking that straight propaganda IV drip since 2015. I was a part of the first wave of that alt-right populism. And I didn't...
And you were young then. That was when you were in high school, right?
Yeah, it was bad. I narrowly avoided, I avoided COVID in schooling, thank God.
Oh, yeah. Because that would have been right at the end of high school for you, right?
I was so lucky, bro.
Oh, yeah. I do appreciate you like coming up and just being honest about that. I know for a lot of people, I feel like it's gotten to a point where it's just embarrassing to admit that they've been wrong for so long. What really woke you up to what was going on?
I really appreciate you so much you have such thick skin. I was always a progressive my whole life. I was raised very progressive. I grew up in a very blue area, and there was just so much propaganda and misinformation, and I didn't know what was real or not. And I let the pipeline, like the layers of the onion. I came up here because there's like a couple conspiracy theories that I used to really believe in that kept me trapped in the MAGA worldview that I just wanted to kind of talk to you about to see if if you hear me talk about the way I deconstructed and broke free from it, maybe that would be able to give you some more ammunition to help other people who are just so like, you can't talk to a dense person. I was able to, when I like, there's a cult mentality with like,
you know, if you want to get into some specifics, I do really value the ex-Trump supporter conversations, but I would invite you to call back a little closer to the end of the show. I usually run for 4 hours and end around 2:00 Central Time. I just try to keep it a little more oppositional early on in the show. I really do appreciate the perspective though. If you want to call in a little bit later.
No, take your time. I will be on later. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you, David. We're gonna move on to Eli. Maybe Eli hasn't seen some of the things that David has. David. But part of the reason on that is because if we're gonna risk having a flag for conspiracy theories, because to that caller who I just disconnected, if we have that conversation that I look forward to, I might have to abruptly kick you from it if you say some combination of words that I happen to know will displease the TikTok gods, and I'd like to introduce that sort of risk towards the end of the stream, so that if I get like a temporary ban for the day or need to like nuke the stream and restart it or something like that, it's a little better for the show if that happens towards the end. So I like to platform the risky stuff when I can, but I got to be a little bit careful. I think Eli's phone's in his pocket because he's not connecting, so I'm going to disconnect him. He's welcome to get back in the queue if that was just a tech issue or if he just didn't notice that he was next. We're going to talk to Justin Howard, who's one of those many usernames that I have definitely seen before, but I can't remember who he is. There we go. Let's see if he'll connect. Thank you, Kai, for the $5. These mentally discombobulated MAGA Muppets care more about a victimless misdemeanor than a rapist as president. They tend to, and that's very concerning. Justin Howard, how old are you?
42.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I think David remembers who you are. That's a real ghost in the chat. I think I remember the last bit that we did with you. But what do you want to talk about today?
I want to see what your feelings are about Trump and the Iranian president having a hit out for him. And how he had.
We're bombing their country enough that even though I don't like that guy, I'm not really all that surprised. In fact, I'd be pretty surprised to learn that he didn't have a hit out on the guy.
So if he was to succeed in unaliving Trump, would you be?
I recognize your voice. I remember who you are. Sorry, say that again.
So if he was, unalived by this president of Iran, how would you feel?
That'd be bad. I don't want the U.S. president to be killed by a foreign agent. That'd be. That's not on my bingo card. I don't want that.
But yet you guys are always saying that he's not good for us. He's bad. So
I think that while I would be happy that Donald Trump is no longer in power, I could put that in the pros column. But I could put just broadly the U.S. president, whoever they are, being killed by the Iranians. That would be in the cons column, and that's a way bigger con, I think, right now than Trump not being in power anymore. Especially because in that case, that's Trump being removed from office in a way that has nothing to do with there being any consequences for him for the things that he's done in our legal system. So they could just replace him with Vance and then continue carrying on their merry way, executing Project 2025 with J.D. Vance in charge of the executive branch, and that would be really bad. That would probably accelerate a lot of the things I'm concerned about the Trump administration doing, because they wouldn't have an ailing, demented oaf in charge of the program and constantly fucking up and accidentally releasing classified information and shit like that.
How is he fucking up and releasing classified information is what I want to know.
Well, he does occasionally just show classified information to the press sometimes, which they've given him
like what? What kind of classified information?
I think the most embarrassing example was actually one from his first term where he showed a satellite image to the press which hadn't been blurred, because the military blurs satellite images to hide from the world how good our spy satellites are. So we all learned together on the same exact time that all of our foreign enemies learned exactly how powerful our spy satellites are, stuff like that. When Marco Rubio handed him that note when he was in public, and he immediately read it out loud without pre-reading it first, because obviously it was something that was meant to be kept private. Otherwise, Marco Rubio might have just said it to him.
Do you have proof of this, my guy?
Of this thing with Marco Rubio? Do you want to watch the clip?
I asked you if you have proof, so apparently yes, I do.
Yeah, we can watch the clip. That's a fun one. It's very silly that this man is our fucking president. I can hardly believe it. Let's watch the clip. Give me a second to cue it up. It's only 48 seconds long.
Thank you.
Pause, thank you. My goodness. Fucking YouTube player doesn't want to cooperate. All right, let's get this expanded out so everybody can see nice and clearly what's going on. Pop it up on the screen. Here we go. Here's Trump reading Marco Rubio's note without even pre-reading it first.
All right, thank you. You'll make it back one way or the other. You're all going to do very well. I think really very well. Marco just gave me a note. Go back to Chevron. They want to discuss something. Go ahead. I'm going back to Chevron, Mark. Thank you, Marco. Go ahead.
Was there a question, Mr. President?
Yes, go ahead, Marco. What are you saying here?
Mark, if you can update us on operations in the ground and with.
I don't know if you were watching, but Marco Rubio's facial expression when Trump starts reading the note out loud tells it all. Don't know what that was about on that particular day. But, like, yeah, without this ass clown in charge of the party, they're going to more effectively be able to execute exactly the plan laid out in Project 2025 by the Heritage Foundation. So I think that Trump actually stands as a little bit of a snag to that sort of progress for them, which is in some ways a good thing. So I wouldn't really celebrate him being killed by the Iranians, because that basically from every angle I look at it, that's bad, is why I wouldn't celebrate that, to wrap that question up.
But why are you damn so against Trump and what he's doing? Like,
I'm sorry.
Like,
do you have anything else to say about that topic that you brought me? Do you like my reasons? Like, can you respond to what I just said and what I just showed you?
I think it's good, but I still don't see that he's showing, like you said, classified information, because no president has done that, nor any president would.
Sorry, say no president would do what? There's a little background noise.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm feeding my cat right now.
I ain't gonna fault you for feeding your cats. I feed my cats too, but I don't usually do it while I'm on TikTok live. Well,
if you want to kick me and get me back up later, you can.
Well, just finish feeding up your cats. Let's not break up the call if we don't need to. But okay, I'll let you do the pivot. You're asking why we Dems don't like what Trump is doing?
Yeah, and it's not pivot, bro. It's just saying you Dems can't stand Trump. You guys are trying everything you can to get him out of power, and it's not working.
Well, it's because it's just very upsetting that the Republicans in Congress don't seem to think it's important that the president is breaking all these rules. They're loyal to him instead of the Constitution, so they're not impeaching him, even though they should. He's not breaking any rules, though. What rules is he breaking? I mean, he's violating people's amendment rights in the Constitution. He's broken the emoluments.
What amendment right?
The 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th, 10th, and 14th in particular. Thank you, Tina.
How is he? Okay, you know what the Second Amendment is, right?
Yeah.
The right to bear arms.
Yeah, he tried to take that. He filed an executive order trying to take that right away from anybody who identified it.
That was what Kamala was running on.
No,
she's the one that was going to do an executive order.
No,
yes,
Donald Trump did file an executive order that attempted to take away firearms from trans people, denying them their Second Amendment right. He did that. That happened.
Okay, you know the reason why? Because trans people are fucked up in the head. That's why.
So you don't believe in the Second Amendment?
I do, and I agree with Trump taking them away from trans people.
I'm pretty sure that trans people think that you're fucked in the head. Would you be okay with us electing a president
I don't need any plastic.
On behalf of trans people who think you're fucked in the head?
To get me off, bro.
Oh wait, I think I might know a trans person who thinks you're fucked in the head, but I'm gonna see what they have to say about the matter.
I don't need no plastic. I don't need to play with plastic, bro.
How you doing, Ezra?
Hey, it took me a quick moment.
I don't need silicone.
I don't know what you're talking about. We're not asking you to touch anything, Justin.
I'm just saying, if you're trans, you don't need your Second Amendment. You're fucked already.
So you don't believe in the Second Amendment?
I do, but not for trans, because they're already fucked in the head, dude. That's like.
How do you define fucked in the head in a legally rigorous way that makes sure that we're not taking the Second Amendment away from people who don't deserve to have it taken away?
Trans are fucked in the head, bro. They don't know what sex they want to be. They don't know their pronouns.
Okay, I think they do know their pronouns.
No, they don't,
it sounds like you don't.
There's only two genders, my guy.
Once again, I asked a very specific question, and you haven't answered it, and it's a very important question. I'd really like for you to listen to my question and try to answer. Can you do that for me?
What's a woman?
I'm sorry, I asked a very specific question.
What's a woman?
I asked a very specific question. We can move on to your question after you answer my question. I asked a very specific question.
What's a woman?
I asked a very specific. I will answer your question. I can maybe get Ezra to help me answer that question as well after you answer my question. I asked you my question first. That doesn't even technically matter because it's my show and I'm in charge here. And what's happening right now is you're gonna let me answer my you're gonna let me ask my question again. I will answer if you want to see me try. I need you to answer this question first. It sounds to me like you can't answer my question. Are you going to let me answer? I
asked my question first.
Excuse me. You didn't. You can roll it back and check. And even if you did, it doesn't matter because it's my show and I'm in charge here. So if you want to stay on the show, I need you to pipe down. I need you to quiet down. I need you to use your use your ears instead of your mouth, and I need you to listen to my question again. Are you ready to listen to my question again?
Are you ready to listen to my
No, I'm not ready to listen to your question again. I'm only interested in you hearing my question that I did ask before you asked your question. You can keep spouting that like an insolent child. I'm sure that me and Ezra are perfectly capable of sitting and patiently waiting for you to listen for what's happening next on the show, which is that I'm going to restate a question that I asked you that I'm very, very interested in the answer to. Are you ready for me to do that?
What's a woman?
Are you ready for me to ask my question again?
Are you gonna answer mine? What's a woman?
I will happily engage with your question after you answer my question that I did ask first. And as host of the show, I am ordering you to answer my question before I answer yours.
You're ordering me now. Okay.
Yeah, because I'm not going to answer your question.
Am I a domino? Am I on the domino?
You can leave. You can sit here and be asked over and over and over again to answer my question. That's fine. It's pretty good for engagement when this type of bit happens. So if you're ready to listen to the question and answer it, we can do that. If you want to run, you can hit the button. But those are your options. There's nothing else that's going to happen.
I'm not a little bitch, bro.
Okay, if you're not a little bitch, then please answer the question. Are you ready to hear the question again?
Answer mine first.
I'm not going to answer yours first. You can keep ordering me. You can keep saying that you want me to. It's not what's going to happen. I'm not even going to let Ezra. If Ezra tried to answer your question right now, I would kick them, because the current bit is that you are not going to get any of your questions answered until you listen to my question again and answer it. Do you think that you're going to win this little arm wrestling match that we're in right now? Do you think I'm going to relent and answer your questions? Do you think that that's what's going to happen? Or do you think I'm going to eventually get sick of the bit and kick you? You can keep spouting nonsense like an insolent child. I can keep sitting here. I want to answer your question. I would love to discuss what a woman is with you, Justin, but I need you to answer my question first, because I did ask it first, and I'm very interested in the answer, and I'm very interested in why you're so afraid. You did ask that after I asked my question, and I, once again, am just pulling authority as executive producer of the Oskar Quentin show. I'm just saying that the next thing that happens is one of two things, which is that you leave the program or you answer the question that you haven't even let me restate.
You're gonna kick me and say I ran. Okay.
Well, I mean, it does feel to me like you're running away from this question that I'd really like to answer. Are you running away from the question, or are you going to answer the question?
Are you running away from my question?
I'd like for you to not run away. I'm not running away. I'm saying that as soon as you answer the question I asked first, I would gladly engage with that question that I have to engage with almost every day that I run this show. So I would really like for you to quiet down and give me an opportunity to ask my question again so that you can answer it. I will do that after you answer my question. I believe that you're running away from the question. I bet you don't even remember the question.
Just answer the question so we can answer the question so that
you have my full attention. We have Ezra here. Ezra happens to be trans. We could have a meaningful conversation about all that after you answer my question. It's not going to happen, Justin. Do you want to stay on the show or not? Do you want to stay on the show or not? Do you want to stay on the show or not?
What the fuck is your question then, bro?
Okay.
Ask your fucking question then.
Thank you. Just stop talking and I'll ask my question. No, I'm going to ask the question again, so just please stop yelling at me. Okay, so you said that we should take away...
Oh my God, you're hurting my feelings.
You're not hurting my feelings. This is actually pretty good for the show. Like, this is me having a pretty nice day at work. Ah, great. This early into the show, we got Justin pumping the viewership. Great. You're making it light work. I don't have to work very hard to push the engagement with you doing this bit. The longer I sit here and demand that you let me ask my question again, the better we do. We're up 100 viewers since the bit started. I'm chilling. I'll do this all day. In fact, I do. It's my day job. So once again, can I ask you my question just so you can show everybody that you're not afraid of answering it? Can you please listen to the question again?
This is my entertainment on my lunch and my fucking
It's 1,300 people's entertainment right now, so I'd like to restate what we were talking about, and I'd like to say my question again. And then once everybody has heard the question again, it keeps going up. Like, it's 794. It'll probably be over 800 any second now.
And he has streamers on YouTube.
It's 475 on YouTube at the moment. So I will talk to you about what a woman is. I'm perfectly happy to do that. But I do demand that you answer my question first. And now, because it's been a few minutes since I asked it the first time, I actually have to give some background to the people who've joined the stream, because lots of people have joined the stream. The algorithm thinks, uh-oh, Oscar's cooking. We got to get some more people in here. And those people don't even know what the question was. I do need to restate the question for those people. Are you going to... I've got you on the platter today. I really do want to ask you this question. The audience, at this point, comment is probably more curious what the question is than your answer to it, because most of them have arrived since I've started asking you. I will answer what a woman is. I'll have a discussion with you and Ezra about that. We are over 800. Thanks for that. I will engage with that question. I'm very interested in engaging with the question about what a woman is. I'd love to have an important, careful, nuanced adult conversation about that. But I do insist that you answer the question that I asked previously. Will you let me ask that question again?
What the fuck's your question again, bro?
Okay, so earlier, I was talking about the executive order that Trump filed taking away the Second Amendment right from trans people, which you said you were okay with because they are, quote, fucked in the head. And the question that I asked was, how do you define fucked in the head in such a way that's careful enough? I'm sorry, I'm not done answering my question. I'm not done answering my question. I need you to let me finish answering my question before you start answering it. I need you to let me finish. I don't think there's an ending to my question that I think is really important to the way that you answer it. So can I try again, please?
Okay, let's go, you fucking genius.
Okay, thank you. So the question again is, how do you define fucked in the head?
You know that?
I'm going to start over because, again, look at that. We're up to 820. We're getting closer to 500 on YouTube. There's more people joining all the time. So when you keep stalling, when you stall like this, I have to start over. I have to restate the question so everybody listening knows what it is. Can you just let me get it out? Like, we've been trying to get you to answer this question. Okay, yes, that's what you said. So I'm going to start over with the explanation of the question one more time, which is that you said that you were okay with Donald Trump taking...
I answered your fucking question
You didn't even let me ask the question.
Fuck, I did
it's really important to me that the audience knows what the question is and what the context around the question is. I really want to give you a chance to advocate for your own.
I'm going to answer it one more fucking time.
We'll see about that. I really do want you to let me finish it. So just to clarify for everybody, because we're up,
answer it. But we're fucking asking.
We're up another 60 viewers since I last asked it, so I need to start over and ask it again. Okay, so the question was, we were talking about Trump's executive order that takes the Second Amendment. I need you to stop talking so people can hear the context and the question, and then you can answer it.
Ask the goddamn question. Okay. What the fuck?
So we were talking about Donald Trump taking away the Second Amendment right from trans people. I'm sorry, I can't keep a straight face. Okay, so we were talking about Donald Trump taking away the Second Amendment right from trans people, which you said, I'm trying so hard to ask the question again. I really am. Like, I'm just trying to get it out once. Just please be patient. So we were talking about Donald Trump taking away the Second... I need you to try to listen. Because I don't use the mute button for everybody watching. It's because he's not listening if I mute him. He's just yelling. So we all need to know if he's still yelling. Look, he's being quiet now. That's good. Let's see if he can keep doing that. We were talking about Donald.
Answer the goddamn question, you motherfucker.
I'm trying to get the question out. So we were talking about Donald Trump taking the Second Amendment right away from trans people, and you said that because trans people are so fucked in the head, you were okay with him doing that. So my question was, how do you define fucked in the head in such a careful and rigorous way that we don't end up allowing presidents elected by whoever to take the Second Amendment right or any other amendment right away from the wrong people? How do you define fucked in the head in that careful way? That's my question.
They're fucked in the head because they don't know what fucking gender they are.
But I would argue that you are fucked in the head and you don't know what gender they are. Well, no, you fine. Well, you did answer my question.
Let me talk. God damn, motherfucker.
But why? But you're the one. But I take issue with your answer. I take issue with your answer because best I can tell, you're the one who's fucked in the head who can't tell what gender they are.
Okay, I'm fucked in the head. Okay, yeah.
Would you define gender for me?
Billy Bob.
Can you define gender for me?
I asked you to define a woman.
Yeah, we'll get on to that, but I still don't understand how you define if somebody's fucked in the head.
You asked me a question and I fucking
but I don't understand your answer. Please help me to understand your answer.
What's a woman?
I don't understand your answer to the question.
This motherfucker ain't gonna answer my goddamn question.
You did ask that one first, but I still don't understand your answer to the question. I just don't like moving on until I do understand the answers to questions.
Don't touch grass, bro, and I don't mean grass that you fucking smoke either.
Okay, sure. I'll do that after the show. But right now, I'd really like to understand your answer to the question that I asked.
What's a woman? I already gave you my answer, bro.
Okay, I think that a woman... Here, I'll answer your question. I think that a woman is a person who identifies with the gender that historically in the human race has been associated with adults who have who have two X chromosomes. It's not a perfect definition, but it gets pretty close.
You're a fucking idiot, bro.
Oh.
You're done with fucking retarded.
Why am I an idiot?
Because you are, bro.
You muttered it quietly enough, but I'll say just be careful on the slurs. I don't think TikTok gods heard you, but if they do,
bro,
don't do it again or I have to kick you.
Shitload of slurs, bro.
Well, please don't, because no, but then I have to kick you. Do you want to stay on the line? We're talking now about what I think a woman is. You wanted to know what I thought a woman was, and I just told you. What do you take issue with my definition?
Do you think a transgender is a woman? A transgender woman is a woman?
Yeah.
How the fuck is a transgender woman a fucking woman, my guy?
They identify with the gender identity that throughout the history of the human race has generally been associated with a person who has 2 X chromosomes or has a vagina or has breasts. There's other ways we determine it, really, because we haven't been checked. We didn't even really know about chromosomes until the last couple hundred years. So, you know, before that, it wasn't chromosomes, obviously, which is why the definition I gave wasn't perfect.
If Ezra had a dick and she cut off her dick to be a woman, you'll consider her a fucking woman?
I think maybe one of the reasons that Justin is fucked in the head is because he doesn't understand your pronouns or your gender. Would you just let everybody know your pronouns?
Perfectly. If you were born with a dick,
I'm sorry.
You're a fucking male.
I
cut off your dick,
I am a man.
Okay, yeah, sure. You take those pills away from people that need them, huh? So you guys can grow your breasts and all that shit. I know, bro. I ain't stupid, bro. I know what you fucking trans people are doing. Taking away certain pills for people that need them.
I have no idea what you're talking about now, buddy.
Yeah, you do, buddy.
I genuinely don't.
There has never been a shortage on my medication.
Yes, there has. Oh, yes, there has. Yes, there has.
There has been a shortage on my Adderall, which is very different.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're fucked in the head. That's why you guys need all that fucking mental... You know, Wellbutrin, Adderall, Zoloft, all that, because you got.
Yeah, I think maybe watch it naming those substances. I don't think we're supposed to do that either.
Oh wow! Okay, yeah, because you know the.
I'm just trying to, Justin. I'm just trying to make sure that everybody can continue to hear your very nuanced points about this.
See, trans people are just fucked in the head, bro.
Okay, we're talking about that. Wait, hold on. You were really concerned about what we think a woman is. You thought that Ezra was a woman for some reason. I don't know why.
No, I don't. No, from hearing her, bro, she ain't a woman. She a fucking man that wants to be a woman. There's a difference. There's a difference. She's a man that wants to be a woman, my guy.
I do want to explain this to you a little bit. First of all, I really appreciate how you're using what you think is the correct pronouns on that. That's very kind of you.
What pronouns you want me to use? He, she? Are you a he,
I
she?
would prefer you to use he, him.
Yeah, Ezra's pronouns are he, him.
Bullshit. No, it's a he, she.
I think that this completely contradicts your idea that you can always tell.
So her pronoun she wants is he,
Ezra, I want to let you handle this however you want, but I feel like we should tell him what's going on here.
I was born a female, biologically. I'm fairly certain I have XX chromosomes, but I don't know for certain because I haven't had those tests done. I identify as a man.
Nah, you're a woman, bro.
a second ago, you just said that Ezra was a man, and now that you've learned that
Ezra
Ezra
never be a woman.
Yeah, you said that Ezra would never be a woman, and now that you've learned that Ezra is a trans man, you're saying that Ezra's now a woman.
Yeah, she probably has some fucking silicone in her somewhere.
What is? I'm sorry, I'm just not understanding. Which is it? Like, pick a lane, buddy. What's going on here?
She's a fucking man. She's fucked in the head. She don't know what she wants.
She is a man. Or he is a man. She is the wrong pronoun if Ezra is a man.
It's a he, she, my guy.
I think we're getting a little confused here, so I understand your idea that we're all confused.
I'm not sure. I for whatever reason, maybe it has to do with the videos he watches on the internet. I think maybe Justin spends.
I don't watch anything on trans. Fuck trans.
I think you just spend more time thinking about trans women than you do about trans men. I personally would expect that you probably find trans women more attractive than trans men.
Nah.
I certainly do.
I would never say anyone trans, bro.
Okay.
I don't play with silicone toys, my guy.
Nah, nobody's asking you to. But we are asking you to be like way nicer than you're being, just in general. You're being real mean for I don't even know why, man. I was just trying to get to the answer.
Democrats are mean, bro.
Okay.
Democrats are mean, and I don't like your flag. Fuck ice.
All right. So you didn't like my definition of a woman. Ezra, did you like my definition of a woman? Do you think I did a decent job on that?
Say yes, bro.
I think that that's a very good definition of a woman. I think that defining it as gender specifically.
Yeah.
As someone that has the characteristic traits of femininity.
All I'm saying is, if there's a guy that was born a guy and he's turning trans and he goes into a woman's restroom, I guarantee you, I'm being that motherfucker.
So Justin, I've got a little bit of a homework assignment for you because we're gonna take a moment to thank some donors. Well, okay, you don't have to go anywhere. Don't worry. Don't hang up. I'm just gonna read some of the messages from my donors, and while I do that, I would like for you to get that I would like for you to get that noodle of yours cooking away on a definition of woman, so that you can give us. We've given you ours. Ezra says I did a fine job. I'd like to hear yours, and then we can discuss it. So I'm gonna read the donation messages, and when we get back. When we get back,
don't go outside of your house.
When we're gonna get back, we're gonna discuss what you think a woman is. Thank you for all the gifts,
I know
everybody.
what a woman is, bro.
We're gonna talk about that after I read the donation messages. Excuse me, I just don't want to read the donation messages while you're yelling. Excuse me, sir. The donors pay for the show. They make it so that I can do this as a full-time job, and that Jessie can sit in the producer's chair. Hi, Jessie. And then Raven's editing right now.
He doesn't have a real job,
I would like to hear your definition.
Hi, Raven. W mods.
No real job.
W mods, W Discord, W everybody, W staff. But yeah, Justin, I really am very interested, Justin, in hearing. Justin, I'm very interested in hearing your definition of a woman. So I'm gonna read. I'm gonna read the donation messages, and
when
if you want.
When was the last time you went outside and touched grass?
I was outside this morning. I took an Uber back. Took an Uber home from my girlfriend's house this morning. Anyway, I'm gonna read the donation messages. I'm gonna read the
Are you sure you have a girlfriend and not a guy?
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure, buddy. But
I'm sure. Okay.
I'm gonna read the donation messages. Thank you, Amethyst, for the heart.
Bro, sure. Whatever you say, my guy.
I need you to stop yelling. I need you to instead of talking. I need you to spend some time thinking about what you think a woman is.
Let's get that straight.
I want to know what you think a woman is. Do you want? I really want to understand what you think a woman is. So I'm gonna read the donation. Excuse me. I'm really trying to read the donation. I haven't even started yet. Can you stop talking so that I can I?
Nah, bro. Nah.
I'm just gonna start reading them. Jammerbanks sent me.
Go ahead.
You know the bit.
I'm surprised you know how to read.
I will.
I'm
Justin,
surprised you know how to read, my guy.
I'm gonna kick you. It's getting old. I do want to.
You're gonna kick me and say I ran. Okay.
I need to read the donation messages. Will you stop yelling at me?
Ezra, do you have a monthly every month?
Justin,
can you just mute him temporarily while you go through the donation?
Yeah, I'm just gonna mute him while I do the TikTok thing doesn't even let it just lets him unmute himself. Why? I'll just disconnect him, and if he wants to try again, Ezra can hang out while I read the donation messages. But Justin, it gets to a point where it's not even good for viewership anymore. You did push us up over 1,400 total, so thanks for that. But seriously, if you want to participate in a conversation, you need to behave like an adult. I'm very interested, Justin, in hearing your definition of a woman. Please hop right back in the queue. I would love to. Oh, there, great. Now see how because you were forced to be quiet, we can get through the donation read, and you can come back and we can continue discussing this like adults. Thanks for your patience, everybody. Jammerbank sent $5 to say Project 2025 mentioned. Finally read the whole thing. We need to get it out more. It's horrendous and blatant public showing of what they want. Yep. I read it when Trump was elected, and I was like, uh-oh, we're in trouble when he takes office, and they've been cooking away on it. It's not going well for us. It's going pretty well for them. So people should be aware of that. Kai sent $5 to say, I feel like the caller is genuinely asking what a woman is since he's never seen or touched one. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. User sent $10 to say, these people are so transphobic. I think they've all been turned down and rejected by them. Yeah, I know. Like I said, I think we can all maybe guess the sort of relationship that somebody like Justin probably has with the trans community. It's probably not through meeting them and engaging with them. It's probably through watching videos manufactured by an industry that tends to exploit the people they make videos of. So, that's maybe not the best lens on an entire group of people. The Shadow Nose sent $5 to say Justin may need his guns taken away. Peace and love. Yeah, if he thinks that people who are fucked in the head should have their guns taken away, which he does, which is why he's okay with Donald Trump taking away guns from trans people, I think he might be fucked in the head, and I'd love to have him back up so he could keep demonstrating to us that hopefully he's not fucked in the head. Vi sent $5 to say definitely just proving how fucked in the head he is truly with his crash out. I didn't even see that next one coming. That was just timed very well. Thank you for the $5, Vi. Jammerbank sent another $2 to say finally shifted from annoying to funny. We're bobbing around today. We're not having productive time at the moment on the show, everybody. We are just goofing for engagement. So thanks everybody for watching this crash out. Pat in the chat sent $5 to say, I don't know. This is a jumble of letters. Horsepower sent $5 to say, can you give him 5 minutes to reflect on his behavior and have him call back? He's a little too tilted to actually maturely reflect. Are you listening, Justin? You could be taking this time to reflect, but I'm just picturing steam coming out of your ears. Angel sent $2 to say, I've had more productive conversation with a 4-year-old. I have as well. I've cared for a lot of 4-year-olds in my childcare experience, and sometimes you can really get through to a 4-year-old and tell them that this crash out that they're having just like maybe isn't the best way to get what they want from the interaction. Like you're not really going to get more playtime if you keep stamping your feet. I think we need to talk about what you just did. And then we can move on, and then we can go back to playing, and that sounds fun, doesn't it? Let's do that. That's the way you talk to a 4-year-old, and that is the way that I'm going to talk to Justin when he gets back on the line. Thank you, David, for $5 on Venmo. Cool, David said, my Justin wants to ban guns, but was a joke, but he literally does want to ban guns. Yeah, that's actually funny, because we ran that bit where we were telling him that he wanted to ban all guns, even though he didn't, because he kept on telling me that I hold beliefs that I don't, so we pulled the trick on him, and he didn't like it. But today, he does want to ban guns. He's quite the hypocrite. For another $5, David said, guns, not guys, LMAO, fuck autocorrect. Oh, I caught it, I think. Or maybe I didn't. Who knows? Samantha, thank you for the $2. Samantha said, there's something seriously wrong mentally with Justin. I don't think he's ever touched a woman. I think that both of those things could be true. But I try not to, judge. Different Samantha sent $10. Thank you for the $10, Samantha. Not for lack of trying, but Justin's actually too stupid to be a bigot. His brain is broken from affirming Ezra's gender. W accidental ally. Yeah, I couldn't even comprehend what was happening to him for a minute there. They do, there's a little bit of erasure of trans men in these topics because it's always trans women that get talked about because, Republicans are only obsessed with women with penises, at best we can tell. Amanda sent $5 to say, what?
I said snap, 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 snap.
Oh, thank you, Ezra. Amanda sent $5 to say, I'm so sick of trans anything even being a conversation. Who gives a fuck? Mind your own business and live your life. Also, Justin is a bitch. Yo, Justin is a bigger bitch than David. And I'm not talking about cool David who sent the Venmo donations. I'm talking about bitch David who's probably watching because he's obsessed with me. But yeah, Justin's definitely on the big baby bitch list. Evan sent $5 to say, I think Justin might be fucked in the head. Another donor who thinks that. They pile up, don't they? All right, let's check over and buy me a coffee. Lucky Phil's here. He said, say butt mustard again. Lucky Phil, do I need to set you up on a date with butt mustard? She's over in the YouTube chat. Go say hi for $2. Thank you. I appreciate you. But butt mustard, Lucky Phil loves your name. Do we have any more Cash Apps? Uh-oh, we do. Thank you, Ross, for the $5. Ross said, OMG, what a David. See, maybe that's the way we can get around the censorship. We can just make the word David synonymous with bitch. But no, that would be bad for cool David, because he's so not a bitch. Anyway, Jack sent $5 to say, does anyone else hear Deliverance banjos? Krista sent $3 to say, why does he care so much what others do? LOL. And then back on YouTube Super Chat, Lovers of Life sent $2 to say, this is the same bees like gays, lesbians in the 90s. And then Elusive Viper sent $5 to say, you should consider bringing in the Noodle Wrangler. Jeff seems to have issues with demand barking. That's funny. Justin, I think you meant to say. All right. Is he still in the queue? Good. I hope he has been carefully working on what he's going to tell us his definition of a woman is. I would love to hear it. Let's see if that's what happens next. Ezra, are you ready?
I am ready.
All right, let's hear it. Justin, what is your definition of a woman?
Your fucking insults.
What? Were you yelling that whole time?
I was listening to your little bitch ass the whole time. Calling me a bitch, bro.
Absolutely no quiet reflection to be found.
Were you reflecting? I almost called you David. Justin, were you?
I wasn't reflecting on nothing, my guy.
You don't reflect on nothing. I'm actually not a hot take at all. I believe that. What is your definition of a woman?
Anyone that has a monthly, bitch. How about that? If you don't have a monthly, you're just a fucking fucked in the head.
My grandmother's 90. Yeah, my grandmother's 90. Is she not a woman?
I don't know. Is she? Is she plastic? Is she a blow up?
She never had any work done.
Then if she was born a woman, she's a woman, my guy.
But she doesn't have a monthly.
Probably because she's fucking hit menopause already, my guy. What the fuck?
I actually don't know with certainty, but I assume that my 90-year-old grandmother has gone through menopause. But you said that a woman is somebody who has a monthly, and not only do people go through menopause and stop having a monthly, there's also like sometimes athletes who are training really hard will stop having their monthly, like in the middle of their prime.
And you know what? They need to keep them fucking transgenders out of the fucking. If you're a man, you don't play in a fucking.
We're not even talking about trans people. I just don't think that's a very good definition of a woman. Pregnant women don't have a monthly. Women who've had hysterectomies don't have a monthly.
Can you say the word, or is monthly the word you need to use?
I'm being a little careful.
Fucking is. I ain't stupid, Ezra. What the fuck?
That wasn't Ezra. That was Jessie. She's on the line because she's in the room with me.
And I'm telling you right now, Oscar, if you were in Cali, you wouldn't fucking run up like that and talk your shit, bro.
I'm sorry. Are you saying that I don't act this way when I'm out on the streets?
You probably don't.
Pull up the image. Oh wait, that's my job.
I'm surprised you haven't been fucked.
Where even is it?
Because if you came to Cali, dude, I can guarantee your ass wouldn't be walking.
I don't. Is that a threat? Do you think? Are you saying that you would assault me if I said these things to you in person?
No, because you won't.
But what if I did?
You wouldn't have the fucking balls to say shit to me like that in my face, bro.
I sure would. Sounds to me like you don't believe in my First Amendment right.
Screen, but when it comes to being the real, the real deal and say it to my face, you
I would. I do all the time. I kind of earned my salt on social media by saying it to the faces of federal agents who came to my city. I did go out there on the streets. I do regularly.
And you know what? Don't call the police when someone's breaking in your house, my guy.
I'm sorry. Your definition of a woman was somebody who has a menstrual cycle.
I want to go back to why you gotta fucking call people bitches when they're not on, and then you get them back, and you're like, yeah.
Well,
okay, bitch.
I couldn't tell if you were being a
real bitch. Who's being the real bitch, my guy? You are apparently.
Chat, just let me know, host or guest, who you think is being a bitch today on this particular Wednesday.
Bitch, I guarantee you.
Chat, let me know. Can we get host or guest in the chat?
You won't say that shit to my face, homeboy.
Yeah, let's
Guarantee you won't, little pussy.
You can here, Jessie. I'll show you how to do this. You can actually just go take this, put it over there, and then you can just drag the image right over to.
Cause you're a little pussy bitch, bro. You a pussy bitch. Are you Democrat? I'm a pussy bitch.
I'm sorry. Here's a picture of me running from the cops.
Cause you're a fucking pussy, bro.
Well, I just run so much.
You talk all that shit, but they come to arrest you and you run like a little bitch.
We got a little bitch. Got a lot of guests. Let's see if we can find any voter fraud. While we have this cool picture of me up on the screen, let's see if we can find any voter fraud in the chat. Cause PMK thinks that I'm being the bigger bitch. Let's see if they voted again. Not so much voter fraud today. There's usually more voter fraud when I do a poll like this.
Well, you keep calling people out for voter fraud.
Well, so I don't want there to be voter fraud in the chat. It's much funnier when there isn't, and it all says guest. It does appear to the rest of it does seem to say guest. Yeah. So anyway, I like this picture. I'm live streaming with one phone and recording video with the other.
Bitch. You talk shit to a Fed, but you run.
Yeah. Well, I run so much faster. Why would I let them arrest me?
Cause you're a bitch, bro. Why are you gonna talk shit and run?
I'm sorry, is the bitchier thing to do to submit?
Dude, if you're gonna talk shit, be about it, my guy.
What's that one flag say? Please tread on me. Oh my god, please tread on me.
Shove that boot farther down my throat, daddy. That's what it says, right?
Man, I'm just saying, bro, you won't come to Cali and be that tough.
I'm going, you know what, Jessie, we're going to California at the beginning of next month.
We are going to California.
I think we're going to have to find some tough shit to do while we're in California so I can show Justin videos of me being tough in California. Let's go do some street protesting. Let's go bother some people who are protesting an abortion clinic or something. I bet Sacramento has abortion clinics. I'll go be tough so David can say that David, here, I'm going to California in a few weeks. If I do some tough shit in California.
Come to California.
What?
You fucking pussy ass bitch. You ain't coming out to Cali.
I sure am. You follow my show, you'll see videos of me in California if you're watching.
Where in Cali are you gonna be, bro? So I could get my homeboys posted up so we can see how tough you really are.
Sacramento, my friend. I'm going to Sacramento. Round about September 1st through the 4th, I think it is.
I'll get my Fresno homies to wait up for you, bro.
What are they? What's their purpose? What are they gonna be there to do?
They're gonna humble your ass, my guy.
Oh, in what way? How are they gonna do that?
Don't worry about it, bro.
I don't know. It sounds like maybe I should be worried about it. What type of character should I be looking out for?
I just want you to be as tough as you are right now, calling people bitches and say it to their face, my guy.
Do you think you look tough without your camera on, saying you're gonna send your 3 big buddies to come protect you from me? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
It don't matter.
Do we need to pull the chat on who looks like a bigger bitch again?
I want you to be as humble as you are talking shit about me.
Keep your warning real time. Showing a pre-recorded or looped videos, even if you talk over them, may result in your gifts being suspended. Excuse me, TikTok. Live.
There you go.
Live in
boy.
color. They're gonna say I'm
bitch
underage
boy.
next. Thank you very much, Pat in the chat, for the $5. She said, slow boy caller actively dragging his IQ bell curve to the left as fast and as hard as he possibly can. Watch it with the ableist donation message, guys. Come on.
I got all day, my guy. I'm off work today, my guy.
Yeah, Light Blinded said for $5, the guy who isn't turning his camera on is saying you won't say things to his face. Caller is a B. It certainly is. Marcus sent about $10
you're
to say...
a bitch, bro, because all you were doing is talking shit when you had me off.
Caller is such a David.
Who's
Love
the bitch
from
now,
Sweden.
motherfucker?
When we have
Who's
B
the bitch
David,
now,
can he be C
motherfucker?
Justin? Are we
Who's the
allowed to
bitch
say
now
cunt
after my
on TikTok?
goddamn
I think we are.
You're a pussy-ass bitch.
Justin just needs his emotional support homies. Yeah, dude. Do your friends make you feel big and safe?
Bro, you don't know nothing about me, my guy.
Hold on. David's
know
got to
nothing
defend his
about me,
honor.
my guy.
David's back in the donation pool. Let me. Oh God, wait. Hold. Fucking shitload of people are. Evan, did I read your message? My goodness.
You know nothing about me,
he
my
just
guy.
said that you might be fucked in the head, which I think that maybe you are. David sent another $5 to defend his name.
Oh, wow, okay, yeah.
Justin.
See, but you can't fucking debate or rebuttal.
I was trying. I wanted to have a meaningful conversation with you about what a woman is, but you didn't want to engage with that. So I'm reading more donation messages for now. That's what's happening. Justin is a gun-banning, police-calling, but hard in the streets
Mom was pretty
bitch.
good last night.
Yeah,
Mom was pretty good last night, bro. That was her cum I just burped out, my guy.
Gross.
Oh my god.
That's gross.
You? Oh my
Gross,
God.
man. What the fuck, dude? Justin's like burping up cum over here. I didn't know you.
Yeah, it's come from my mom, bro.
Justin, I didn't know that you were gay or that you accepted my mom's new identity.
Hey, if your mom's lesbian, then I don't give a fuck.
David sent another $5 to say, per Justin's account, being hard in California means going to Disneyland and looking like Shrek taking pictures with Fiona. Thank you, David. I appreciate you very much.
You're talking
Samantha.
shit, David. You can come get some too, nigga.
Oh, now you gotta go.
Shoot.
Now we got a slur and run. Samantha, thank you for the $5. Donating again to say that Justin's barking like a chihuahua. Bark, bark, little bitch. Yeah, fucking slur and run, man. God, that was a crazy one. David, thank you for the $5 again. He said, wait, he's off work today because earlier he said he was on his lunch break. I think Justin might be unemployed. Uh-oh. Wouldn't normally talk bad about that sort of thing unless the person I'm talking about is as much of a bitch as somebody like David, or God forbid they'd be as much of a bitch as Justin. Holy cow. D, thank you for the $25. They just said whatever you need with a heart emoji. I appreciate that very much. And then over on YouTube Super Chat, Jammerbank sent $2 to say got the day off for losing his job yesterday. Hilarious. Pat in the chat sent $5 to say ask caller after a long sensual bootlicking session if Trump's loads or moisturize his chapped lips and tongue. Oh God, Ezra, I'm sorry. That didn't feel very productive, that conversation.
Dang it, I wanted to play with my new toy.
Lucky Phil sent $2 on you, Buy Me a Coffee to say, why is Justin so obsessed with the genitals of strangers? Pee pee poo poo. Yeah. Is he back? I bet he's back in the queue. Can we? Yeah, I think maybe that's enough of him today. I think he'll be back, but I don't think we need to do that anymore today. I very much appreciate your time, Ezra.
Someone
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, sorry. What
were you saying, Jessie?
Oh, someone 2 minutes ago in chat said, how could you even act tough with a name like Jessie? And I've just been sitting here thinking about it fuck, you're right.
I don't know, dude. Jesse's way tougher than Jessica.
Yeah.
Yeah. But which makes it really a shame that your name is Jessica. No.
I mean, Jesse Plemons is pretty tough.
I was thinking Jesse James, Jesse Ventura.
Yeah.
No, I'm thinking different Breaking Bad reference. What about Jesse Pinkman?
That's a pretty good one too.
Yeah.
Bitch.
Science, bitch. Lucky Phil sent another $2 to say, Justin, I demand you spit Oscar's mom dick out of your mouth. I knew I was risking it reading that one. We got a warning for what the fuck was it? The warning was for having a pre-recorded non-live stream.
I think it was the photo that triggered it.
Maybe, I don't know. I've shown the photo before. But that was definitely a real-time conversation with Justin. So
I have a feeling that the next person is going to want to piggyback off of that, so I'll just mute myself. If it doesn't end up being that, you can kick me.
I think that's a good hypothesis.
Yeah,
let's see
great idea,
let's see
Ezra.
if you're right. Let's see if Alphen is going to carry on that topic. Sounds like maybe they don't know that they're there, so we all have to scream, Alphen, hello. How old are you?
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well. How old are you?
42.
All right, are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
All right, what have you called in to discuss?
Well, I was listening to Justin make a fool of himself and also be the poster child for why you guys make fun of intelligent people on the right. So I'm not appreciative of that retardedness.
Oh, dude, you got kicked right away for using an ableist slur. Yeah, like you were mad at me about my discussion of people's intellect, and you used the ableist slur that gets you deplatformed. You will have to try again tomorrow, for fuck's sake. But I mean, honestly, I've never seen somebody so quickly demonstrate themselves to be a hypocrite. That's fucking hilarious. It sounds like he wanted to maybe not make a fool of himself and try to do a better job defending Justin's claims, but it didn't work out for him, did it, Ezra?
No, come on. Like, come on. I really want to have a good discussion with someone here.
All right. 2 for 2 on the slur and run. The price is Mike. Thank you for that comment in the chat. But we're going to talk to Cyani 25, and maybe they want to pick up where Justin and the previous caller left off. Maybe they can do it, you know, while maintaining a filter that doesn't get us fucking deplatformed for these people saying slurs on my show. Cyani, are you there? Take the phone out your pocket. The show is yours. Why did you call in? Lover of life, thank you for the message. It says the message is retracted, but I appreciate the $2. Thank you very much. Cyani. No, he's not there. We're going to disconnect him, and we're going to find somebody else. Because I think, I don't know, I feel like everybody's chomping at the bit for me and Ezra to discuss what a woman is, but I don't know, maybe not. We don't have any women online. Yes, we do. You have Jessie here. You're in the room with me. Forget about you over there.
Momentarily forgot. He's cool.
The
Jessie,
Watcher.
what's a woman?
We'll see if the Watcher was watching the previous conversation. How old are you?
Oh, I apologize. I hit that by mistake.
No worries. Joseph B599. I think he's been on the line before. I recognize the username. I don't remember who he is. We'll see if he can have an adult conversation. How old are you?
I'm 28.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
What have you called in to discuss?
The fact that you're an idiot.
Okay. Why do you think I'm an idiot?
Because you think I lack basic decency.
I mean, you called into my show and said that the topic you've called in to discuss is that I'm an idiot. So, I mean, do you think that you have basic decency?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think I saw a poster yesterday. It was like MAGA's week or something like that.
Yeah, I put all sorts of rage bait on the sign.
Yeah, and you're like the skinniest dude. You're like the weakest person.
I meant like in terms of their character. I think that's way more important.
Do you work out? Do you exercise? You don't look like you have any muscle.
I focus a lot on cardio. I'm a pretty fast runner, and I do a lot of calisthenics. I don't really focus very much on lifting, personally.
Oh. Well, anyway, yeah, the left is the delusional and hateful side.
What am I so delusional about?
The left hates white people.
I don't hate white people.
Well, they spread anti-white.
We're talking about me, though. You called in to say that I'm an idiot. I still don't really know the reasons. Do you think that I hate white people?
Yeah, well, you support the side that does hate white people.
I don't think that the left does hate white people. I think that there's probably some people on the left who do hate white people. Would you say that you are on the side of the people who hate black people?
No.
Yeah, I think it would be quite the leap to assume with certainty that you're racist for supporting the side that supports the sort of things that the administration is doing to people who have non-white skin, like allowing federal agents to detain them based only on their skin color. I wouldn't, assume that you support that sort of thing happening. I would ask a question like, do you support the fact that ICE agents are allowed to detain people based solely on their skin color or the accent with which they speak English?
I think ICE is doing great work.
I'm sorry, I asked a very specific question. The question was, do you support Kavanaugh's ruling in the Supreme Court to allow what are called Kavanaugh stops, which is where ICE agents detain people against their will until they're satisfied that they're citizens or otherwise legal residents based solely on no other information other than the color of their skin or the accent with which they speak English?
Yeah, I think that's totally fine.
So you think that a person who has brown skin should be able to be taken out of their car and identified on their way home from work against their will?
Yeah, I mean, we have like DUI checkpoints all the time. Like,
did you know that when you stop at a DUI checkpoint where there's no pretext for your stop, you are allowed to bring your car to a full and complete stop, crack your window, and say, "I'm free to go, correct, officer?" And the officer will say, "Yes, I've done it numerous times while driving through Illinois because I drive between the Midwest and the East Coast quite frequently."
Wait, say that again?
in almost every place where they do these no pretext stops, where every car on a road gets stopped to check for drunk driving, because they have no probable cause to stop you, you're allowed to crack your window and say, I'm free to go, right, officer? They'll say yes, and you can keep going. I've done it like half a dozen times.
Huh.
The more you know. Not if you're brown, though.
Yeah,
not if you're
point here.
Not if you're brown, though, according to the Supreme Court. Now, I take issue with that. Do you?
What'd you say? Oh, who's this Ezra person, by the way?
Oh, they were on the line because we had a series of callers that were upset about trans rights, and Ezra is one of the people I like to have come up to discuss trans rights. So they've just kind of been sitting by in case that topic contaminated further calls. But once again, do you think it's chill or not that the federal government is stopping non-white people?
Yeah, it's probably warranted.
I think that the problem is that it is specifically unwarranted. Do you think that a person's skin color is enough to warrant an investigation of them for a crime?
No.
Okay, so let's rewind to a second ago when you said that it was warranted. Cope chuckle.
I don't know.
I think you do know. I think you know that you want that, and that you know it's also completely unjustifiable and racist. And that's why we're sitting in this awkward stew right now.
Well,
yeah. Uncomfortable, isn't it?
The left hates.
Sorry, my question was, it's uncomfortable, isn't it?
No.
Why isn't it uncomfortable to sit in this stew where you're being really inconsistent about whether or not it's okay to detain people based on their skin color or the accent with which they speak English? You said that warrants a stop. And then I said that a person's skin color should warrant an investigation for a crime, and you said it doesn't. And I pointed out that that's inconsistent. Those two beliefs are completely in conflict with each other. I'm trying to understand that about you, and it sounds to me like you're trying to run away to these other questions. But I'm not letting you, which is why it's uncomfortable.
Well, Biden and Harris let in.
See, we're still talking about this inconsistency that exists within you, where a moment ago you said it was unwarranted, like it didn't give warrant to investigate somebody for a crime just the color of their skin, but you're sitting here defending that the Supreme Court has allowed ICE to detain people based solely on the color of their skin or the accent with which they speak English. So which is it? You can only have one. Those are mutually.
Because there's so many illegals in here. We need to get them out.
Okay, so because what I was gonna say is that like I can accept at least the logical consistency of you believing one of those things. So you do think that a person's skin color is enough to warrant them being investigated for a crime?
Yes, fine, whatever.
I'd like for you to take the floor and take all the time you need to try to convince me and my audience that that's not a racist position to have.
Because Harris and Biden let in so many illegals from Mexico and where else were they coming from? Venezuela, for example.
Okay, so the solution is racism?
Well, the left is racist to white people.
Sorry, we're still talking about you and me, and I don't really hate white people. So we can talk about you and me. We're the people who are here. Your solution to what you just laid out is racism. I just gave you the floor, said convince my audience that you thinking that the federal government can stop people based on the color of skin. Actually, as a matter of fact, they can. The Supreme Court ruled on it. I don't think that's okay. I don't think that's morally permissible. I think that's really unfair to people who don't have white skin. You seem to think it's okay, and I gave you the floor to give me the reason why that doesn't make you an obvious racist, and you just started spewing a bunch of shit about how Biden and Harris let a bunch of illegal immigrants in, which doesn't even really make sense to me, because there's some really obvious reasons why there was a huge spike in illegal immigration in the second half of Biden's term, and we could talk about that after you explain to me how a person who thinks that law enforcement officers can detain somebody based solely on the color of their skin, if you can explain to me how that's not a racist position to hold, how it's not anybody but a racist who would have a problem with that, that's just not adding up to me personally. I don't think it's chat. Let me know just yes or no. Give me a yes or no in the chat if that's adding up for you as not racist. If it makes sense, then we can move on. But if people generally are also as confused as I am and think that that's racist, we'll see a lot of no's in the chat. And then that tells me that we probably need to stay on this topic a little bit longer.
Well, I came in to expose the left being racist towards white people, and you tried to pivot to immigration.
Well,
So
I mean,
that
if
was
you're
a
going to try to
pivot.
expose me being racist towards white people, you could try to like offer a way in which I'm racist against white people. But I'm still just completely not understanding how you're not just being racist towards not white people by thinking it's morally permissible that the federal government can detain them based on nothing but their skin color.
You're right. Well, you support. It's hilarious.
Kimikaze, you're like kind of a little friend of the show, but I am going. Oh, you got muted already by one of the mods. Yeah, voter fraud, Kimikaze. Don't commit voter fraud in the chat. I see he said he's not racist like a million times, but everybody else said that he is. Anyway, sorry. What were you saying, caller?
I think it's funny that you're a white person who supports the left, and the left wants to do anything to take down white people.
You're muffled. Is there like, did you move your phone or something?
I just think it's funny you're a white guy who supports the left, and the left wants to do anything to take down white people, and that's what you support.
There are some particular white people I want to take down. Definitely take out of power for sure. I think that a lot of those white people are racist. I think that they contribute to a problem with white supremacy that we have in the country right now. Like I think racism from white people is a problem right now. But I don't think that a person just because they were born white deserves any ire from the left. And I actually think for myself personally, and maybe you don't know me very well, I think among people in my neighborhood on the political spectrum, I'm far more compassionate with people who've been grown up and participated in maybe the patriarchy or the white supremacist history of this country and some of the institutionalized racism problems that we have. I'm really like kind with people who maybe didn't have a choice to end up pretty biased or misguided about this stuff. And I try to just talk about it reasonably. I really don't think that people should be blamed for their skin color, though. And I really don't think that people should be detained based on their skin color. But you do. And you're calling me the racist. That makes very little sense to me. Oh, he ran. How adorable. Can we get some baby bottles in the chat? If you like the way I handle these conversations, you can go to the link tree in the bio and support the show for free by following me on all the other platforms. If you're watching live on TikTok right now, right below Ezra, you'll see Oskar Quentin 2. You should be following on there in case I get banned on the main account. That is important. And I'd also like to check in with how many YouTube followers I have because I'm coming up on 10K and I am excited about it. Got 9,211. Over 9,000. Very exciting. I doubt there's 800 people watching who aren't following me on YouTube, but if you are one of the people who aren't following me on YouTube, you should change that because it doesn't cost you a dime, and it does help out if you follow in places like that or on Instagram where the followers are growing really fast. Almost at 100K on Facebook. Very, very exciting, the growth, and doesn't cost you anything to contribute, so I really appreciate that. But if you do want to contribute in a way that does cost something, you can send money to my Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon. Buy Me a Coffee's international if those other pay methods don't work for you. Jamie did that. He sent me $10 on, he or she sent me $10 on Venmo to say, just made a matching $10 donation to queer and trans youth supporting organization Reclaim in Minnesota on behalf of transphobe Justin on Oscar's TikTok stream. Thanks for doing that. That's fucking cool.
Aw, thank you.
Yeah, appreciate that very much. And then over on YouTube Super Chat, Lover of Life sent $2 to say, why can't, this is why we can't have progress because they don't listen. Yeah, I mean, that guy, like, I feel like I was given a perfectly good chance to tell us why he's not racist or, like, how what his position isn't an obviously racist one. I feel like he didn't give half a shit to convince anybody of that because he knows he's racist and doesn't really care. Anyway, thanks for the support, everybody. Ezra, do you want to stay up?
I'm more than happy to. I wanted to point out that I've been nominated for Senator of Discord.
Senator of what?
Of Discord.
Discord?
Yeah.
On my Discord or where?
The chat on your Discord is nominating me as Senator of Discord as representative on your live.
Oh.
Beautiful.
Sick.
I can get behind
So
that.
we have another political contender on the live today.
Okay, good. Yeah. Well, we've got a stacked house today. We got the future mayor of Minnesota sitting in the producer's chair.
Nobody had said it yet.
Made it an hour and a half into the show. Yeah, if you're the Discord representative, I know there's a huge to-do list of stuff for you to complain to me about, but maybe we can get to that after some calls. I see some friendlies, and I see Justin's back, but he's slurring man today, so we're going to talk to Sparkle Bear Heart, which sounds like probably a friendly username. Well, you shall see. The emoji usernames are usually friendlies, I find.
They dropped. They must have been an accident.
Oh, yeah. We got No Brain, Just Aim. Somalians took over Minnesota. I would say it was your dad who had no brain when he had no aim and created you. And I'd love to see you in the queue so we could discuss your claims about Somalis taking over Minnesota. That'd be an interesting topic. Alpha. I think maybe as a friendly. I think I know that name from the chat. Did you mean to join?
I'm sorry, I did not.
No worries. But we've got Iowa golfer Justin Howard and Kimikaze. Jessie, what do you think?
Dad, I'm tired. What?
Let's touch base with Kimikaze. Let's just say hello.
Yo, what's up with it?
What's good today? Kimikaze, you were saying in the chat that he's not racist. Can you apologize for committing voter fraud in my chat? That's important to me.
Committing what? Voter fraud? About what?
Yeah, because we voted.
Sorry, I'm in Walmart. I can like halfly hear everything.
We voted on whether or not the previous caller was racist, and best I can tell, everybody voted once, and you voted like 10 times. That's cheating, Kimikaze.
Yeah, I think he was right. I think he wasn't racist.
Right, but does that mean that you should commit voter fraud?
Dude, stop saying those 2 words consecutively.
How is that voter fraud, though?
How many votes is each person supposed to get, Kimikaze? Who is 18, by the way? He's a regular caller.
The people were spamming too, by the way, though. Like,
okay, well, and if anybody, and if maybe you could so vigilantly look out for multiple votes in the chat that you could alert me to the people on my team who are voting multiple times in a way that's not allowable. But why do you think it's okay for you to vote more than once?
Because I'm him. I'm literally him. That's straight up. Like,
you're him? Who's him? God?
Oh, like, I'm just like, I just have a lot of aura, so I can pretty much do what I want. It's a TikTok live. I can vote as many times as I want.
Yeah, but like, I know that you kind of. Let me just ask you this: what's your opinion of me, Kimikaze? Do you think I'm a good or a bad person?
I think you're a good guy. You just have like different beliefs than I have.
Do you respect the show? Do you respect my platform?
Yeah, why do you think I come up here? Of course I do.
Well, no, but you're not acting like you do, because you're sitting here talking to me right now, and I'm telling you how much I don't appreciate people voting multiple times when I do a poll in the chat. I consider it voter fraud. I think that that's unfair to do. And I've told you that before. We've run into this problem before. You've seen me do the bit before. Why are you so disrespecting the platform if you respect me in that way?
Not really. I mean, they didn't really. I just wanted you to see my comments, so I spammed it.
But
and I wanted the guests to see it.
But I'm telling you now,
right.
I'm telling you now that I don't appreciate it. So I can forgive that you hadn't figured out that was probably not cool to do in a poll. But like going forward, can you fucking stop that? It's voter fraud.
Yeah, I got you. I won't do it again.
Okay. I think that's the best we're going to get out of Kimikaze today. Thank you for your time. We're going to call that a win for him because he said he won't do it again. We'll see.
You kicked him, dude? That's literally him.
What do you mean?
He's him.
I kicked him. The one and only. Nurse Elliot sent a buck to say, as the mayor of the gutter, I'd like to give Ezra my official endorsement as Discord senator. I don't know. If we establish a government on the Discord, I might say we need to abolish the Senate just to piss off my opposition. Can we establish a Senate on the Discord and then abolish it?
I do like that. Oskar loves messing with the political hierarchy of his own Discord.
It's getting quite complicated. The first council meeting will be soon, I promise. Edward is our next caller, and we're gonna see if we're gonna have a productive conversation. I don't feel like we have had a productive conversation today. How old are you? Edward. Hello. Hello.
Hey, I don't think I meant to join. I'm 58.
No worries, no worries. If you do mean to join, you can get back in. See, we're back to regulars. We got TV by. See, he ran. Oh, he's back. He's back. I don't know. Justin Howard's back though. I want to see if he's calmed down.
I can answer that for you. He hasn't.
Let's check. Let's find out. Let's check if Justin has calmed down.
What you doing, bro? You kicked me and said I ran. I didn't ran. You kicked me. So any other lie you want to say, bro? Well, you sound like Biden lying.
So what we do is we call it a slur and run, where if you say a slur, I have to kick you.
Oh my God, because I said the N-word. Oh my God, get over it.
I'm willing.
Do you not listen to rap? Do you not listen to Tupac?
No, it's not
Every
me
other
though.
Word's the N-word in that. Come on,
It's not my decision. I would platform you using the slurs, unfortunately, because I platform monsters, but it's just a TikTok rule. I have to kick you.
No, it ain't, bro. You know how many people I've seen and watched that play the N-word all the time?
Yeah, the algorithms are a little different for everybody. Like, it's hard to say exactly what the rules are.
No, it's because TikTok is for you Dems. That's why.
If I was running, why did I let you back up?
You were running, bro.
But right now, you're back on the show.
So does the N-word offend you? Are you scared of someone saying the N-word?
I mean, it offends me on behalf of other people. It doesn't offend me.
How does the N-word offend you, bro?
Because I care about other people. And it's so offensive to so many people. Oh my God,
you don't even know what the N-word stands for, my guy. Go look it up.
I think I know what the N-word stands for.
No, it doesn't, bro.
I actually think of all the ways that the N-word has been used on my show, the way that you used it was not actually all that problematic. You used it as a tag at the end of a sentence in the way that many people do growing up in places where that's normal. But you're being a real asshole about it, which means I'm going to take that point away and say that it was really shitty, and I am offended on behalf of some other people. Doesn't personally hurt my feelings.
You damn are offended about anything, my guy. Oh my fucking God, you guys are offended.
Do you have camera privileges?
I go around a corner and piss on someone's house or in the corner, and you guys get mad.
Justin, there's one way that will prove to my audience.
My camera on, my guy, nah.
Why not?
I don't turn my camera on for nobody, bro.
Well, I was gonna say that it's one way you can show my audience that you're not a total bitch, but if you're not interested, we can move on.
Call me a bitch. I don't give a fuck. You're a bigger bitch.
I've got my camera on.
You're the one that's afraid of the N-word, my guy.
I'm not afraid of that. I'm afraid of my show getting deplatformed for you using it. So I have to abide by that rule. But I'm not personally bothered that much by somebody like yourself using that word.
You're scared of the N-word, bro. You're scared. Don't come to Cali.
Why are you scared?
That's all you're gonna hear out here, bro.
Why are you scared to? I grew up in New York, buddy. Now, why are you afraid to turn your camera on?
Sure.
Why are you afraid to turn your camera on?
Because I don't like being on camera, my guy. This ain't no candid camera bullshit, my guy.
Yeah, I mean, so why? But why is that the case about you? Why are you such a coward?
I ain't a coward. I just don't like being on camera. I don't take pictures of my fiance enough either.
I didn't ask about your fiance. Tell her that I'm very sorry that she has to spend so much time with you. But I am very curious why you don't want to turn on your camera.
God, dude. You're fucking elementary. No wonder you're not a teacher anymore. Shit, I'd fire your ass too.
I resign.
I talk to the kids' parents.
But again, just what's the reason you're so afraid of turning on your camera?
I don't like being on camera, dude. How many times I gotta tell you, my guy?
Yeah, but do you like being considered a coward by the internet? Or do you like how cowardly you look?
Dude, unlike you, I don't give a fuck what the internet thinks about me.
I don't know. You're getting on here and you're telling me, a person on the internet, what you think about me and what's going to happen if I go to California. Apparently your buddies are going to do something about it. You didn't really want to clarify what.
They're not my buddies, bro. I just know them, all right?
I think it's just cowardly of you to get up here and not turn on your camera.
It's cowardly for you to talk shit to people when they're not even on.
Right, but you could turn your camera on. You and I could look at each other face to face and we could talk some shit.
Bro, I'm good.
Why?
My motherfucking dude. I told you I don't like being on camera.
Why
that
not?
Ain't good for you?
Why?
No, I don't like being on a motherfucking camera, bro.
Yeah, but that's circular. Why?
Do I gotta write it out for you?
You just need to give me a better answer than that.
Better answer than what? I don't like being on camera?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand why you're so afraid of being on camera.
Oh my God, dude. Dude, I swear to God, you're like fucking... You're incompetent at this point, my guy.
I don't know. Chat thinks I'm pretty competent at handling people like you, and the chat's very curious why you're so afraid of turning on your camera.
I'm not afraid to turn on my camera. I just don't like being on camera, my guy.
Wait. I have a way that you can show me that you're not afraid to turn on your camera. Are you curious what it is?
What, you gonna kick me and say I ran?
No. There's a way that you can show me you're not afraid. It's very easy.
Yeah, it's you wanting to put my camera on, and I ain't gonna do it, nigga.
Oh, he said it again. Another kind of slurring run. He pulled a little eject cord. He didn't like that. Anyway, let's talk to some of these new usernames who showed up. Thanks for everybody who just dropped by. If you're new here, follow me over on TikTok. I know there's lots of new people watching this who aren't following me. Got 86 new follows for this stream. That should be more than 100 in a moment here. It shows me in the chat when people follow me. There we go. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, CXHS. Thank you, Crater. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, oh, look at that. We got lots of people. We got May following me, Hyper's following me, Stacy's following me. Look at that. Right over 100.
Thank you, Emma, for the raid. I saw that while you were talking.
Oh, did Emma give me a raid? Thank you. How lovely. All right, cool. Thanks everybody for the follows. We got a big old full queue. Let's see what Subconscious Art has to say. I want to talk to some new callers today. See if we can get some new talking points on the show. How old are you? Yeah, hello. How old are you?
18.
You got a driver's license?
No, I don't drive. The fuck? I just walk everywhere. It's easier.
You can go to college?
Nope. I work at Zoomies.
Ezra, what do you think?
I'm pretty hesitant.
Subconscious, what year
How
did
much
you
do you make?
graduate?
How much do I make? I make like 21, 23 an hour.
20.
I don't.
Nah,
Yeah, you
believe
should.
that at
Yeah,
the
okay.
Zoomies.
That's the thing. It's like when we ask these questions, it's like kids don't know how adults answer questions because a kid doesn't understand that you would know exactly whether it's 21 or 23 if you were an 18-year-old in 2026.
I also don't think anyone at 18 years old is making that much working at Zoomies because typically, younger people are.
What is
paid.
Zoomies? I'm not familiar with that chain.
Oh, it's like a skateboard shop. Clothes.
Unless they're hyper progressive, they probably
It's like
wouldn't.
shoes, clothes, yeah.
Oh yeah, sure.
Also, I know I told you to turn the AC off. Can you turn it back on?
Sure.
It was a fan blowing directly at my neck.
You
I'm sorry.
you can turn the fan.
I
yeah.
did.
Oh, now it's pointing directly at my neck.
Yeah,
that's
I
why.
wanted you to suffer.
That's why it's windy now over here. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk to leftist D&D DM. I wonder if this is a friendly leftist or an oppositional leftist. There are both varieties. Thank you, NES Josh, for your month of membership over on YouTube. He used his monthly member message to say, whoa, didn't know I had one of these. W Senator Ezra and W Mayor Jessie. Gotta love that Discord federal government we're running. Yes. Johnny sent me a buck on Venmo to say, Justin doesn't like being on cam for the same reason he doesn't own any mirrors. Burn. He could maybe try to quell those concerns about him, but nope, he chooses not to. Leftist D&D DM isn't here, so we're going to talk to, gotta hover that disconnect button. We got a blank account, user with a jumble of letters. Hello.
Hey, what's up, man?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
You got a driver's license?
Yes, sir, I do.
If a sign is a white triangle with a red border, what type of sign is it?
I have no idea, man. I can't lie.
Then you don't have a driver's license, or you shouldn't have a driver's license. I'm gonna talk to Crater. Crater, I feel like just followed. Maybe they were doing that even though they're not a friendly. Hello, how old are you?
I'm friendly. What's up?
Oh, not looking for friendlies right now. We're halfway through the show, looking for some more debates with some new people. Justin Howard is back in the queue. I don't think I'm going to give him his third slur and run of the day. Quisia, I don't know. 789 is our next caller. Are we going to get a meaningful debate? How old are you?
15, sir.
No, got to be 18 on TikTok Live. I did hear him correctly. That was 15, right, Jesse? Do you think so? That's Ezra. Did you hear 15?
I heard the word cancer.
Yeah, it was too muffled for me.
I thought I heard 15. He can get back in if that's wrong. We're gonna talk to Charlie. Chat heard 15. Hello, how old are you?
Hey, I'm 30.
Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I just have a thing to say about the whole no camera thing.
Really quick.
I'm kind of in favor of people not putting their cameras on, regardless of how nice somebody's community is, solely based on the fact that like there are bad people in communities that will try to dox people just based off their face.
I hear you. Sorry for disconnecting. I just want to let you get that out and respond to it and move on. I don't support doxing. I don't want people to find these people's real names. I don't want people to even find what state they live in. I don't want people to find where they work. Unless they commit a fucking crime on the show, which happens sometimes, then send that to me privately, because even in that case, I still don't want it publicly doxed. If somebody, when we get people doxed who commit crimes on the show or admit to crimes on the show, I just forward their information to the authorities. There's like a pipeline for me to do that these days, which is nice. I'm not in favor of doxing. The reason I think that like the camera thing, if I didn't have a problem with trolls wasting time on the show, I probably wouldn't do it. But I think that the real reason I'm okay with people putting their face out there with their beliefs is because it's not doxing for your face to be out there. What it does is it means that there will always be this evidence floating around where if somebody knows you, they can find it and associate it with you. And if you don't want to walk through life without your political beliefs being associated with who you are by the people who know you personally, I probably shouldn't be interested in hearing your political beliefs. And they probably aren't what you actually believe. You're probably just a troll, like messing with people on the internet for fun, which is fucked up and maybe worth giving attention on the show, which is what we do. We interrogate these people who won't turn on their cameras. But in general, that's why I don't ask everybody to turn on their camera, because I do see that a lot of people have good reason to want privacy when it comes to this stuff. Maybe they're in a community where, like, I have a lot of Trump supporters where, like, they don't want to show their face because their local community would oust them if they had doubts about Trump, and that's valid. It's just, for me, I navigate it kind of by the seat of my pants as a defense mechanism against trolling. It's not really out of some principled need for people to turn their cameras on or off. And I only started doing it when trolls became a real problem and were interfering with the show. Like Dean Withers did a similar thing, and It was kind of just happening to the debate community more than just my show. So we ride the wave, and right now we're doing some camera ons to deter the bigots from wasting time on the show. But I do recognize there's probably some meaningful conversations that get deterred by people worrying about their camera being turned on. Though by the time I ask you to turn your camera on, you've already made my shit list, so I kind of don't give a shit in those cases. Distorted dorm room. I'm going to see what type of substances they took to get that room distorted. Hello, how old are you?
Kirky.
I'm going to talk to MAGA 102. Sounds like a radio station. This is MAGA 102 FM. How old are you?
Hello, brethren. Welcome to Agathia.
Welcome to what?
Agathia. How you doing, bro?
That's not the fastest disconnect button. That's over here.
My bad.
What was he saying? What was it?
That sounds like some Aryan BS.
Yeah, I gotta fill you in on some lore. You're not deep internet, and it's a horrific dog whistle. I'll fill you in later.
Cool. The more I know. We're gonna talk to Willow. We're gonna see if Willow starts with horrible dog whistles.
I don't support Trump. But I would like to say something of why you shouldn't support Trump. I just turned 18.
I'm sorry. I don't believe you. I appreciate it. If you want to get it read, you can send me a message.
But he pronounced the dog whistle wrong, but like his profile picture and everything was correct. So the chat did correct him. Let's go ahead and stop saying it in chat.
Yep. Yeah, we heard it. I'll
Are you
get
gonna
it.
let me debate now?
I'd love to. How old are you?
You know who I am.
Dude, it's so hilarious that there's so many people like you who think you occupy that much space in my mind.
You.
I don't know who you are.
I'll actually debate you.
How old are you?
15.
Okay, but that's dude, it's like it's just not up to me. Like you put the show at risk. Like you're just not old enough. I'm sorry. You can go have these conversations with your friends. I think it's difficult for people your age to engage because it's just not appropriate for you to engage on this type of platform. Watch the live. I'm glad you're watching. Can't do it. Not allowed. Just because he's the only person in the queue, I'm going to punish everybody. But we're gonna check. We're gonna check in with Justin. We're gonna see if he calmed down.
Why you always gotta talk shit about people, bro?
Because look, if somebody wants to bring me a real Trump supporter who actually thinks that he's like good for American families or something, I'll have a fucking serious conversation about that. But there's nobody here who's gonna have a serious conversation with me, including you. So here we are. What? Let me ask you, Justin. Let me just ask. Can I just ask you a couple questions about you, Justin? Why are you always yelling?
Because I can. I'm a loud motherfucker, bro.
Yeah, but why do you choose to yell? Why is that better than not yelling?
I don't know. Because I come from a military background. And? You got a problem with it?
I don't know, man. My girlfriend's a veteran. She comes from a military background. She doesn't do any yelling.
Okay, yeah. I'm sure she doesn't.
Yeah, Raven, you know Raven. Raven's a veteran. Raven doesn't yell. I yell more than both of those people.
I'm just a loud person then, motherfucker. Get used to it. I'm a loud person.
I'm perfectly used to it. Like, I've talked to you plenty, dude. I just don't understand why you just yell about everything. Why you yell over me, why it's so hard to talk to you.
I'm just loud.
Yeah, but do you think that you advocate well for your own beliefs? Do you think that you're going to convince people to think like you?
Hey, if I don't give a fuck. They have their own mind, bro.
Then why do you call in?
Because I like fucking pissing you off, my guy.
Dude, I don't really think you're all that capable of pissing me off, though.
I am, dude. Look how mad you are when you get me. You're like, oh my god, here's Justin.
I don't know, man. You've helped pump the viewership. You've made me some donations, but other than that,
good,
like it's just.
I should expect half of my cut.
Why? Why would you expect that?
Because I'm happy to get fucking people watching you, my guy.
Yeah, but that's not. Those aren't the terms that you signed up for when you downloaded the app. I get all the money.
Oh shit, bro! But you got yours. In fact,
falling. If people,
falling, bro.
My what?
Yo, shit's falling. Look, you had like 900. Now you only got like 830 something.
I mean, I don't know, dude. What do we got? 1,300 watching right now. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good stream. Got 843 on TikTok. We got 511 on YouTube.
Why do you hate Trump so bad? Like, what did Trump do to you?
He sent federal agents into my city. They fucked up my city.
And
they killed some people.
California got the same thing, dude.
Yeah. I really
all
just...
you have to do is comply. If I'm telling you right now, if I walked outside and an officer saw me and said, hey, get on the sidewalk. I need to talk to you. You think I'm gonna run away?
Comply
you think
or
I'm gonna run away?
comply or die?
What's up,
Is that what you're gonna preach on my show today? Comply or die?
It's not dying, dude. If you comply, you have more chance of being let free.
Right. So people should just let the law officer, you know, kneel on your neck, lick that boot.
There are some bad cops out there, but if you comply with them, more than likely they're gonna let you go, because it's just they can mistake you for somebody else, bro. But these people that don't want to comply or run, then fuck yeah, you deserve everything coming at you.
So you like this flag? This is your version of the flag?
No, that's something you nope. I like the one that says "Real defend." This will defend. That's the one I like, bro.
Okay, hold on. Let me try hard. Let me try to find a different one.
Go ahead. You damns get fucking everything sent to you, but no, I like the "This will defend."
Hold on. Let's see if we can find the one. This is actually the one that I really like.
Oh, I quite like that one.
Yeah. Jessie pulled up the first one, but I personally prefer this one.
And for someone that's in the military and they're going against the president, that's fucked up.
We're not in the military.
Yeah. Raven and my girlfriend are both veterans, not active duty.
It still doesn't matter. You still shouldn't talk about the president like that.
Yeah, but the president's also a bitch, so I'm gonna. The First Amendment says I can.
Can we get this flag up?
Yeah, whatever.
What?
Can we get this flag up in my house?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We'll get one ordered.
Nah, dude, no. You guys.
I feel like we got Justin tuckered out. He's not shouting as much as he was earlier. So just like with little kids, you got to get him a little tuckered out, and then maybe you can have a calmer conversation. So
what
Justin,
the fuck, bro? You want me to get loud, bro? I'll get fucking loud again.
I actually want to have a conversation with you, Justin. I want to ask some questions about you.
What do you want to know about me?
I probably have played this game with you before, but let's play a little game. Who's your least favorite politician?
All the Democrats, bro.
Pick one.
Mamdani.
What branch of the government does Mamdani work at?
He works somewhere in New York, and yeah, I can't wait till they fucking.
There are 3 branches of the government. Which one of them does Mamdani work at?
I don't give a fuck, bro.
Why don't you care what his job is?
You ain't gonna go to Dean and Parker's stupid ass fucking. Well, how many traditional branches are there in the fucking government? Man, fuck that shit.
Well, I assume that people have memorized from Dean and Parker what the 3 branches are. I'm gonna actually not assume that you're one such person, so I'll just ask you, what are the 3 branches of the government?
Dude, I've been in school so long ago, bro.
Yeah, no, but you're very upset about politics, so I'd like to know, what are those 3 branches of the government? How does it work?
I don't know. I told you, it's been a while since I've been in school, bro.
Do you think that a person who votes should know what the 3 branches of the government are?
I don't give a fuck, bro. They could vote when they want.
No, I'm asking if you think a person
is... It's your privilege. It's your right to vote.
Do you think that...
Unlike Biden did in 2020 and won.
Do you think that...
Yes,
do you think that it's important that...
Mayor Bass is committing fraud right now, too, my guy.
Do you think that it's important for somebody voting to understand how the government works?
No, because I don't give a fuck how it works. I just vote for the good one.
How do you know who the good ones are if you don't know how the government works?
Trump was good in his first term. He's good this one. I hope J.D. Vance wins.
No, but how can you tell? How can you tell if they're doing a good job if you don't understand how the government works?
Trump is doing a good job, bro.
Actually, it's funny. Raven, my veteran staff member.
Go to Raven, okay.
Well,
what Raven?
Well, they just had their monthly member message because they are a member because they mod over on YouTube. They said Trump can gargle my transgender balls. Thank you for that, Raven. I appreciate you.
I giggle.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm just saying, you go into my niece's bathroom or anything like that, you ain't coming out the way you went in, bro.
Oh,
straight up.
Hold on. Are you saying that you would assault Raven for using the bathroom?
If she is born a male and she feels like she wants to go in the girl's restroom, you best damn well know I'm gonna whoop that ass. I don't give a fuck.
So you would assault Raven for using the women's room?
Yeah, because she's a male.
You think
she belongs in a male restroom. I don't give a fuck.
Ezra, you want to take this one?
Sure, I'd love to. So if you, following the same logic, do you think that people that have vaginas or anything similar to that. I'm including intersex people as well.
There's no
Do you think that
intersex
they
people.
should-
The fuck?
Okay.
That's where you guys are
Let's
fucking
kind of
ahead with
skirt
this
over that.
bullshit.
Justin,
That's where you guys are fucking ahead with this
if
bullshit.
somebody has a
Fuck that.
vagina, do they always have to use the women's room?
Yes. If you have a vagina,
So
you have
if
to use
somebody
the women's
walks
room.
into the women's room with a full beard, all muscled up,
I'm fucking them up.
6'2",
I'm whooping that ass.
Why are you in the women's bathroom to whip them in the first place?
I never said I was in the women's restroom. I said
You were
if
talking
they go
about
and
the
then they
women's
come out, I'm whooping that ass.
All right.
Maybe you gotta get a
Justin.
Q-tip and clean your ears from all that.
Which bathroom should this person use?
Well, he's looking as a guy, so I'm assuming the men's restroom.
Okay, so if you saw him walk into the men's restroom, you'd be okay with that.
Yeah.
Okay, this person does have a vagina. This is Buck Angel for people who want to check that.
All right, then, No, I'm just saying. If they... You guys like to manipulate so fucking bad, I swear to God. It's fucking amazing how you guys fucking like to manipulate shit.
But just to be clear, you want this person to be using the women's room.
If they're born, from the time they're born, if they're a woman, yes, they use a women's restroom.
So you want this?
But I don't.
So do you want
that's
this
the problem-
person?
That's a.
You want
that's
this
the problem
person?
With these fucking transgenders.
You want this?
That's a problem
you want-
I have with these goddamn transgenders.
You
They're
want?
fucked up. They don't know what they want to be from day to day.
So you
One
want-
day they'll wake up and be like, "Oh, let me put my strap on so I have a dick today.
But to be clear,
Oh, let me take it out tomorrow.
you
so I have a
want
vagina."
to be clear, you want this person to be using the women's room. It's funny. You are capable of being quiet, it would seem.
Yeah, I see you laughing behind the camera.
It's very funny how difficult a time you're having with this.
No,
So just
it's
to be
funny
clear,
because you're a fucking manipulator.
you want this person to be using the women's room.
Nowadays, dude, I swear to God, these transgender fuck shit
No,
up so bad.
just say it clearly for the rest of the class. Say it louder for the people sitting in the back. You want this person to be using the women's room.
What the fuck you talking about, my guy? Like,
which bathroom should this person use?
What gender are they? What were they born with? A dick, or were they born with a fucking pussy?
Wait, hold on. What if you don't know when you see somebody walking into the bathroom? How should you handle that? If you saw this person walking into the men's room, would you question their genitalia? Would you want to have a look?
No, because I'm not.
You
gay or
can.
shit like
You
that,
can
bro.
go check. This person has nudes up. If
Dude,
you want to go,
what?
you can
See,
go
you
find out for yourself. They're very, very open about what their body looks like.
Off of fucking incest and fucking gay shit.
I'm sorry. I don't think it is gay based on your definitions, because you would define Buck
Dude,
Angel
so
here.
you think I go into a men's restroom and look at guys talk? I don't do that.
I'm just
shit, bro.
trying to
I'm not
understand.
gay.
You really
What
want?
the fuck are you talking
You
about?
really want Buck Angel here to use the women's room, and I'm trying to understand why.
Why would you want him to use a men's restroom?
Look at him. Like, honestly, that's my answer. Like, that might not even be the
You're a
most
fucking
woke
idiot,
answer.
bro.
That might not even be the most woke answer. Maybe Ezra has a more woke answer than that. But my answer to why this person should use the men's room is fucking look at them, dude. Also because they want to, but like, Ezra, you got anything on that?
No. You guys are fucking idiots, my guy. You guys are the problem. The left is the problem with fucking
do you?
trans
Well, okay, so
shit.
this is according to your definitions, Justin. We're looking at a picture of a woman, right?
Dude, you say he's a woman. I don't know what the fuck they are nowadays, bro.
I'm not like joshing
They
you.
make themselves look.
I'm
like
not-
a fucking
I'm not
woman and they
joking.
fucking apparently they're good at it.
This person has a vagina. This is a female person that you're looking at a picture of. So you would call this a woman, right? You would call Buck Angel here a woman, right?
I don't know. Can you see the camel toe through his pants?
Why
Can
does
you see the camel toe through their pants?
Why-
If you can, then go to
why
the
does
fucking
that
women's restroom.
why does that matter? What does that have to do with anything, buddy? Like, what the fuck? Like, you can't see my bulge right now. Doesn't mean you doubt my manliness. The question is,
Dude, I think you ain't a man, bro.
do you believe me when I tell you that this person has a vagina? You can go find proof. There are photographs of it.
I don't know. He could.
He does. He really does. I promise you. I've seen it.
Why the fuck you checking out other guys then, bro?
I'm just saying, I've come across a picture of this person before. But once again,
that's not some gay shit, my
I'm
guy.
sorry. Are they or are they not a woman?
You're the one,
because if you think it's gay that I've seen this person's vagina, that's very affirming of their gender as a man.
Why are you checking people out, bro? Like,
do you think? Okay, here. Let's say that I found Buck Angel here very attractive. Would that be gay of me?
I mean, if you like dudes, then you like dudes, you know?
Right. I would say that, yeah, if I found Buck Angel attractive, if I found this person right here attractive, that I would say it's fair to say that's me finding a dude attractive. Do you think that would be gay for me if I found Buck Angel here attractive?
You said he's a dude, so yeah, that's gay.
Right. So you acknowledge that this is a man.
He looks like a man.
Sounds like a man. Talks like a man. Could kick either of our asses like a man, maybe, if that's the type of misogynistic thing you need to grab onto. But he does have a vagina.
Well, see, you guys get off on this.
So I'm thinking here. If you think it's gay for me to be attracted to Buck Angel,
why you put your hands like that, my guy? Like,
it's entertaining.
Like, are you gay? Like.
It's just good framing for my program. Look, I'm holding a picture of Buck Angel for everybody to see what this man looks like. Yeah.
My guy, like seriously, my
guy. So you think it's gay for me to like Buck Angel here?
I mean, like, dude looks like a dude, my guy.
Right. So you affirm that his gender should be considered a man. This is a man we're looking at.
Yeah.
Okay. So why do you feel so differently about trans women?
Because they want to be men bad, bro.
But, well, no, this is a trans man who is female. And you recognize that it would be pretty gay to be attracted to Buck Angel, which I think is reasonably fair to say, personally, in terms of how I define gayness. I don't personally worry about whether or not anything that I do in my life is or isn't gay. It's not really what I consider. I can look backwards at the things I've done and wonder if they were gay, but...
Everything you do is probably gay, bro.
I don't know, man. Like, is it gay when I have sex with a woman?
You probably don't have a woman, bro.
I mean, you can just assert that, but, like... Are the times I've had sex with a woman gay?
You probably never had sex with a woman, bro. You probably don't even let the girl finish, my guy. And that's pretty sad if you don't.
Yeah, I would agree. I'm not selfish like that, are you?
What the fuck?
You're the one who brought up whether or not I let my girlfriend finish, dude.
It's not selfish, bro. Like, if you get out before she does, and, you know, maybe she has a problem, dude.
Yeah, I think it's important to try to, under most circumstances, to try to let the woman go first. That tends to work out better most of the time. But you know, you can communicate that sort of thing. I know that from experience.
Sure you do.
Mm-hmm. Why are we talking about this?
You brought it up, not me.
Well, I was just asking if you said that everything I do is gay, and I just said, is it gay when I have sex with a woman? That's not very gay. What, can you turn off whatever that background noise is? We got a pretty full queue. I think we're gonna move on. Keep her kick
move
chat.
On. I don't give a fuck, my guy. Go ahead and move on. I don't give a fuck.
Keep her kick chat.
They're gonna say kick just for your ass.
I know. It's just good for engagement if I do a poll before you leave.
A poll?
Yeah. I'm gonna see if there's any voter fraud.
Don't touch grass, my guy. Voter fraud. Shh.
Goodbye, Justin.
Must be.
What a day we're having, Ezra. Thanks for tolerating all this. I will thank a few people before we move on to the next caller, but the queue tends to get pretty full when Justin's up there because I think people want to get him off the air. But yeah, I will admit it's not productive to talk to him at all. It's just pure entertainment. It's just having fun with this bigoted asshole who says he's gonna. I might be a little kinder to him for being so inept if it weren't for the fact that he's like making thinly veiled threats about like harming me if I come to California. So yeah, I told him when I'll be in California, and if he wants to send some people to be a representation for him because he's a little pussy, then sure, they'll see the type of person I am. Come fucking talk to me in Sacramento. We'll go find an abortion clinic to go bother the protesters outside of or something like that. David sent $5 to say Mr. Hard in the streets, literally asking to the boot to tread harder on him. Yup. Thank you for the $5, David. And thank you again for a different $5, David. He said, can anyone tell me when they added New York branch to the government? Yeah, I did ask him which branch of the government Mamdani works at, and he said the New York branch. Noah, thank you for the $2. Noah said, when will you be debating Jesus and whatnot? He needs an Oscar-style beatdown after he had a 5-year-old. After he said a 5-year-old should give birth on Dean's stream. I did hear about that. I haven't reviewed all of his time on Dean's stream, but I'm ready any fucking time. I'll talk to that ass clown. He's not serious. Emily, thank you for your $25. She sends $25 like every day. Let's get some W's in the chat for Emily. For letting her finish first and making me giggle with the picture game. Somebody enjoyed the bit. Anyway. We got new members over on YouTube Super Chat. No, we don't. We don't. Actually, Al just became a member. We do. Welcome. Let me check the other platforms, make sure I don't miss any of these donations. The donations are important to keep the show running. You're not donating just for me. You're donating for 3 because I have 2 employees at this show. That's Jessie sitting over in the producer's chair today. She's also going to be very thankful for the $10 from Ashley to say, here's for dealing with Justin, my guy. Thank you. But yeah, we do seriously appreciate the donations because the show is getting up to some pretty fucking cool shit these days. Got some cool stuff planned for September. Going to Vegas to do some in-person debates. Well, one in-person debate. Got another trip to California for some free dental work because there's a dentist who was like, this Oscar guy needs some new teeth. Sure do. Thanks, buddy. See you soon. And then actually there's a third trip that we're kind of semi-planning that I will talk to Jessie about after airtime today because there's something that might happen a month after. But that's a little far in the future to talk about right now. Without further ado, we shall talk to David Crazy. Oh no, Milk is further up in the queue. I want to go in order because I think we got a bunch of new people in the queue. But that often means it's just people who've been double tapping away on the screen. Thanks for that. And accidentally joined the queue. So I think Milk is maybe one such person because they're not connecting. So they can get back in the queue if they meant to connect. But we'll talk to Robert Tree. See what that username's about after we find out how old they are. Hello, how old are you? Hello. Don't think they knew they were in the queue, so we are going to talk to... Ooh, pardon me. Got the hiccups. We are going to talk to David... Crazy? Is this J supposed to be an I? Is this like an Eastern European... Yeah. How old are you?
I'm friendly. Are you sure you want me up here?
No, I don't want you up here. We're halfway through the show.
He's already been up.
Oh, my bad. That's right. He was from earlier. My mistake. Trav, 6511. We're going to see if they're opposition. Feel free to get back in the queue if you want to talk towards the end of the show, David. Just forgot who you were. Hello, how old are you?
37.
Do you support Trump?
I support him more than the alternative.
Why?
Immigration and...
Why?
I don't know. I don't think we should let a bunch of illegal immigrants into the country.
Why not?
What? Why should we?
Well, because they're so beneficial to the economy and so disproportionately dangerous to our communities that I think it would be good for those communities and for the economy if we just let them stay.
Are they beneficial in every facet?
I mean, you can find something about any group of people that's like maybe a little bit of a negative where it's like, oh, they maybe cost money here or there, but there's so much benefit to the tax system that in general, yeah, across the board on average, sure. There's 12 million people, like some of them are a drain, like sure, but that's true of any
fair to say? Is it fair to say that Americans are struggling to buy homes right now?
Mm-hmm.
Where are you going to put them all?
In homes built by illegal immigrants.
How do they get the jobs?
People hire them.
Who gives them the jobs?
Construction companies. Subcontractors, primarily, because the large construction companies can't because they have like better labor practices, but they hire subcontractors to do the work where there isn't as much oversight over the labor. I would really, really love if these people got to have better labor protections. I'd want them to earn more, much like I would want everybody earning that little money in our economy to earn more. That's a problem that's bigger than illegal immigrants for me. But the illegal immigrants do disproportionately contribute to the housing market by building disproportionately many homes in terms of their work. They also contribute disproportionately to the agriculture industry, and actually per person, like per capita, but they have a disproportionately small effect on the demand for homes because these are people without proper documentation who can't get proper leases or pass a background check. They tend to have to cohabitate in like apartments and houses that were meant for fewer people to live in them. So they actually have like a super disproportionately positive effect on the long-term housing market. Short-term, you're correct that they do increase some demand for the housing, and that has happened since the second half of Biden's term. But it turns out it doesn't actually take all that long to build houses. So that short-term effect of there being an unusually high amount of illegal immigration during the second half of Biden's term, we're already kind of getting to the other side of that, having a shock effect on the housing market because there's a little bit of supply and flexibility because it's slow to build homes. But long-term, yeah, they are better for the housing market. You still there?
I disagree.
Why do you disagree? What's wrong about what I said?
So you're in favor of like these construction companies like paying?
No, I was
like,
very clear to
these...
point. No, that's always what people bring up when I say that. That if for some reason you could listen to what I just said and take from it that I'm happy that they're being exploited. I am not happy that the large companies that are exploiting almost everybody in this country, because we have enough productivity and prosperity and resources in this country to say something other than that 60% of us are living paycheck to paycheck, but we don't, because we are in a country that is ruled primarily by the influence that billionaires have over our politics. And it is because of those very billionaires and the companies that they run that these people are exploited. And I was careful to point out that I no longer want them to be exploited in that way.
Do you think that Democrats don't
sorry.
play a part?
I responded very specifically to your attack on my character for saying that I want them to be exploited, because I was careful to point out that if I got what I wanted, which is for them to be allowed to stay, would they continue to be exploited in that way? Yes or no?
What did I ask you? Did I ask you if these people are getting exploited? I didn't ask anything about if you agree with it. Like, come on, man, you're putting words in my mouth.
I don't think I was wrong about where you were going. I don't want them exploited, and if I got what I wanted, they'd be exploited less because they'd become legal residents of the country and they wouldn't need to work under the table as much anymore.
I think you obviously answered. You don't want these people to be exploited. 100% agree with that.
Great. Why do you want them to be deported? That's worse than them being exploited. They are voluntarily allowing themselves to be exploited and trying to hide from deportation. Why do you want such a worse outcome for them than that?
Because you have to come in the right way, man.
Why? That system's very broken. And when we have a system that's that broken, we tend to fix it.
Do you think the only reason that these systems are broken is just because Republicans?
No, I think that the problem's a lot bigger than that. I think right now the Republicans are trying to make the system more broken, and Democrats are trying to fix it generally, not across the board, but like for the most part. I don't really accept like the whole like the reason we got to deport them is because it was illegal. Like you could say for a long time that somebody like me deserves to be in jail because I used the green substance, the name of which I'm not allowed to say on TikTok.
That's opinion, right?
What? What did you just say?
I'm not just saying at the end of the day.
I'm sorry. We're having
an opinion.
What's an opinion? Whatever you're eating.
That you don't believe.
Please stop eating. It's making the call not go very functionally. So stop with the lip smacking. The chat's upset about it, and it makes people stop listening to you. It makes them stop watching the show if the audio quality is bad. So why is it that you want the illegal immigrants to be deported again? Why do you think that's a good solution?
Because we don't. You need like proper infrastructure to hold these people, which we don't have. We have Americans struggling to feed themselves.
Can you stop eating? It's very annoying.
I'm on my lunch break at work. Probably something a lot of your viewers know nothing about.
I think they know good enough manners to not like lip smack like that when they're on the show. Sorry, it's just bad for the fucking viewership. Call back in if you want to try to defend your bullshit claims. But like, you're gonna dunk on a bunch of people who maybe got to afford a life for themselves where they get to watch a show they enjoy for more than fucking 20 minutes while they're slaving away on their lunch break. You got back in the queue, but dude, like, you're just not even willing to respect the airtime enough to not fucking lip smack in my audience's ears. They don't fucking want it. We're not doing it. We're gonna talk to Naima, no filter. Hello. Guessing you have no filter. How old are you?
18.
Are you really 18?
Yeah, I promise.
Okay. Are you friendly?
Yeah.
Really quick, I'll let
Oh,
you.
wait,
I'll let you
what
get.
does that mean?
Well, I just mean, are you a Trump supporter or not? I'm looking for debates.
Oh, I wanted to debate about your flag in the back.
Which one?
The ICE one.
Mm.
So kind of like on the same point that other guy had left off on. I guess well, let me ask a question first. Why do you say that? Why do you dislike ICE? And do you only dislike it under Trump's management?
It is specifically under Trump's management, and it has to do with the enforcement means that they're using to enforce his policies. I'm mad at Trump about the policies. I'm mad at Trump about what the administration's ordering them to do, but that's not ICE's fault. What is ICE's fault is that they are executing that authority. They are following his orders in a way that is completely illegal and unconstitutional and very dangerous, and I think very immoral. So I have a lot of qualms with the way that they're doing their enforcement activities.
Can you explain which part you believe is illegal or unconstitutional?
They shot a guy 10 times for like no fucking reason. And when a federal agent does that, they're supposed to give the state investigators a fair shot at looking at the evidence and doing an independent investigation to make sure that that didn't happen in a way that wasn't justified. Because if it wasn't justified, the way they killed that person, we have a word for that in this country. It's called murder. And I believe that Alex Preddy was murdered. I also think that Renee Good was murdered. I also believe some other people have been murdered. And I think that Trump's handling of that from the top where he is and people like Stephen Miller and at the time Kristi Noem were, all the way down to the individual ICE agents who haven't quit their jobs out of protest over their organization being involved in that sort of thing. That is one example of the many things they're doing that I consider dangerous, immoral, illegal, and unconstitutional.
So two things. So first of all, I agree on the Alex Preddy and Renee Good stuff. I think people are kind of being a bit too loyal to ICE to the point where they're defending murder. I was more so talking about Trump's orders, if you thought that those were unconstitutional or illegal, or if you just don't like them.
Some of them are unconstitutional, illegal, and some of them I just don't like.
Right. And then my second thing about what you said, when you said these people should quit their jobs out of protest.
Oh, yeah.
I think at the time in our economy right now, that seems a little bit of a privileged take, but, you know.
I don't think so. I think that if you think that the circumstances of your own life are difficult enough that you should be working for an organization that is making so many other people's lives much more difficult, that's wrong. I don't care how much of a sob story somebody has. You got to try to make it like the rest of us. I was broke for a long time, and there wasn't a moment where I thought to myself, I can get out of this by working for some evil fascistic organization that I hate. I couldn't sleep at night if I did that. I don't know how they do sleep at night. And I think that if somebody said all they did was sweep floors for the Nazi Party in 1938, I don't think you'd give them an excuse.
Okay, and I have two more clarifying questions, I guess, before I get into maybe where we might disagree. My first question is, did you start disliking ICE like because of Trump's leadership, or was it like, I don't like this thing and it's become worse?
I was worried about what Trump wanted to do with illegal immigrants during his campaign. I'd looked at Project 2025, which is this pamphlet released by the Heritage Foundation that talked about a way to expand Republican control of the government and the sorts of steps that they wanted to do to achieve that during Trump's administration. And I have seen exactly the sorts of behavior that Project 2025 reading, and as well as Trump's history. I got very worried about things that ICE would do, and then I was proven correct. They are doing those things in a way that I, like I said, consider to be illegal, dangerous, and unsafe. So I was worried about it, and then when I saw them do it, that's when I started saying fuck ICE. That's when we all started chanting fuck ICE.
Right, I got you. And
I mean, lots of people have been chanting it longer than that, but I really got on the bandwagon when they started releasing tear gas canisters in my neighborhood.
Yeah, of course. Actually, I don't think we disagree on that part, but I want to talk more generally about like what ICE is for. I think a lot of people that say fuck ICE would rather have like an abolition of the whole organization, which is kind of what I'm against, or, you know, even like defunding them, anything like that. I think that even when they're doing bad, such as, for example, the police, right? The police do bad things all the time, but I still want them in my neighborhoods, right?
So I think that you and I might have some common ground here, which is I agree that we need police in a healthy society. Unfortunately, I don't think we're anywhere near creating a society so prosperous that there just aren't issues. And there's certain issues of criminality that don't really go away, even in a really prosperous society. People still beat their girlfriends, even if they have lots of money, you know? So like there's certain crimes like robbing the grocery store that go away if people are well cared for, but not all crimes. So I agree. We need law enforcement. I think our immigration system needs a lot of reform. And even if I got everything that I wanted in terms of reform and amnesty for the illegal immigrants that are already here, I also agree that we would need some sort of enforcement of our immigration and customs. totally fine there. We don't necessarily need a separate organization for it. I'm not really sold on that idea, but I'm also not going to die on the hill that we don't, because I don't know. I'd need to look at exactly like what the enforcement mechanisms necessary for a new system would be to really analyze that. But what I will say is that I'm in favor of abolishing the current ICE and either redistributing their responsibilities to other agencies or to create a new agency just with a different name, if just for branding purposes, because people don't like ICE. You don't want to be an ICE employee when people have been chanting fuck ICE for years, so we can just call it something else, even if their responsibility is still Immigrations and Customs Enforcement. And the reason that I want it to be something new after a complete and total abolition is for what I just said. Every single person who works at ICE is somebody who is complacent in what is happening. They are an accomplice to what I consider to be great crimes committed by these ICE agents and by the higher-ups that support the actions of certain ICE agents like those that killed Renee Good or Keith Porter or Alex Preddy. And it is because that every single person who works at ICE is guilty of that offense that I don't want a single one of those individuals working at whatever replaces them. I would call that an abolition and a restart, not reform.
Okay, so I got you. And then I think something you mentioned amnesty. I'd just like to talk a little bit through about, I guess, what your mindset is around that, because all I hear is kind of, even though I know illegal immigrants do a lot of good for the economy, I actually have a kind of plan for what we should do to fill their places. There's so many Americans struggling right now, homeless people. I think we should have some sort of, before we do all the mass deportation stuff, we should have some sort of intervention to replace the economic hole that will be left when the illegal immigrants ideally leave. I think my main issue with it, right, is when you do something wrong, there has to be a consequence. Otherwise, if you reward it, it'll continue to happen. And at some point, if you give every illegal immigrant mass amnesty, what is the point of even calling them illegal at that point?
So
right?
Here, no. That's something that I think a lot of people don't understand, because I agree that if we just forgave everybody for breaking the rules in the system that we have and then didn't change the system, that doesn't really fix anything. That just procrastinates, right? Like we would just have to do it again after a few more years of them piling up. And I'm not asking for that. What I'm saying is that we should forgive people who broke the rules in a very broken system and then fix the system. That way, in the future, anybody else who's broken the rules has broken the rules in a system that I actually think is a reasonable system where it is wrong to break the rules. Because right now, I just don't think it's all that unethical for these people to have broken the rules in so broken a system as we have. And I don't think it was sensible for us as Americans to have those rules in the first place. So I want to accept the people in the past. I want to grandfather them in under the new system by saying, all right, everybody gets a fresh start. We're going to forgive you for violating the old system. Here's the new system. Here's the packet. Here's your paperwork. Here's what you have to do to stay. And then after that, if you get here after, then we start talking about deporting people who've broken those rules.
Okay, I think I understand your position. That makes a lot more sense. Because when I hear mass amnesty, I'm kind of like, so we're just going to make every illegal immigrant legal? But if you're speaking of like kind of making the process easier, then after that point, you would be for deportation. I think that's a reasonable position. I definitely have to look into what that looks like in other countries and what that could look like for implementing in America. But I think I'd be willing to agree with that.
Well, and I think the thing that's most frustrating about a lot of these conversations that I have is that people often have some very different impression of what most people on the left want for immigration, when I'm pretty sure that most people on the left want something like what I just described. It's kind of propaganda that we all are just like, open the borders, no fucking rules, don't even check if they have, I don't know, hundreds of pounds of a substance I can't say the name of on TikTok. Like that's a pretty unreasonable take on immigration that some people have. Like some people have like the, all borders are immoral, and like I can kind of lament the way borders work on Earth as a human and think that like it's kind of unfair that we have these systems, but that's like a bigger problem than like the current immigration politics of the United States. Most people talking about who they want to elect next and the sort of policies that we want elected officials to push in this country, very few people are really seriously pushing for some sort of like open border policy. I don't know of a single politician in the federal government that is. I don't know of a single candidate for a federal government position who is. My position is pretty standard among somebody on the left.
Certainly not like politicians. I feel like there's parts of the left that have gone further left than even like the Democratic Party is right now, and I think that's becoming more popular.
I would I would say that I'm farther left than the establishment Democratic Party, and you can go even farther left than me, and down there farther left down the road you get to a point where it starts to look like fascism again. So it's not so cut and dry as left and right when we get into these more nuanced policies. But in general, I'm getting an echo. Is your phone leaning against something? Can you just pick up your phone?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'll mute it.
You should be able to fix it just by like having your phone not set against whatever it was sitting against. But yeah, in general, this is what people want, and it sounds like you agree across the board with my position on immigration.
Yeah, I do. I was more under the impression, because I have actually met real people who are like, borders shouldn't exist, and no one's illegal on stolen land, so we don't have a right to even establish borders. And I fundamentally disagreed with that. And I think I've been seeing a lot more of that. Maybe it's just an internet thing. But the position you have is something I'm much more willing to, get along with.
It is, I think, it's a bigger slice of us who think the way I do about this particular issue than you'd think.
Thank you. That makes sense.
Yeah. Is that all?
Yeah, that was all I wanted to talk about.
All right. I mean, I think the thing I would say just before letting you go, because when somebody, when somebody's good faith, especially somebody younger like yourself, I try not to overwhelm. But I'll just add to it, if you're listening to the right about what we on the left think and you've gotten the wrong impression, because I like my position on immigration is very bone standard among people who are actually willing to engage with the politics of this country. Like, I kind of also completely discredit the people who are just like, no one's illegal on stolen land, no borders. Like, yeah, we can't vote for that in November. So like, let's actually talk about what we can do. If you're listening to people and getting the wrong idea about what we on the left more reasonably think we should do with immigration, consider maybe that the things that those people are going to tell you about illegal immigrants themselves are also probably wrong.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I completely accept that every illegal immigrant isn't like some evil person coming in with drugs and like to hurt the country.
Most of them just trying to feed their families.
Exactly. Like anyone even who like steals from the grocery store, I don't think that's an evil person, right? That's just someone who did something wrong out of necessity.
Mm-hmm.
But my only position would be it still needs to be punished because that's kind of how society has to work.
Well, you're a little young for me to take this angle, but I will take it before I let you go, which is that I kind of brought it up with the previous caller, which was that like we have this big example going on in the country right now where there's a big group of people for whom we are just giving them amnesty, which is people who've used the green substance. Not allowed to say any names for it, but you know the stuff I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Right. So it makes sense that people get amnesty for using that because it was pretty silly for it to be illegal. It still is illegal in a bunch of places. I live in a place where I did use it illegally for a long time, but I'm an adult. I'm 31, so back before, I think it was like 2018 or something like that. It was pretty long ago that Minnesota made it legal. But they basically have forgiven people who got in trouble for doing it when it was illegal because it was such a stupid rule that caused so much harm. So now we listen to the new rule and I'm allowed to do it and I don't have to worry about it anymore. And that's a good thing. So when you say that we still have to punish these people, that'd be a little bit like saying that the state of Minnesota should come after me because I broke these rules all those years ago. Just because
I think that's a reasonable parallel. That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah, if we decide that the rules are bad, why waste time going after people who broke the rules that we agree were bad?
Right, that makes sense.
Yeah, so just consider that. There's no good reason, like going after punishing somebody just out of principled sake because they broke some kind of rule just doesn't make very much sense to me personally.
Yeah, thank you for discussing with me because I didn't really understand the general leftist position before.
Yeah, and when you say leftist, like a lot of people just make a distinction between like liberals who are like establishment Democrats like we were talking about, and then there's people farther left of them, and I'm kind of in between. A lot of leftists consider me a liberal because of some of the ways that we disagree. A lot of liberals consider me a leftist because of some of the ways that we disagree. They're both kind of right. I'm in that neck of the woods on the political spectrum. I don't think there's a perfect line between liberal and leftist, but I'm pretty far left among people on the left as far as it goes. So not everybody's going to agree with me, but I think that most people who are willing to engage with the politics of this country and care about what happens in November, they want something like what I'm talking about. Fix the rules, forgive most of the people who broke them.
Okay, thanks for explaining that to me.
Yeah. I appreciate your time, and as you keep exploring this stuff, because I know you're, just for having aged into it as an 18-year-old, you're new to the discourse space here on TikTok because you just became old enough to not violate TOS by hopping on these lives, but you're also just a young person coming out of school. I know COVID probably fucked up your middle school for you a little bit, right? Maybe missed a couple of social studies classes along the way somewhere. No shade for that, but I really appreciate the open, curious mind, and I'm just gonna leave you with an invitation to call back anytime to discuss more of these issues.
Okay, thanks so much. Have a nice day.
Appreciate you. W's for that caller. That was pleasant. Tavi has been a member for a couple months, so he used his monthly member message over on YouTube Super Chat to say, I may not be effective, but bro, I'm working. I've heard from the mods that YouTube Super Chat is broken. So if you're over trying to YouTube Super Chat me, that's why they're not coming in. There's like a glitch happening on YouTube or something. So it might be a site-wide glitch though. I don't know. I would say, what do we got? An hour and a half left? I would say probably no. I will just remind everybody that they can go to the Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon in the link tree in my bio, or in the description underneath the YouTube feed if that's where you're watching. And I can take a moment to mention that while I do really appreciate people sending money on YouTube Super Chat because it tells the algorithm to promote the show, which is really important, half of that money does go to tell the algorithm to support the show. I like to just periodically remind the YouTube audience that even the big donations where you're giving a big chunk of that to Google, I do genuinely appreciate that. It's important to the growth of the show to get it pushed out on YouTube. But you can choose. Do you want to give half your money to me and half to Google to promote the show? Or do you want to give almost all of it to me? Because if you want to give almost all of it to me, then you can just go to the link tree and find that Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon. Patrick did that twice. He sent me $5 twice, so he gets 2 messages read. The first one says, YouTube Super Chat is broken right now. Thank you. The mods let me know. And then he sent another $5, maybe to scream it again. Thought I'd have a chance to write more, but is your profile picture at Chicago Music Exchange? That store is awesome. No, my profile picture is the gift shop at the Musicians Hall of Fame in Nashville, Tennessee. The picture of me playing the orange Gretsch hollow body archtop G 6120T, which I don't believe was the Chet Atkins version that I was playing. I think I was playing some other signature version of that guitar, but that might be my dream guitar. A little more expensive than the one I just bought for myself for my birthday. Also a different type of guitar. But thank you for your curiosity. Nashville, Tennessee. Went down south for the eclipse and passed through Nashville on the way back up a couple years ago. Wonderful trip. Fell in love with playing music again. For $5, Brian sent a Venmo to say, took a sec to find the details, but the Kansas compliance crew is what happens when you legislate based off of previous caller's argument about trans people. Maybe get that written down. I don't know what that is, Jesse. What was it? The Kansas compliance crew. I'll have to get educated on what that is because it's a reference I do not get. Over on YouTube, or over on Cash App, we got nothing new over there. Let's see if Buy Me a Coffee has anything from Lucky Phil. Nope. Gonna move right on to another caller then. Alrighty then. Wait, Lucky Phil says coffee. I have to refresh it again. Oh, it just came in. There we go. Justin be like, welcome to the bathroom. Show me your genitals. MAGA are perverts. Seriously, they spend so much time thinking about people's genitals. I don't fucking understand it. Anyway, we're gonna talk to Bite the Bullet, and we're gonna see if he's willing to engage directly. If he's gonna bite the bullet in this conversation. Hello, how old are you?
41.
Probably got your pronouns wrong. Are your pronouns she?
Yes.
Okay. How old? Or sorry, I already asked how old you are. Ooh, getting tongue-tied. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Oh, why is that?
Well, mainly for immigration.
Well, did you listen to the previous conversation?
Yes, I did.
Well, what are your thoughts?
A lot of people say that Americans don't want to work, and I don't find that to be true. A lot of Americans can't find jobs because employers want to pay less. And as long as there's an illegal immigrant to hire, they're going to pay them less.
Well, I think what they're pointing out when they say that Americans don't want to work is that if we deported all the illegal immigrants, the jobs that they would leave behind are not jobs that are particularly appetizing to people who are already here. They're lower level jobs on average, and they wouldn't, it's not as though all the people in our economy who want a job to pay for their lives or need a better job, maybe they're underemployed or only employed part-time in some way. It just isn't a good solution to say take all of the illegal immigrants' jobs, especially when a lot of these people don't even live in the same places.
So what jobs are you referring to that they're working?
Well, a good example is the agricultural sector. Slightly more than 50% of the people who do manual labor for the agricultural industry, so these are literally people working in fields, planting plants, operating machinery, those types of jobs. more than half of those people, by a small percentage, are illegal immigrants, and they live in rural areas. And a lot of the people who, a lot of the legal residents of the country that need better jobs are people who live in cities or live elsewhere in the country. Some of them happen to live in those places where those agricultural jobs are. But the idea that for every illegal immigrant who's working a field deported, there's a person commuting distance who wants to go take their job and replace them is just kind of nonsense.
Okay, well, do you know how much they're being paid?
Not enough. They should be paid more.
And, well, I mean, don't you think that Americans wouldn't want to work a job if they're not being paid enough?
I think that the issue around labor practices is a separate and much bigger problem, because all the people that we're talking about who would take those jobs are people who, whether or not they took the illegal immigrant's job, would still be working a job that does not pay enough in an economy that should be able to afford to pay them better wages. 60% of people in this country are paycheck to paycheck, and that's something that could be corrected by really changing the way we look at the power of the billionaire and the corporation. And that's got nothing to do with illegal immigrants. Like, it's not better if we have those low-level jobs worked by legal residents. That's still just exploiting a different person who's still also a human.
So you're pretty much saying that it's exploiting people.
Yeah, it's exploiting people. The people who are easiest to exploit are the ones who don't have legal residency of the country because they're willing to work under the table for cash, or maybe like not report it if there are bad labor practices or other abuses that they experience as part of their employment. So obviously they're the lowliest member of our society who end up working the worst jobs, but it would be harder for the lowest end jobs in this country to be such terrible situations to live in if we just gave these people legal residency, because then them, like everybody else, they could just demand better labor practices, which is something we need across the board.
So, I mean, you're blaming it on immigration and their status for them being paid lower.
Yeah.
Okay,
because these big companies are willing.
I'm talking about.
But these companies are willing to exploit people. The exploitation is coming from, like, the bad thing being done here is being done by legal residents. It's done by people who run companies within the country, and they're exploiting whoever they can, and whoever they can exploit happens to be illegal immigrants. And an easier way to take that away from them, to take away the labor from the exploiter, or force the exploiter to not exploit their labor, would just be to give these people a legal path to residency and update the rules so that we can have fewer people enter the country illegally going forward. That would be better and cheaper for the government to do than deporting them. It would be less disruptive to the economy. It would be less disruptive to people's lives, because I'll remind you that these are still humans who have families, and even if we're not maybe separating them from their families, we're still pulling them out of their communities. We're still taking people and putting them somewhere on earth they don't want to be. Like, that just has a human cost associated with it, where I would need to see a really good argument for the safety of our communities or for the prosperity of our economy to think that was worth doing to anybody, citizen or otherwise, because I'm a humanist. It just hurts my feelings when I see people suffer. But I just don't see that, because they're good for our economy. And the labor practices concern could just be addressed in a better way than deporting them. I really don't understand the people who defend them on labor practices, because what those people want, these people who have these jobs, they don't want to be deported. They would rather work their exploitative jobs than be deported. So you're not really working in their favor if you get them deported. You're doing exactly what they don't want you to do. And then they look at somebody like me, where I'm like, not only do I not want to deport you, I think we should find a way to get you better paid, because you're working your ass off and you're being the true backbone of the economy right now. You're growing half the fucking food that we manufacture in this country.
Okay, so if we were to just do mass amnesty across the board, are you able to say no to criminals? Are you able to say no to?
Well, we don't really have a good way to check.
Some words that I don't actually want to say, because I mean, if you're going to do mass amnesty.
Wait, what other words you don't want to say? Spell them.
Rapists and stuff like that.
You can say rapist and murderer. We can have adult conversations on my show. I have tricked the algorithm into permitting it. But specifically, are you aware that there have been comprehensive studies done on the question of whether or not immigrants of any kind, or specifically illegal immigrants, have any positive increase on the crime rate? And the only way that we can look at a potential increase in crime is that they're victimized more for being illegal immigrants, for kind of the same reasons that people are more willing to mug a person who carries a lot of cash because they can't have a bank account, who maybe is afraid to go to the police to report it. Like, there's some victimization statistics that show that they're the victims of more crimes, but they themselves are far less criminal than legal residents. Are you aware of that data?
Oh, I'm aware of some of the data, but I mean, I'm looking through my own eyes and through the experiences that I've had through my life.
How many illegal immigrants are there?
What do you mean?
In the country, how many are there?
Millions.
12 million, about. How many residents of the country are there total?
I am, what, 40 million? I'm unsure.
There's 350 million people in the country. You were wrong by about a factor of 10.
I took a 0 off of that 4, yeah.
So
I
never
do
been
read
as high as 400
statistics,
million. But no, it sounds like you don't understand how big a problem illegal immigrants are because you didn't know.
I do understand that when I come up
No,
to
but
talk or debate with someone that you're prepared to discredit me by asking side questions that not everyone knows.
What you're accusing me of doing is called sea lioning. Because I could ask you questions like, what was that number last calendar year? What was that number before? I say, was it 340 million or 350 million? I could get really specific, and that would be really shitty and disingenuous. But I'll be straightforward with you, ma'am. Knowing how many people are in the country is like very basic general knowledge that anybody your age should have.
How many people are on the world?
8 billion.
I know that one.
8 billion.
Okay.
I knew that one too.
Well,
and I know roughly what percentage of them are Americans because it's 350 million out of 8 billion. So I could like do the rough math on that. And I know how big a problem illegal immigrants are because they're 3 or 4% of the population. I assume you didn't know that because you didn't even know how many people are in the country.
Continuing to discredit me by not even asking me, but I mean, that's okay. That's part of the whole thing of discrediting one another and making another person.
I'm not trying to discredit
I'm
you
here
in
to talk
particular.
about problems.
Right, but we're at a point in the conversation where you were telling me that you use your personal experience to assess that illegal immigrants are bad. How many illegal immigrants have you in your life interacted with or seen?
Oh, many.
How many?
I haven't. First of all, I haven't counted.
Give me like how many digits do you think the number is?
My ex had a roofing company, so I guarantee you a lot more than you.
I don't think you know anything about me at all, and I would advise you not to guess about a person's history. I'm older than I look, and I have an interesting resume. You might be very wrong, but you might also be right, because I don't know how many illegal immigrants you and your husband have interacted with. Is it more than 10,000?
No, I doubt that.
Okay. There's 12 million illegal immigrants. Is it more than 1,000 that you've interacted with?
It's probably around 800.
Okay. Do you think that that's enough of them for you to have an idea of the effect that the 12 million of them have on the country?
Oh my gosh. See, this is something else. Do you think I'm going to go out there and talk to 12 million immigrants? How long would that conversation last?
Well, no, we have other organizations that do that sort of thing to keep track of larger amounts of data because no one person can do that, which is why I'm not attacking you. I'm not attacking the idea that you couldn't do this. I'm attacking the idea that anybody could judge by their personal experience what illegal immigrants do to the country. That's how you develop prejudice, right? Like, you know, I live in kind of a crummy neighborhood. I could look out my window and make all sorts of observations about people, and I would come to wrong conclusions about what people are like generally, because really what I'd be looking at is just a couple of people who happen to walk down my street that day. And I'm trying to understand why you think you have such a good grasp of the effect that 12 million illegal immigrants have on a country of people that you thought was populated by 40 million people, but is in fact populated by more than 300 million people, given your own personal experience.
If there is a crime that takes place after someone comes over here on a boat, how are we supposed to identify that person?
I'm sorry. Do you think that if somebody like mugs somebody, the police have an easier time finding who did the mugging if they're a documented person versus an undocumented person?
Absolutely, yes.
How does that?
I mean,
make
have you ever
sense?
played the game Guess Who when you were younger? There's identifying cues, the color of the hair. You know, what race they are, the color of their eyes, how tall they are, how much they weigh.
Right, they can use that.
That stuff is not put into the system when they come over here and they're illegal.
You do understand that I am advocating for them to be put into the system, right?
Yeah, I do, but they cannot, you just can't do mass amnesty across the board and then not expect for there to be backblow, especially with discrimination.
Why?
Because everyone's going to want... If America is so bad, then why does everyone want to come over here?
On. Are you able to concede that you're not able to tell very much about the 12 million illegal immigrants in this country by looking out your window and interacting with something like 800 of them in your life?
I can look at statistics online.
Oh, That's great.
I can look at some of the statistics, and I also do know for a fact.
Please show me. Please show me some of the statistics that show that it's reasonable to be concerned about illegal immigrants when it comes to criminality.
There are plenty of videos that I have on my page.
I'm sorry. A video is just one example of a person doing something. Have you watched enough videos to make a fair judgment about illegal immigrants?
So, how can I put this? So let's say you have a family of 4, and you have dinner ready for a family of 4 every single night. And then all of a sudden you have a family of 12. And let's just say that that's just your little thing. People come in, and you have to be prepared to feed 12 people
what are you
every single
about?
Night without like an income increase or nothing.
I have no idea
the
what you're
amount of
about.
people that are coming to the American table.
Excuse me.
That are first of all, that are not expected.
I don't know what you're talking about. The question was about whether or not you can make assessments about the illegal immigrants by your own personal experience, because there's 12 million illegal immigrants.
Yeah, we have 12 million jobs ready for all these illegal immigrants whenever they came?
Are you familiar with the lump of labor fallacy?
No, I've never heard of it actually.
Yeah,
could you explain it to me?
It's a pretty common misconception about the way that the economy works, which is that the idea that there's like this set number of jobs that need to be done, and that introducing somebody to that population necessarily is harmful for the job market because they need a job when they get here. But the fact of the matter is that it's kind of necessary by the way that society works, with or without any kind of immigration, that not everybody takes exactly one job and doesn't provide any. I like to use myself as an example. I recently quit my job as a high school teacher to run this show. But running this show is a lot of work. I work really, really hard on getting a really aggressive production schedule pumped out where I do lots of videos on all my social media platforms every day. So I hired 2 people to help me. So this show employs 3 people. You following?
Yes.
How many jobs did I cost the job market by becoming a debate live host?
12.
12?
You filled 12 spots, am I correct?
Well, I have 2 employees. I showed up. I took a job. I have this job. I run this show. But I created 2 jobs. Like, I created 3 jobs and took one of them. I gave 2 of them to other people, my 2 employees. So I had a positive influence on the job market by starting this show. You understand what happened?
Okay.
Would you say it's fair to say that I had a positive influence on the jobs market recently?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are they illegal immigrants that you're hiring? And if they were, why would they be?
Well, so it's not that they are themselves hiring; it's that they are so productive.
Well, why aren't you hiring illegal immigrants if you're advocating for them?
I maybe would have if Jessie or Raven, my friends that I gave the jobs to, happened to be illegal immigrants, but they didn't. So anyway, my question for you is, how are you so sure that these illegal immigrants are costly to the jobs market when it's not obvious that a person participating in the jobs market necessarily costs it jobs? That's the lump of labor fallacy, is thinking that there's like some supply of jobs that like gets taken up by new people who join the population. That's not how it works. Because they also spend money. They also stimulate the economy.
It doesn't cost money. Like
okay, so what if those people were born here instead of somewhere else?
Well, then that's the thing. That's where they are supposed to be.
So
that's where they're
but
citizens.
Now you're falling back to where they're supposed to be instead of their effect on the jobs market.
If they come over here and they actually apply for their citizenship...
Sorry, you keep falling back to these principled concerns about whether or not they did their paperwork correctly. We're specifically
I'm falling back on principles. I really appreciate you confirming that.
Your principles are shitty, and that's why you're falling back on them, because the argument...
So you're calling America shitty?
I'm sorry, what?
You calling America shitty? Because that's the principles I'm talking about.
No, I'm calling you shitty. You don't understand American values.
Of course you are.
American values would suggest that we should be...
You discredit anyone that is against anything.
You're running away.
I actually believe in a lot of the things
We specifically were on this
do.
point about the economy and whether or not illegal immigrants have a positive influence on the jobs market. If you understood American values, if you understood the poem that's read on the foot of the Statue of Liberty, if you understand the history of Ellis Island and the immigrants on the East Coast that built New York and built our major cities and built all the infrastructure that we developed during the Industrial Revolution that not only made us ready to fight the 2 world wars, but also gave us the industries that made us the prosperous country that we are today. If you're not aware of that happening on the West Coast in the century prior, if you're not aware of that history, that's fucking embarrassing for you to call in and say that I'm not the American and you are, because you have some principle that goes against everything that our history says we should say about the immigrant. If that's your position,
not what I'm saying.
that's a perfectly good pivot away from what we were talking about.
You're making stuff up now. You're trying to like just throw a bunch of stuff into a pot.
I'm sorry. Did you think that what I just said was an unfair description of immigrant history in America? That's fucking adorable. But I will remind everybody that this is all a pivot away from this concern about illegal immigrants taking our jobs.
Okay, so
which they just don't, because of you're falling into the lump of labor fallacy and thinking that there's just some set number of jobs that the illegal immigrants are going to use them all up and then there won't be any more jobs for the rest of us. But that's not what happens when more people get born into the country. Those people
getting rid of ICE is a mistake. It would be a huge mistake.
You can keep blurting shit out. That might work when you're talking to other people. It will not work when you're talking to me. I promise. I am going to force you to engage with this concern about illegal immigrants costing the economy jobs. Why do you think that?
Why are you going to force me to continue on?
That's what I do on my show.
Beat like a dead horse.
But we don't agree on it.
Okay, well, how about like people?
You haven't made any good
arguments. The whole reason we're on immigrant. Hold on. The real reason that I came onto this whole immigration is the fuck ICE flag that you have behind you, and you guys wanting to completely get rid of ICE.
Yeah, we can talk about that after you satisfy my concerns about. I don't want to get rid of the police.
Department of War.
I don't want to do that.
Defense America
I don't
has.
want to do those things. That's nonsense. You're making shit up and thrashing.
That is what you are advocating.
You're throwing a temper tantrum on my show because you don't like the fact that I'm engaging with your own beliefs and I take issue with them.
No, because you're talking over me. You want me to respond.
I don't want to get rid of policing. I don't want there to not be immigration and customs enforcement. I just take a problem with the current agency that's in charge of it. If you're interested in talking about that stuff with me, we can do that after you clarify me why you think it is that illegal immigrants are costing the economy money or costing the economy jobs, because I laid out the ways in which I don't think that they are, and you've offered me none of that precious evidence you said you could find online except for a bunch of probably like misframed racist Facebook posts. I don't think you've done any data analysis of these videos that you're watching.
You want to just stick. It's not just the immigration that I'm against.
No, we're gonna stick on whether or not illegal immigrants cost the economy jobs. Ma'am,
I would like to talk about the entire picture.
You would like to do anything other than respond to what you have said yourself on my show, which is that illegal immigrants cost the economy jobs. I described the lump of labor fallacy.
I said one sentence of an entire.
Do you recognize that sentence was wrong?
No, it's not wrong.
Okay, please explain to me how it's not wrong.
It's not wrong because when someone hires an illegal immigrant, they hire them because they're cheaper. They will be labor is half of the cost.
Yeah, and I want to take away that source. I also.
You're not letting me finish.
I'm not letting you finish because you're covering things that we've already covered, which is that I want to take away that tool of exploitation. If you want to move on to another
topic, then let's talk about something else.
No, we moved on past earlier the concern about them being exploited. I said that it sounds like we both want them to stop being exploited. I want them to get better labor practices so they aren't exploited. You want to deport them to a different country. I don't understand why that's a better solution. And when we got to that part of the conversation, you said it's because they're taking our jobs, and I explained that that's the lump of labor fallacy.
Because they are.
No, but because they so positively stimulate and influence the economy, they are worth a net benefit jobs to the. Yes, that's. Are there more jobs in America today than there were 100 years ago?
Yes, there is.
How the fuck did that happen?
The population increases. People have kids.
Yeah.
People create businesses.
Yeah, right.
People hire Americans. Americans create businesses.
But there was a bunch of immigrants along the way, and whether or not there were immigrants, you understand that jobs can be created, and that when we have more people,
they did it legally.
Right. So
when they do it legally, they get paid right.
Listen, you keep falling back on it being illegal, and we can talk about that if you're willing to admit that the reason you don't want the illegal immigrants to have the jobs isn't because they're taking the jobs, because it's clear to you that you can give somebody a job while still increasing the number of jobs total by their participation in the economy. You recognize that for citizens, but not for illegal immigrants, and I don't know why.
No. So business owners will hire an illegal immigrant because they're cheaper.
Okay, we already covered that.
Labor.
We already covered that.
It's a bigger... Dude, I really want you to allow me to get these things out because there is a bigger picture, and you're not allowing me to get to that point. But illegal immigrants are hired at a lower wage than everybody. Why would anyone want to hire an American whenever the wages that we're asking for are livable wages? Why do illegal immigrants have to live in a home where they're all crunched up because someone wants to pay them unlivable wages?
Because of people like you that they have to live in those conditions. Because if people were like me, we would just give them residency and get on with it.
No, they would apply for residency and come into the country legally like they should.
That system is very broken, and it sometimes takes decades for people to even get an answer. That's why the system is so broken, and I think it was pretty reasonable for some people to break the rules.
Do you know anyone who's applied for and came over here from another country who's applied for citizenship?
Lots.
I do too, and they actually work for the government.
Okay. What does that have to do with what we were just talking about?
People applying? To get legal
some people,
immigration.
Some
for
people
them to come
don't.
Over here and
some
be legal.
People don't get fucked over by the system. That's true.
Because they do it right.
Right, but even the people who do it right get fucked over. There are 700 Somali asylum seekers that Donald Trump took away the asylum status of. They were doing it right. They were legal residents of my state here in Minnesota. He took 700 people who had escaped a country that has the second lowest human development index of any country on the planet. I can objectively say it sucks in Somalia. And he took those people who had escaped that and were doing it right, like you said they should have, and he made them illegal immigrants by taking away their asylum status. Why did he do that?
I'm sure it comes on an individual basis on if they've committed a crime.
No, none of them had committed crimes. These were people who were behaving. He just decided that all of the current asylum seekers from Somalia in Minnesota would have their status revoked. That was 700 people. Why did he do that?
Yeah, like the Senate doesn't have a way to conflict that information over to the House of Representatives.
Okay.
There's an entire system.
I'm telling you what happened. Do you have evidence
that the president can't just kick people out?
Yes, he can, and he is. That's what he's doing. He just did that because he's trying to. I think he did it because he's trying to increase his deportation numbers and because he hates Somalians and he hates Minnesota. I think that he.
But they were approved for deportation. They were approved by the entire government.
They were asylum seekers. They were here following the rules.
That's your opinion. That's not facts.
That's not my opinion. That is what happened. Why are you making up that it's my opinion that their status was that they were legal asylum seekers who had been accepted and were here legally?
So what is the process of deportation
excuse
then?
Me, let me ask you a question. Had you heard of that story before I told it to you just now?
Which one that you just said?
The 700 Somali asylum seekers in Minnesota that Donald Trump revoked.
Yes, I have.
You had heard of that happening?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're saying that they committed crimes?
I'm sure that they were suspected of them.
You were sure that they were
involved. They're probably involved in so many of them.
You're sure of that?
They don't give us all that information.
Oh, so you're just making it up?
No.
Why are you?
Because some of them were their names were actually given out.
Okay.
And their crimes were actually listed with it.
Are you so
sure? There weren't 700.
There were 700.
No. I'm saying they didn't give us 700 names.
Right.
And then the 700 crimes.
Okay, and I'm
saying
that
these people... There was a long list of them, and I didn't read them all.
Why did the president take away the legal status of the people who didn't commit crimes?
Of 700 people, you wanted to make it sound like, worrying about, 1% of the population earlier was not a big deal.
I'm demonstrating to you that the way that Trump is addressing this has nothing to do with public safety, nothing to do with whether or not they're following the rules, nothing to do with issues of the economy or criminality or anything like that. Why did Trump take away the asylum status of 700 people who were doing the most important thing, according to you, which is following the rules?
Doing them. They were not following They were not following.
Yes.
I'm going to kick you out of the country because you guys are following the rules. No, they weren't.
That's exactly what happened. I'm asking you why that happened.
Because they were not following the rules.
What rule were they not following?
They were not following the law.
Yes, they were.
Okay, what law were they following?
The law that says that you can apply for asylum, and if you can convince the state that you have a good case, they let you stay here. They had that process that you were saying that they should have followed. I'm talking about 700 people who followed it. Why did Donald Trump take away their legal status?
I really wished I could pull up my computer right now and give you a list of names. I will give you a list of names and the crimes that they committed. A lot of them.
What do I Google to find that?
Money laundering. What do I Google?
What of these 700 people that Donald Trump took away the asylum status of? You're sure that they were criminals? What do I Google to find out if that's true?
You can. I don't know. You're a very
you said that you didn't have a computer.
What would you Google?
No, I'm asking. No, a moment ago you said that if you had a computer, you would Google it. You do. Look at the Google search bar. What shall I type into it?
I'm in my car at the beach. I'm
sorry. You said
home.
if you had a computer, you'd be able to show evidence of what you just said being true because you definitely didn't make up that racist bullshit. It's definitely the truth. What do I search to check if you? Yeah, it's very racist, the nonsense you're spewing. If it's not racist nonsense,
so you're going to bring up one population
please tell me
and then call me racist.
Please tell me what to Google to prove that you aren't.
Why are you pointing out Somalians if I'm the racist
No,
one?
you said a second ago that if you had a computer, you'd be able to prove that the 700 Somali immigrants that Donald Trump took away the asylum status of had done something wrong to deserve it. So now that you have a computer here and I'm ready to type, what is exactly the search term that you would search if you did have that computer? Because you do.
What have I said
I'm sorry,
that was racist?
ma'am, you know what's happening. You know that you were trying to get out of it by saying, I'm accusing you. I am accusing you of trying to get out.
That's what people use.
I'm going to ask you on my show where I'm in charge to use your ears, not your mouth, and listen to what I'm saying right now. You just said,
if you don't want to have a good
are you going to run away from the fact that you can't back up your claims? Then please tell me what it is you would have Googled when you said that you would figure it out if you had a computer. What would you have Googled?
No, I have. I have documents.
Show me how I can find them.
How can I show you if I don't have my? We're arguing about something stupid here. I don't have my.
Google is open.
You're making
Please
me
tell
mad,
me,
bro.
I'm making you mad because I'm asking you what I need to Google to
because
prove that you aren't lying to me.
My fucking computer.
Google's open. What do I type into the search bar?
What? Pink flowers and rainbows, dude.
I'm sorry. Would I find information?
Don't ask me what you need to Google. You can Google whatever
you said
feel
that you were.
Googling.
You said that you were sure.
Somalians.
Yes, I would like to know why you were so sure that they were committing crimes, and that's why Donald Trump took away their asylum status, making them into illegal immigrants. Right? What?
You know how to Google.
You said you were sure.
Dude, don't ask me how to Google. If you don't know how to Google, why are you having your own show?
Because I'm demonstrating to people that people like you who come up and make big claims about Somali Americans don't know how to Google whether or not they are criminals. So what exactly is it you would have typed into Google to find evidence if you had your computer? My computer's open. Let's Google it together.
Somalian people deported for what? Why were Somalian people deported? Yeah.
Is that the Google search?
That's what you can start with.
I just want to make sure that you're, before I hit enter, Somalian people deported for what?
You're really frustrating me.
Should I hit enter? Is that the entire search term?
Yeah, go ahead and hit enter, and I'd like to make a comment that's
before you make your
topic.
comment, I will just tell you, because the chat's upset, it's Somali, not Somalian, just so you know. But I will hit enter. What sources should I click? Because your claim is that the 700 asylum-seeking Somali residents living in Minnesota that Donald Trump took away the asylum status of, that they had committed some crime or broken some rule that made it sensible for him to do that. So to Google,
well, I don't know what site I got those documents from.
Okay.
But it states the crimes that they committed.
Okay, let's look.
Now, can I make my comment?
What's your comment?
So I appreciate us trying to talk. I don't appreciate you doing the discrediting me. You know, when the founders actually
I think that the entire purpose of my show is to I'm not going to let you finish. I'm going to point out that the entire. I'm going to point out to you that the entire purpose of my show is to discredit people like yourself. That's why I do this. I think I'm doing a great job.
So when the founders created this country, do you think that they all just agreed on one thing?
I'm sorry. I'm still interested in your evidence that the 700 Somali residents in Minnesota that Donald Trump took away the asylum status of, you said that they had committed some sort of crime, were suspected of committing some sort of crime, or had broken some rule that suggested that it made sense for Donald Trump to do that. That's actually the question of mine that you have failed to answer and failed to research in front of us in real time. Would you like to try a different Google search term?
No, I don't want to try another Google search term.
So are you
giving up? I do not have my computer in front of me.
You have my computer in front of you. We are Googling together.
Why are we even on? Look, you control the conversation, and now we're on Google looking for Somalia citizens. When I came on here, I wanted to talk about the
You made a very specific claim, because I brought up a very concerning thing that the president did, which is that he took away the asylum status of 700 people who were doing what you said these people should be doing, which is following the rules. And I'm trying to figure out why he did that. And you said it's because they committed crimes, that it was reasonable to suspect that they had committed crimes, which Still need due process in that case, I'd like to point out, or that there was some other reason. And I'm just not understanding what that reason was.
Yeah, I don't understand why these people weren't imprisoned, right? Because a lot of them actually fled the country.
Why would they be imprisoned is the question. What are we Googling to find out whether or not they belonged in prison?
I do not have my computer in front of me.
So you keep saying that you don't have the computer in front of you, but you have a Google search bar in front of you, and you type.
I don't know what you Google. I don't know what you Google. Can we get to the main point that I was trying to?
How have you researched this in the past? You said you were sure that you had these documents on your computer. Like, what do you mean? How do you not find them? You Googled Somalian people deported for what?
So we're on a very small topic.
Yes.
This is small.
Yes. And I'm not going to let you off the island. Your options.
This is
no.
The point. Nope, I'm trying to hang on here.
Yep. I'm trying to hang on to the 700 Somali asylum seekers.
This, man.
I am.
Do you think those 700 are going to ruin our country?
I think the people who ruin the lives of those 700 people are going to ruin more lives, and I'm very concerned about that. So I need you to give me a good reason why they ruin those 700 lives. What do I Google to find that good reason?
Why 700 people are going to make such a positive effect on our
That's not what I said my concern was. I'm not concerned about the impact that these 700 people have on this particular on the economy. I'm concerned that the administration in charge of the government took away the legal status of these people, even though they were doing what you said they would need to do to not be harassed, which is follow the rules. And I'm very concerned about the sorts of changes that the administration might offer to other groups. I'm very concerned about more than 700 people having an experience like this one. And if you think that what these 700 people went through or are going through currently is a good thing, I need you to show me why, or I'm going to keep thinking that you're a deplorable piece of shit. So please do everything you can to convince me you're not a deplorable piece of shit who doesn't care what's happening to those 700 people, and show me. I'll give you another chance. Please tell me what to Google so I can learn why what Trump is doing to these 700 people is a good thing.
Why are you trying to keep me off of proving the bigger point?
You're the one running from the current line of questioning. I've made it very clear you can flail all you want, but it's what we do on the show.
I wanted to stop talking about these smaller things about the immigration.
That's not what's going to happen. You can hang up the phone if you want to run away from my line of interrogation about these 700 Somali asylum seekers in Minnesota.
I don't fucking care about the 700 people. How about that one? Can we move on to the bigger picture?
So you admit that the reason that you don't have good evidence for this is because you're a lying bitch who doesn't care about these human beings, right?
No, I don't have my computer with me, and you're not allowing me to get to the picture of me wanting to come up onto the show
we have a Google search bar open.
Worse.
We have a Google.
You know what point I'm trying to get to, and you don't want me to get to it.
I really am trying to understand. If you were at your computer, what would you type into Google?
Why won't you? Why won't you?
If
why
you did have your computer,
what I'm trying to get to?
If you did have your computer, if you did have your computer, what would you type into the search bar?
I would search into my files.
Oh, what? Okay, so you have files on. So I would expect that probably to defend your honor, because you've looked like a total fucking buffoon on my show, that given that you're going to escape this by saying that you have the files yourself on your computer and I can't Google them for some reason.
I'm sure you can Google them, but I don't know what you're going to Google.
Oh, well then, yeah.
I've already told you that 20 times, so do you want to go back around and ask me where I'm going to get them again?
Well, okay, so what you said
you want to circle around the question and I'm going to tell you I don't know where you get them?
I just don't understand how you found them in the first place if you don't even know where to look for them. Like, that's what I'm not understanding. Somali people deported for what was your Google search? Like, that's not even specific to asylum seekers or Minnesota or anything. Like, I'm really having a hard time believing that you're not full of shit, lady.
See,
do you think you're doing a good job? Do you think you're doing a good job of showing my audience that you're not full of shit?
Well, I'm not getting to prove anything.
I'm giving you a very good opportunity to prove that you're not full of shit on your thoughts about these 700 asylum seekers that Donald Trump took away the asylum status of.
You don't let me talk?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I came on here to talk about the branches of our government, and you want to talk about individual situations.
Who's your least favorite politician?
Somalian.
Who's your least favorite politician?
That's a good question. I am completely. I'm not sure. I can tell you my favorite ones, but I couldn't tell you my least.
It doesn't have to be your least favorite. Just pick one you don't like.
Oh wow.
Currently serving. Currently in office.
Currently serving.
You're awfully upset about those Democrats are up to. Can you name one of them?
Nancy Pelosi.
What branch of the government does Nancy Pelosi work at?
Federal.
So you said you wanted to talk about the branches of the federal government. Federal is not one of the branches of the federal government.
See, and you're getting super specific.
Well, you said you wanted to talk about the branches of the government. I think I should talk about...
Well, is ICE part of the branches of the government?
Yeah, they operate under one of the three branches of the government.
That's what I'm wanting to, wanting to talk about.
What are the three branches of the government?
Are you telling me that I didn't come up here to talk about a branch of the government?
Let's talk about the branches of the government. What are all three of them? Just so we make sure you know them.
Federal, executive, legislative.
You got 2 out of 3, but I really am going to take away 2 points for getting one of them wrong because I already told you that federal was wrong.
About your points.
Remember 30 seconds ago when you said federal and I told you that that wasn't one of the branches of the federal government, and then you try it again? You could have saved yourself the embarrassment on that one at least by just...
Oh, so embarrassed.
I think you are a little embarrassed. That's why you keep raising your voice and getting impatient with me. So the 3 branches of the government, you got the other 2 right. The executive, the legislative, and then the other one is the judicial branch. Which one of them does Nancy Pelosi work at?
Legislative.
Ding, ding, ding. You got it right with a little bit of hand-holding. Great. Fantastic. You said that ICE is one of the branches of the government. You're correct. There is one of those.
You are a shitball. I mean, seriously.
Shitball.
So if I would have told you that I'm a Democrat,
can I get some poop emojis with a soccer ball next to it for shitball? Don't put shitball in the chat.
I've been a Democrat my entire
Hold on.
life.
I want to make you feel better. Let's get some shitball emojis in the chat for morale for the caller. So you said that ICE is under one of the under one of the branches of the government, and you are right. It is one of them. Do you know which one it is?
Oh my God, dude. This is what I'm talking about. You're trying to navigate the conversation. I have told you there's a bigger picture of this that I'm trying to get to, and you will not let me do it because you want to navigate and steer the conversation where you want to. And I understand this is your show, but you're wanting people's opinions.
Why did you want to talk about the 3 branches of the government if you don't understand them at all?
I didn't say specifically the 3 branches. You asked me what were the 3 branches. I gave you a list.
I asked you about that because you brought up the branches of the government.
See, I get frustrated because you're trying to tell me that I'm saying things that I'm not. And that's
the VOD's going to be on YouTube forever. You can go check which of us brought up the branches. It was you.
I told you that I wanted to talk about the branches of the government, as in, like, I don't want to talk about, like, specific people that are in immigration. They're being deported. I want to talk about ICE. I want to talk about why you want to defund the police. I want to talk about why you guys think it's a good idea to abolish the Senate. Why do you guys want all this to happen? This is what's going to happen.
You're putting some words in my mouth. I'm not in favor. I'm not in favor of abolishing. Excuse me. I'm not in favor of abolishing the Senate. I know some people on the far left are. I think maybe I'm in favor of addressing the fact that I think it's unfair that Wyoming gets the same number of senators as California. That seems pretty silly to me. I don't know if abolishing the Senate's reasonable, and I certainly don't think a constitutional convention is a sensible thing to try to do in this political climate. So when people say that people like me want to abolish the Senate, that's really not part of my platform at all.
Well, at least you're not denying it.
But why did you bring up the branches
of the Senate would also abolish?
Why did I'm sorry? I'm denying that I want to abolish the Senate.
Right, but I don't know what the effects. I don't know if people really know the effects of what's going to happen when you abolish the Senate. You're also going to be abolishing impeachments.
What branch of the government is the Senate?
Oh, shit, dude. I can't take this.
You can't take being asked basic civics questions.
No, you're not letting me make my point. You're navigating this conversation to the.
Sorry.
Like you're having a conversation.
Do you not know what branch of the government the Senate is?
About things that I know. What are you doing? Well, you're not wanting to know my opinion.
You're upset about people wanting to abolish the Senate. It doesn't sound like you understand what the Senate is if you don't know what branch of government it is.
Okay, are they in charge of impeachments? Because once the Senate's gone, what do you think is going to happen then?
Well, we would have to change the rules.
But you're not letting me get to that point.
Which branch of government is the Senate?
Oh God, dude, I can't do this.
Which branch of the government is the Senate?
It was good talking to you, but it wasn't at the same time. I don't think I'm voting Democrat again. Ever.
Why?
This is stupid.
Because you don't understand how the government works? What a shame.
First time you've converted somebody in the other direction.
Yeah, I guess we lost one. Ma'am, you could have just admitted you don't know, and then we could have had a little educational moment about it, but it's not the direction you wanted it to go. Caitlin, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Keep those shitball emojis coming in the TikTok chat. I want to keep the fire roaring while we read through the donations, because we're over 1,000 viewers, and that's always fun. We got a very full queue, so we're going to talk to some people. But Caitlin, thank you for the $5. I'm tired of people blaming undocumented people for low pay. Blame the top people in corporations who are willing to keep increasing their pay and not increase those lower on the totem pole. Yep, I co-sign that. Thank you for the $5. Rebecca, thank you for the $10. Thanks for being patient with that young person earlier. It's nice to see someone wanting to learn instead of just argue with an open mind. Yeah, quite the juxtaposition we had between that caller and the most recent one. Gabriel, thank you for the $10. MAGA, please read the book Chain of Ideas by Dr. Ibram X. Kendi. Great replacement theory is Nazi propaganda, and you are falling for it. Please read the book and grow up. I wish they knew how to read. They'd be so upset about my signs that I hang if they could read. But thank you, Gabriel. Appreciate you. David, thank you for the $5. We found the queen of pivots. Put her in the WNBA with those pivot skills. Ooh. Thank you, David, for the $5. And the additional $5 from David. He said, fuck your fake concern about immigrants living in a house together. You want to deport them to another country's prison system, dumb fuck. Yeah, I did get her to admit that she simply doesn't care about those 700 Somali asylum seekers that Donald Trump took away the legal status of. That was kind of a win for me. Amanda sent $10 to say, my brother-in-law is from Mexico. It took 15 years and $25,000 to gain citizenship. The system is absolutely broken. Thank you for your input, Amanda. I'm sorry to hear your brother had such a hard time trying to advocate for people like him. Melanie sent $5 to say, holy crap, the only thing this lady knows is racism. I'd say that's accurate. Very much accurate. Over on Buy Me a Coffee, I think I had one or two of those come in. Yes, Eugenio sent $2 to say behind on stream, so forgive me being off topic. I can guarantee intersex people exist. In a way, I'm a case study of what MAGA thinks happens to trans kids. I was forced onto HRT and genital reproductive surgeries without my consent when I was 14 or 15. I was AFAB, born with a vagina, and I was assaulted in the women's restroom for looking too masculine. As an intersex trans man, let me say that the trans community and intersex community are and should be shaking hands over the right of bodily autonomy and for bigots to stop being so obsessed with our junk. Yeah, ironically enough, the only cases where these sorts of horrible things happen to children are cases where people are not listening to the sort of guidance that people like myself and the co-host. Oh, fucking Ezra's still here. How you doing, Ezra? Ezra might be in the other room. But yeah, if we just were to actually listen to like modern health professionals and the people advocating for this sort of stuff. Is YouTube Super Chat still broken? What a shame. Linktree in the bio if you want to find the Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon and donate to the show directly in that way. Lots of people choose to do that, and that makes the show able to run for me and for Jessie and for Raven. And without further ado, I think we shall move on.
Dude, popcorn's in the queue.
Fucking popcorn's in the queue. Are we doing that?
Oh, there was someone who we hadn't talked to before popcorn in the queue, and they dropped out, which moves us right up to popcorn.
Right up to popcorn. I feel like popcorn's banned. Is he soft banned? I don't know. This isn't even the other account because this isn't the legendary popcorn. How you doing, popcorn?
Hey, I'm living the dream. Hey, I just want to talk about and bring up these 700 Somalians, which Somalian is in the dictionary, Cambridge, Oxford. I just want to point that out. But the 700.
Do you know that, like, are you aware that they would prefer you say Somali?
It's a word in the dictionary.
I'm sorry. Are you aware? The question was, are you aware that they would prefer that you use Somali generally?
Do you have evidence of that?
Every person I've ever spoken to.
There you go.
Okay, I live in the largest Somali population center outside of Somalia. Do you think that I maybe have a better grasp of it than you do? Are you at all concerned that you're doing something these people consider to be rude?
Well, my claim is it's in the dictionary. You said it wasn't a word, it's a word.
I'm sorry. When people use words, they end up in the dictionary. So I don't really care or doubt that. I'm just saying that a lot of people think it's very rude for you to obstinately say Somalian when you know that the preferred term is Somali. Why are you doing that?
Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Also, Donald Trump didn't take away their asylum.
Yes, he did.
They failed to appear in court or failed to get legal representation.
No, that's not what happened.
That's what happened.
There are other people. No, that's not true.
It is true. Do you have evidence that Donald Trump specifically? So because I have evidence that they
Jessie's gonna pull it up. She's Googling it. But again, why are you such a mean piece of shit that you don't care what these people want to be called?
Oh, I'm just on here to dog walk you. That's
no, but why? Yeah, but why are you such a piece of shit that you don't care what they want to be called though?
Is MAGA fascist?
I'm sorry, that's a pivot. Why are you such a piece of shit that you don't care what these people want to be called?
Improving your hypocrisy.
MAGA is fascist, yes.
There you go.
Uh-huh.
Do you realize that, one, they're not fascist, and two, we really don't want to be called fascist, but when you do, we kind of laugh at you?
You laugh at all sorts of things that it's terrible to laugh at, Popcorn.
Why did your tone change when I got up versus when that last lady was up?
You're a different person.
Yeah, because you know that I'm highly educated and can run circles around you, so you don't want to try that with me, do you?
Yeah, that's definitely why I asked you. You up. Yeah, realigning the United States refugee admission program. There's an executive order on that by the authority vested in me as president of the Constitution and laws of the United States of America, including the Immigration and Nationality Act. What? Oh, yeah, we can put it up on the screen. Is this the right one? Was it this early? Was it a day one executive order? I thought it was later what he did for the 700. Over the last 4 years, the United States has been inundated with record levels of migration, including through U.S. refugee admissions program. Cities and small towns alike, lists some cities, have significant influxes of migrants. Even major urban centers such as New York City, Chicago, and Denver have sought federal aid to manage the burden of new arrivals. Some jurisdictions like New York and Massachusetts have even recently declared states of emergency because of increased migration. It is the policy of the United States to ensure that public safety and national security are paramount considerations in the administration of the U.S. RAP, and to admit only those refugees who can fully and properly assimilate to the United States to ensure the United States preserves taxpayer resources for its citizens. Furthermore, let's see. Secretary of Homeland Security shall suspend decisions on applications for refugee status until a finding is made in accordance with Section 4 of this order, notwithstanding the suspension of the U.S. RAP imposed pursuant to subsections A and B of this section. The Secretary of State and the Secretary of Homeland Security may jointly determine to admit aliens to the United States as refugees on a case-by-case basis in their discretion, but only so long as they determine that the entry of such aliens as refugees is in the national interest and does not pose a threat to security or the welfare of the United States. So there's a bunch of language about this. Executive Order 14013, rebuilding and enhancing programs to resettle refugees and planning for the impact of climate change and migration, is hereby revoked. So he revokes a previous executive order. General provisions by the authority granted by law and to an executive department or agency or head thereof. Functions. Let's see. Where's the actual meat and potatoes of this? This order shall be well, I'm just trying to. Why are you laughing, Popcorn?
Where's it at? Where's the Trump got rid of 700 asylum cases?
Well, this is an executive order that Jesse pulled up.
Oh my God! From Somalians.
Why is it important to take away the temporary protected status of anybody?
Well, I just want you to back up your claim.
Well, that was an executive order from the White House specifically saying that they were revoking refugee status from people. So that I figured was a good starting point because it was...
Well, where was the 700 Somalians?
I'm looking for it right now. Oh, yeah.
You're not going to find it.
Well, I mean, Brennan Center for Justice has a page on it. How the Trump administration is dismantling refugee and asylum programs.
This was the page I used to get to the official executive order.
Oh, yeah, they referenced this.
So they're citing actual orders and stuff in here that links.
Trump administration efforts to restrict asylum and refugee programs. The breadth and scale of the administration's cuts to the asylum and refugee program are unprecedented. As a candidate, Trump claimed that there was chaos at the border, and by the time he took office, crossings were lower than at the end of the first term. Even so, on Inauguration Day in 2025, the president said an invasion at the southern border justified extreme steps. He indefinitely shut the border to asylum seekers and signed an executive order freezing all refugee processing. In October of 2025, he restarted the refugee program with a historically low annual cap of 7,500 refugees, prioritizing white Afrikaners from South Africa. Of the 4,499 refugees admitted by this administration before April of 2026, the most recent data available, 99.9% were white South Africans, even with an additional 10,000 slots added in May of 2026 for Afrikaners. That is a dramatic decrease from the 125,000 person cap President Biden had for the fiscal year of 2026.
If you go over to the Discord, they've also picked a bunch of stuff out for us.
Oh, yeah, fantastic. That's, I assume, going to be in the operational chat.
Yep.
Let's see.
Wow, we're really doing this real-time research when you should have done this before you got up here and spewed your
see,
lies?
you can do it before you get up in here and spill your lies, but I have to be ready to talk about anything and anything with anybody. So, yeah, it's a little hard for me to have it all.
Name a topic. Name any topic to debate me.
I'm sorry.
I'll let you pick.
The 700 Somali immigrants that Donald Trump took away the asylum status of.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Why do you so just?
Would you like to move on to the next
why do
topic?
you? No. Why is it that you're running away from this topic?
Because it's a waste of time.
Oh,
And
perhaps he.
you
Look at
said
this.
it as if
There's an update on this.
Somebody put Subway Surfers up on the screen so popcorn doesn't get bored.
Yeah. Here we go. Actually, there's an update to this that I wasn't aware of because Trump.
CBS News.
Because that's a President Trump attempted
CBS News.
Trump attempted to unilaterally end temporary protected status for about 700 Somalis in November of 2025. This led to a series of legal challenges. I actually didn't know this. This one had an update I didn't know. A federal judge ultimately staying the termination of TPS for Somalia in March. See, there's so much going on. I can hardly keep up with this. So I'm glad that a federal judge shot this down.
And how did he attempt that?
Well, I actually just clicked the link so we can find out to how he tried to do that. Minnesota lawmakers, advocates rally against Trump's pledge to end deportation protection for Somalis. DFL Minnesota lawmakers and other community advocates rallied in the state capitol rotunda on Monday to condemn President Trump's pledge to
Not
end.
just Somalians, it's everybody.
I'm sorry, I'm reading. President Trump's pledge to end deportation protections for some Somali immigrants. In a social media post on Friday, Mr. Trump said that he would end effective immediately the temporary legal status for Somalia, a designation the country has had since 1991,
which is different from asylum,
and has been renewed in the years following. The federal program allows people to.
Different from asylum.
No, it's not. This is the asylum program.
It is.
No, the asylum is the colloquial term.
Protective status and asylum are two different things. You don't know that?
Temporary protected status is a component of the asylum process.
Wow.
Yeah, so this is what I'm talking about. Do you deny that these people were asylum seekers? Do you think you're going to get out of this on a semantic argument?
If you jump into the Discord, the actual order that the
more than 700 migrants from Somalia have temporary protected status, according to the Congressional Research Service. In 2023, the year for which most recent data is available, the Immigrant Law Center in Minnesota estimated 430 Somalis in the state were afforded those protections. Why is that not asylum? Do you not know what the word asylum means? Oh, well, okay, well, hold on.
You don't know the difference between asylum and protective status.
Hold on. Popcorn's gonna get one of his legendary L's that thinks make him a good person.
Status.
Law of the Wild says temporary protected status is not asylum. Entirely different process. Okay, W Popcorn. Here's a new question. Why was that a good thing for Trump to do?
I love dog walking.
Why was that a good thing? I accept the L. Why was that a good thing for Trump to? Oh, he ran. See, Popcorn, get your ass back in here, you coward. You know that you're unwilling to engage with the question, why was it good for Trump to do that? Like, seriously, don't run. Get back in here. Why are you running? I'm not done talking about this with you. I'd like to know why you think it was a good thing to do that, but you're too much of a coward to face up to it. So he's going to go tell everybody on the platform that I dog walked him. Hello, everybody who found the episode of Popcorn dog walking me. He's going to go brag to everybody about how he dog walked me. And that's how. Is that he gets a here we go, Law of the Wild ads, temporary protected status revocations involve defensive asylum claims once TPS is ended. Okay, well, if he wants to get in the oh, here we go, we got Law of the Wild to come explain it. I'd love for Popcorn to get in here and talk to Law of the Wild. That'd be like watching the sun explode. How you doing, Law of the Wild?
Let's just remember how Let's just remember how Popcorn started off. He said that their status was revoked because they missed court dates. So he's entirely fucking wrong on that. So he has no reason to start doing an end zone dance.
Oh yeah, I think we should settle the score. I would say that's one Popcorn, one Oscar, and it sounds like I still don't have an answer to the question. Why was it good for Trump to do this?
Well, and that's just it. So on March 17, 2026, Trump ended TPS or TPS status for people here from Somalia. Now, the vast majority of Somali people who are here in Minnesota are American citizens, 89% of them, 55% of which were born here. Like they're not only naturalized, they're birthright citizens. Mm-hmm. And the status was ended very abruptly, and what the Department of State said was because the situation has stabilized in Somalia, so that TPS was no longer necessary. Now, I'd encourage everybody, and Oscar, if you wanted to, go pull up the travel advisories from the Department of State for Somalia, and yeah, let's put that on the screen and see what the Department of State says about the travel for Somalia.
Let's have a look-see, shall we? All right, hold on. We need to verify for Cloudflare. There we go. Level 4. Do not travel. Do not travel to Somalia due to risk of crime, kidnapping, terrorism, unrest, health, landmines, systemic mistreatment of women, systemic mistreatment of gay and lesbian individuals, piracy, abuse of residents and rehabilitation centers, and confiscation of passports by family members. Ooh.
So yeah, it sounds like things have sufficiently stabilized for TPS to be revoked. So Popcorn was wrong. It had nothing to do with people missing court dates. You get a small L for calling it asylum. It is a different process. But that being said, when TPS status is revoked, people who are in removal proceedings will also often make a defensive asylum claim because they're fear persecution of returning home, and then they get a withholding from removal, and that process gets to go out. None of this really matters because right now the order is stayed pending court review, so they can't act on removing the people who have TPS status.
Yep. Thank you for the clarity. And I'm a big enough person to admit it when I get something slightly wrong. But I would say I only got it slightly wrong because he still did take away their status for no good fucking reason at all. And Popcorn's still too much of a coward to tell me why he did that.
Well, that's the substantive point. Is it's not whether it was asylum or TPS. The substantive point was Trump yanked all of this out from people who had lawful status. After he did the thing, they didn't have lawful status anymore.
Yeah. I appreciate your insight as always. Thank you, Law of the Wild. I'm gonna let him go. Oh, he popped down. Perfect. Thank you very much, Law of the Wild. Yeah, I think that the only wins that Popcorn ever gets are in substantive wins.
You got some coffee from Phil.
I do. He says, buy me a Phil? No, fill me a coffee. Hey, Google, play You Were Always on My Mind. Thank you, Lucky Phil, for the $2. His messages are always very, very silly. And Eugenio sent me another $2 to say, oh, wait, no, I must have read that one earlier. Got him out of order. My mistake, everybody. Especially Phil, because he's always judging how poor a job I do reading those buy me a coffee messages in the right order. And Caitlin, thank you for the buck on Cash App. Ego has a ceiling. The truth is beyond it. Ooh, burn. What do we got? Half hour left? Nah, Kimikaze, we already checked in with you today. You got a W. Get out of here. I forget what he gave him. I gave him a W for being reasonable about something. I don't even remember what. Tom C1560. That's our next caller. Linktree in the bio if you want to support the show. And I appreciate seeing all of the W laws in the chat. How old are you? Hello? Hello? Goodbye. We're going to talk to IDK. And we're going to see if he knows why Trump took away the temporary protected status of those 700 people. Rax sent me $2 to say Popcorn is a shitheel. Add chuckle, or chuckly to the lexicon. I suppose we can. Did we just get a fucking Parker raid? Holy shit. Thanks, Parker. Yeah, IDK is not connecting, so we're going to talk to Max. Hello, all of the Parker raiders. Appreciate you.
Oh, no, any of the Parker raiders, can you tell us the username, please?
The username of what?
I don't think so.
Hello?
Disconnect until we figure this out. Drop him till we figure this out.
What's going on?
It happened to him. He got flashed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, somebody in the Parker raid, can you please tell us the username?
Yeah, be careful with video. Yeah, we can't actually turn it on. So let's get the video. Parker got flashed. How fun.
I'm still not seeing the username.
I'm gonna see if Parker's in the queue.
You wonderful Parker raiders. No, because he got banned.
Oh yeah, I don't know if he has. I don't know what his backup account is. Did he hold on? Did Parker get banned for a flash? And in time, did he manage to give me a raid before he even got banned? That's incredible. Flash means somebody showed their genitals on the stream, which is very illegal, by the way. Very, very illegal.
It was Oliver something with a Thornfin profile picture.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good chance that that person has a different account, and they might just try to come for me.
All right, careful about cameras today. Thank you, Parker Raiders, for letting us know. I think we did the same thing when it happened to you.
I mean, I got banned the last time it happened to me, but I got it removed like right away.
Yeah, so Parker should hopefully.
Yeah, Raven, I just felt like bringing you up because you were in the queue. You want to try to take a call?
Sure. I didn't actually mean to be here.
Oh,
I
no
was
worries.
just stopping in to check in how it was going. But hi.
Parker. Okay, wait. His backup is Parker get a real job. Parker, if you're in here, just request and tell me what happened. because the queue's not long enough. I will see you, and then I can get your backup account followed. IDK was back. Let's see. Let's talk to Brady Sty, and I'll hover the disconnect button in case we need to use that. Because if I see that the camera's on when they get connected, I will auto disconnect them because I'm going to be very wary of anybody connecting with their camera already on. But I don't know. It doesn't take these people too long to get in trouble for doing it, though. No, he's not there. Let's disconnect him. We got Booker T and me. Once again, I will hover that disconnect button. Santana also get banned? Was Santana on the call? Hello, how old are you? No, doesn't look like it. Brady Sty's back. Are they going to connect this time? No, doesn't look like it. Raven, take the air for a second. I'm going to use the bathroom.
Hi, Jessie. What has been the topics of the day today? Where's Jessie?
Oh, sorry, I took my headphones off for a second because I was making a post-it note to go like somewhere he can see it in case that name pops up in the next couple days.
Fair enough.
Because you know that one, the guy who did it to us, he didn't get banned right away. He didn't get taken down.
Yeah, we saw him in a stream just like a little bit after.
What? He made it to one more stream. Yeah.
Yeah, it was crazy. But yeah, what have the topics been today?
I mean, we started with like sort of a trans thing, but it immediately like derailed into just like screaming.
I did catch some of that.
Yeah,
that was very entertaining, but definitely unproductive.
Everything else has just been like immigrants. Got caught up. Did you see Law of the Wild came up to let us know that we had fucked up the asylum term.
Yeah, that's right when I popped in. W Law of the Wild.
Do we need something in front of the camera? I look like Wormwood today, but
I'm so glad I'm not there because I look frumpy.
One sec.
W Jessie, by the way. Also, if you haven't been, get double tapping on the screen so that we can get some more callers. Hey, Jessie.
Hey, the empty chair doesn't do phenomenally for viewer retention, but I really didn't plan on being here today. I like woke up and my alarm had been going off for like 15 minutes. Oh, thank God.
Sweetie, you
That's
look
crazy.
darling.
Yo,
You
I
look
saw in the
marvelous,
chat.
dear. Don't you
I saw in
worry
the chat
about
that there was 2 women callers today. That sounds interesting. I just got done clipping 41 clips out of that episode with
Jesus
that
Christ.
racist white
That
woman.
might be a
I
record
was
for
literally
clips.
just clipping the lump of labor fallacy yesterday when Oskar discovered the term and it was brought up during the second woman caller. I was like, oh my God, how relevant to me and me only.
Yeah,
That's funny.
Fucking W's Raven. Let's look at some of the statistics on this clip that we posted of yours yesterday because you posted it, or I think I posted it like 36 hours ago, 2 days ago.
Hell yeah.
And it's got
so good.
657,000 views. I have 3,600 new followers from it. What do we got going on here? 43,000 likes. Good job, Raven. Good clip.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Go follow me on Instagram, everybody.
I think we're gonna have some more of those out of that batch I just finished up last night. That was exhausting to have to listen to like 9 times.
We are hauling ass on clips thanks to Raven. And thanks to Javen for paying Raven's paycheck with $5 on Venmo. Jessie got her Unabomber cosplay on.
That's what my parents
Jessie
always say to
so
me.
Many strays.
I was gonna say, Jessie, if you don't want to catch so many strays from the chat and from the donors, you gotta stop being such a good sport about it. You gotta start like acting like it really bothers you.
What cracks me up is me and Oskar go to a comedy bar where they do like roasts, and I've participated in like 100 roasts, and never once has anyone been as funny as you guys are.
No,
These are
that's
people
so
who
real.
have devoted their life to comedy, and Oscar's chat of just like humans who want to stay politically informed are just in here like, ha!
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
hanging
but
out.
are they really participating in the comedy sphere, or have they been banished to that particular microphone?
phenomenal point.
Let's talk about that more offline, friends.
Yes.
But Raven, you want to talk to Justin? We're not taking today very seriously, are we?
Yeah, can I tell him that Trump can gargle my transgender balls?
Please, let's see it happen.
Yeah. Hey, Justin.
Well, while he connects, I'll read Lucky Phil's $2 buy me a coffee. He said, "Didn't expect to see Kenny from South Park." W. Jessie.
Yeah, somebody said I look like I'm about to bike ET home, which is funny because today was my first day biking to work.
You did take a bike to.
I did take a bike to work. It's just out of frame.
Araxa sent $2 to say popcorn's a shitheel. Already read that one. Just felt like reading it again. Thank you. Justin.
Oh, Justin, you let us down.
We want to hear your nuanced perspective on trans individuals. Come on, buddy. No, doesn't look like it.
He's definitely gagging on something.
Get back in the queue if you want to try, but we'll talk to Viktor with the last 23 minutes of the show. Maybe we can have a meaningful, productive conversation. How old are you?
18.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Why is that?
The economy.
Oh, economy's in the shitter. What are you talking about?
No, it's not.
By what measure?
Unemployment.
Yeah, when unemployment is the only economic measure that's doing well, because it's okay. It's like down by 4%. Like it's pretty all right now. It's actually a pretty concerning indication for the economy when that's the only indicator that shows that we're doing well, because it means that people are really desperate for lower paying jobs.
What about median wages?
What's going on with median wages?
They're up.
Okay, are they increasing at a rate that's faster or slower than during administrations past? Because they go up always because of inflation.
I think it's the same rate or near the same rate.
Okay, so it sounds like that's a neutral point between Team Red and Team Blue. How are we doing with domestic manufacturers and how frequently they're bankrupting?
I don't know.
How are we doing with inflation?
Good. It's down this month.
It's down this month. It's volatile and up overall because of the war in Iran, correct?
Yeah, but every president's had inflation.
Right, but Trump made it worse by going to war with Iran that increased global fuel prices quite a lot.
I guess, but it'll go back down.
Right, but it having been up for as long as it has been and will be is bad for inflation, which is bad for people. And because real median wages aren't increasing fast enough to keep up with that inflation, the equation of how much money people have left over to survive after they pay their bills is not good for people. So that's the economy being in the shitter.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is that it? Just inflation's bad?
No, that's not at all what I just said. I talked about the fact that we're seeing more American manufacturers bankrupt themselves than in years past, since 2003, if we were to exclude, I think, a couple of years where it was really bad during 2008, 2009, that recession. But still, it's like lowest it's been, or worst it's been in decades. And that's exactly the sort of thing he said he was going to bolster with his economic policies. He said that American manufacturers would do great under him. They're doing fucking terrible. Why is that?
I don't know.
Doesn't sound like you understand the economy very much.
Why?
Because you're calling into my show saying that the reason that you support Donald Trump is because of what he's doing for the economy. Doesn't sound like you understand what he's doing to the economy.
All right.
Is that all you got?
Yeah. You won.
Do you really support Trump or are you fucking with me?
No, I'm just fucking with you.
Don't do that, man. You're helping him. Like, it's disingenuous. We sell authenticity on this show. Like, I'm doing this capitalistic thing of making this show profitable by being entertaining and reading out the donation messages and stuff like that. And it's hard to navigate that in a way that doesn't erode the foundation of what we're doing here, the most important thing with it, which is authenticity. And there's sometimes this terrible thing where people watching have noticed that the caller has fooled me and they're just being a troll and they're like acting like a shitty Trump supporter. And it's not helpful because if somebody else notices and I don't notice it, it does just make me look inauthentic, which is what I'm really trying to not do. And then furthermore, what I really am trying to do is understand Trump supporters and figure out how to reach them. And I'm not going to learn that from talking to somebody pretending to be a Trump supporter. I need a real example. So fucking stop it, people. It's dishonest and completely against what we're trying to do, which is understand weirdos like David. David's 55, right?
The grift going, bud.
Great. Grift is going fantastic. Even with YouTube Super Chat being down, so I have to remind everybody to go to the link tree in my bio and go to my Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon if they want to send money to me, because YouTube Super Chat is broken at the moment.
I help your grift a lot.
You do. You are a profitable caller. It hurts your feelings, so I don't know why.
Not at all.
Not at all.
I don't know.
I do help. We've got a lot of mentally ill people that suddenly go, I gotta pay to shut them up.
I don't know why you keep accusing people of being mentally ill for supporting what I do when you're the only one
Why
who's, I
would
think,
they
exhibited.
be paying to shut me up?
They're not paying to shut you up. They're sometimes paying
they
for me
are.
to talk over
Sure
you,
they
which
are.
is funny.
Well, you do that anyway.
I mean, you often shut yourself up by running away when people send donations because of you.
Well, because I'm tired of paying you.
Then why do you?
David, I don't think you're mentally ill, but I do think you have like a reward.
Why should I pay you? Explain it to me. Why would I stay up here so you get more money?
Critter sent me $5
I'm
on
gonna
Buy Me a
correct
Coffee to say,
something.
oh
I'm gonna
shit,
correct
Oscar backed me into a corner on a topic I brought up. Now I must
There you
immediately
go.
shift and pretend I didn't. Thank you, Critter, for the $5.
All right, I'm gonna go.
Why are you leaving,
I'm
David?
gonna correct you. I know, because you're just being a shithead. I'm gonna correct you on what you're saying. Real wages right now are flat. They were up under Trump. Now they're flat. Under Biden, they were down.
If they were
so
1.5 to 3%.
I got that too.
If they were up and now they're flat, does that mean they like that the growth of real median wages has slowed down under Trump?
Yeah. And under right now it did, yes.
Okay.
And under Biden, they were down 1.5 to 3%.
Hey, Oscar, what happened during Biden?
So
There was something. There was
about
something
that?
important that happened during the Biden presidency. I can't remember what it was.
I know.
Was it out of his control?
I think it might have had something to do with like external factors that the
I
United
don't know.
States didn't
I feel
control
like
very
it
well.
would have had to be something that made people work
Could have
less.
been that he spent all kinds of money and shut the economy down.
Maybe cause some layoffs.
I think actually Trump is the one who shut the economy down because he was president in 2020, not
Okay.
Biden.
Yeah.
All right. Well, go
But
look up
thankfully,
the
he
real
hasn't done
wage
anything to shut the
number
economy
before
down
you
since.
Flex on that. Go look up compare the real wage numbers before you go ahead and flex on all that.
True or false? Donald Trump is the one who shut down the economy in 2020
false.
for the COVID.
False.
Did he run? Yeah, he ran. Wow, he's not.
Wow.
His
I was
patient.
hoping to ask him a question.
Yeah, I don't know. I happen to know that the pandemic was declared on March 13th of 2020, and that at that point Donald Trump was still going to be president for about 10 more months, and that he was there. Oh, we've got a timeline from the Hill. How handy. Let's have a look-see, shall we? Thank you, Jessie, for pulling that up. Let's see. Here we go. March 2020, the pandemic hits. The unemployment rate spiked as millions were out of work. Initial unemployment claims surged from 281,000 in the early months to 3.3 million by March 26th. Overall, fuck you the hell for giving me this pop-up. I'm trying to show your website to thousands of people. The initial unemployment claim went up. Overall, the economy shed more than 850,000 jobs. Yeah, look at that. Look at that.
David, if you're gonna still be in chat, get your bitch ass up here.
Yeah, dude. I think we need you to get back up here. So I'm just gonna mute you for a few minutes if you wanna come back on and entertain people for a few more minutes by being the bitch you are. Thank you, David, for the $5 on Venmo. David said, this is a cool David, not bitch David. Is this the show where all the guest bitches join? Had a lot of bitches today. And I did call a woman a bitch today, which I don't like doing, but she was definitely being a racist bitch. So I hate racists more than I hate calling slightly misogynistic insults. So she earned that one, I think, personally. We're going to talk to Rhetorical Morality. I feel like maybe we've spoken to them before. I don't remember. Hello.
How you doing?
Doing all right. How old are you?
21. I'm sorry.
Oh, your teacup. Remember, you're muted if you leave the.
My bad.
All right. I don't remember our conversation. What are we talking about today?
Well, last time you got really mad at me, and you're not mad about this guy slurring on your live all the time.
I mean,
You let him come up multiple times.
Sorry, what's your question?
Like, why do you not get mad about you joke around with this grown man who's old enough to know better?
I platform monsters. It's something that I need to ethically grapple with.
But you won't platform me, right?
You're on my show right now.
Literally. Yeah, I mean, I guess because you don't remember me or something.
What is it you did that I deplatformed you for? What'd you do?
I honestly have no idea.
I don't remember.
The mic is yours. Let's go.
No, I mean, I was just asking that question. I just wanted to know. I thought
are you AAJ or AAJ's friend? Are you one of those people?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, honestly, like, what's the difference? I'm 21. That guy's a grown man saying slurs, fucking around, and you give him the decency of coming up like 5 times.
Well, so
Notice how we know who you are and now you're still here.
Yeah, so I have to make a decision about whether or not to platform the guest, and there's lots of different things I consider. Sometimes it is just if that's a guest that's going to make me lots of money, because if they are the type of guest who can make me a few $100 inside of like 30 minutes, that's great. That's good for the show. That's good for Jessie and Raven who work for the show. That's good for the show being successful long term. That's really helpful. So I'm transparent about when I'm in like entertainment mode and we're just doing like crank calls effectively by talking to fucking weirdos on TikTok. That's fine. We fuel the more important work that we do here on the Oskar Quentin Show by allowing that time. So when there's a caller like you, where maybe we've demonstrated that it is a waste of time to try to talk to you about some important issues, but you aren't as entertaining as a conversation with David, you might get deplatformed because you don't serve either of the purposes that the callers to this show need to serve, which is either being educational or important for the mission, like the political mission statement of the show, or separately or at the same time, because these can overlap. Perhaps the conversation would be so entertaining that you're beneficial to the show and you can afford me more time to have those meaningful conversations. If you're neither, that tends to be how you get deplatformed.
All right. I mean, I don't see how I wasn't meaningful. I was honestly trying to have a productive conversation every time I'm on these kinds of lives.
I don't even remember what it was we were talking about when I decided to kick
Socialism. We didn't really get anywhere with it. But...
You always say you want to have a productive conversation, but you're not willing to show your face about it.
What is this? I did show my face.
You showed your friend's face and your forehead.
No, I think this is the friend, or is this AJ? I don't even remember.
No, this is AJ.
See, this is just not good airtime. Us quibbling about which of the two of you we're talking to or looking at, because you just kind of. I don't know. I think my impression, even talking to you now, is that you're not taking the conversation very seriously.
Well, honestly, I was just coming up to ask like what the seriousness was with your anger against me versus someone like that.
It's never a serious call when David is on. That's not That's not the point at all. Well, if it's not going to be a serious call, here's the bottom line. To put it in a nutshell, if it's not going to be a serious call, it's got to be an entertaining one. If it's neither, you get kicked. So far, I think that's what's going on right now.
No, I feel you, man. Well, you have a good one. I'll come up when I have a good combo.
That is actually a rule that I like. Come up if you actually fucking have something to say. Fucking W that guy for that. For once. Look at that. He got a W. Sharon, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Oscar, some people enjoy humiliation. We don't kink shame, but just ask for consent. I don't know, man. I feel like maybe they should ask me for consent before they have me contribute to their kink shame by calling into my show and saying bullshit that I need to shut down. We do sit around in the office and wonder how many of these callers have kink shames. It's unclear to us here at Oskar Quentin Studios why the fuck these chuds keep calling into my show. Doesn't go well for them. Paul together now. Familiar username? I can't remember.
I will admit I'm a friendly. I do have something I disagree with that I'd like to ask.
Sure, we got 11 minutes. The rules are out the window. What's up?
I've heard you have a lot of great conversations about immigration, and I noticed that you have used the term illegal immigrant pretty regularly as opposed to undocumented. Is there a reason for that? Because I feel like it's dehumanizing to call them illegal.
Yeah,
right?
I do. I sit on that one. It is intentional. I'm not just doing it by accident. And my reasoning is kind of this, like, it's a little bit like what the previous caller was talking about, how I platform people who like use slurs and stuff. And it's like, yeah, I wish I could stop dead in the tracks every time somebody does something that I find a little bit distasteful or something that I think should fall off the end of the euphemism treadmill, like some of the terms for certain groups we don't use anymore. The reason I haven't adapted a different term than illegal immigrants, other than sometimes saying individuals who don't have their paperwork sorted out, which I think is a really broad way of referring to illegal immigrants or like, you know, undocumented immigrants. My issue is that I have to specify, because when I say undocumented immigrants, it actually doesn't draw the circle around the same group of people as illegal immigrants, because there are documented immigrants who are here illegally because they've overstayed their visa or some other such paperwork fuck up. And because of that, I just prefer to use terms that are technically accurate to what is happening and encompass everybody, because if I don't, the callers tend to poke holes in that, and we spend a lot of time bogged down trying to define these things. And on that point, to that point, because they know the group as illegal immigrants, because most people know the group as illegal immigrants, because when I say illegal immigrants, most people know who we're talking about, until I'm offered a phrase that actually encompasses the entire cohort of people who aren't here with proper full legal residency, I'm just not interested in having to offer a big mouthful. And importantly, I'm not very often going to be willing to derail a conversation with somebody who's using the phrase illegal immigrant, because if you're obstinate about saying it's the right phrase, you're probably somebody with whom I'm not going to be able to have a productive conversation if I try to pin you down on that. It's the same reason sometimes I choose to correct people's pronunciation of Kamala versus just let them continue with their point, because in that moment I have to decide what's more important, getting them to say Kamala correctly or hearing what's happening next in this maybe 10-step argument I'm making that we're on step 7 of. Like, is this a good time to derail? And I think just across the board, I don't think it's productive for what I'm trying to accomplish in terms of discourse on this platform if I protest the use of the phrase illegal immigrants, which even well-meaning people use.
I had assumed that it was more that latter part of the explanation, that it was more that they are not going to change their mindset and that it might trigger them and derail the conversation.
It's mostly
but I do
that,
appreciate the added nuance of that first part as well. I didn't realize that.
We don't have a good phrase for all of them. So when I say people who aren't proper legal residents, that does cover everybody, but it's just kind of a mouthful. But people want me to say undocumented immigrants instead of illegal immigrants, but that one I really object to because it is just wrong. It just misses millions of people. So I think we need a better term. I think that one's fallen off the euphemism treadmill. Also, separately, I'll paint myself into an even more controversial corner to answer this directly, because I do get this message like a lot. I see this comment a lot, so I'm totally happy to talk to you about it for a moment here at the end of this episode. When people say phrases like "no one's illegal on stolen land," I really am like, I really co-sign the ethics of that. I think it's wrong that we have such a strict set of policies on immigration when we ourselves are the conquerors of this land who did horrible, horrible things in the past. Much worse than even the things the Republicans are claiming that illegal immigrants are doing today. So it's quite hypocritical. But it is, as a matter of fact, true that there are people who are illegal on this stolen land. Like, it's a little bit like when people say "not my president," I say, well, yes, he is. Right. I try to operate in a rigorous enough way that I just don't let those sorts of slogans onto the show if they're or like out of my mouth anyway, if I don't really thoroughly co-sign them. And for that reason, when people say like, oh, like nobody's illegal, I'm like, that's a semantic argument, and I understand it's dehumanizing. And if all I was valuing is how much it humanizes them, I would obviously be averse to the term. But it's such a hindrance to everything else I'm trying to do to advocate for those people, to be obstinate about that label, because it's just friction for every conversation I have about them. I have decided that I'm not prioritizing it pretty much ever, unless it comes up in some nuanced way like this, or until such time as somebody offers me a phrase that does adequately convey to somebody who speaks English exactly who we're talking about without leaving a bunch of people out, like the phrase undocumented immigrants does. Because people who've overstayed their welcome on a visa are illegal immigrants who are in fact documented. So I just need something that works. It's calculated is the short answer. I think about it.
Yeah, I assumed as much, because most of the way I see you running your live does feel very intentional in that way. So I assumed it couldn't have been an oversight.
Yeah, I appreciate you giving me the benefit of the doubt, but I also appreciate you calling me out on it, because people should call me out on my language if they take issue with it, and I'm totally open to that.
Oscar and I have had many hour-long discussions on semantics, and we've made a lot of progress.
All these little rules I have kicking around in my head, we sit around and talk about them. Sometimes I have conversations with experts on Discord about a particular subject matter in a particular way that I talk about things to try to better solve this equation of what phrasing is most effective for that mission statement of having good discourse on this show. So that one's frustrating for me, because I don't like any of the options, and I'm kind of choosing to say the phrase illegal immigrants just because it stops me from having a hard time connecting with the caller, and I'm choosing that as the lesser of all the evils available in terms of how to talk about this cohort of human beings. Proletariat has I very much trust Proletariat's perspective on these sorts of things, so I definitely want to hear what he has to say about it.
There's an actual word. There's a word that's being implemented at a federal level. We use it in DHHS because that's where I work. That actually encompasses the entire cohort that you're talking about. Where in the slow roll-out phase, it was approved 8 months ago, so in the early adoption period. The term is undefined immigrant, meaning their status itself is outside of definition. That covers the entire cohort you're talking about, from people that cross the border at a point other than entry to people whose visa expires, because it's exactly as marked as the box. The status itself is what is undefined at this moment.
I like that.
See, I like that too, and maybe I can be one of the people who starts to push that. What's the source where that's being used, so I can hold on to that?
Federal Department of Health and Human Services. We got a memo on it like almost a year ago at this point. I remember the first time I saw it in the wild because Pennsylvania adopted it like immediately, and I thought my system broke because I went to go check somebody's status, like I needed it on the drop down because I have to enter them into the demographics database, and undocumented was gone, and there was just a field marked undefined, and I'm like, wait, is it broken? And my boss is like, no, we got a memo on this. We're switching it to DHHS to undefined for undocumented. And I'm like, oh, you do understand that in like technology, undefined is what happens when a field spits out an error, right?
Yeah. Well, it's like I like that memo exists. I think that that's a good reason. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just start sprinkling undefined immigrants in, and I'm gonna see how much friction it gives me in my conversations. I'm gonna try it out.
I like the shift of the term because like undocumented led to a lot of the issues we have right now. Like as a phrase, it led to a lot of the issues because people didn't know what undocumented means, so they decided to put their own stuff on it, and they just threw gasoline on the fire. Undefined is exactly as marked on the box. It is like a super accurate term because all it's saying is they are an immigrant, which is the second part of the word, and their status is the part that is undefined.
Sure. Well, I mean, I weigh heavily how technically accurate it is, but in terms of being effective at what I'm trying to accomplish, that's not the end-all be-all for a term. There are certain domains where it has to be.
And you were looking for a phrase, and I'm like, we've actually started to adopt a phrase that does exactly that.
No, that's. I mean, I'm excited to see how that goes because I would love for it to be the world where like if I said to Chud Collar, who I'm arguing about immigration with, if I just said undefined immigrant, and they were like, "What do you mean by that?" and I'm like, "Oh, I just like that term for people who don't have proper legal status." I would hope that a Chud would say, "Okay, now I know what that phrase means," and continue the conversation. We shall see.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to be live in about an hour, so I'll give it a shot on mine as well.
Everybody, while he's still up on the screen, make sure you click on the Proletariat's profile and make sure you're following him so you get that notification when he's live 1 hour from now.
That wasn't me, that was Paul. I don't go live. I just sell records on the internet.
Oh, my bad. Paul, I'll give you the same shout out though. Get following Paul. I appreciate his contribution today.
I mean, by all means, click my link and follow my record shop if you want records, but like, don't come to me for going live.
Maybe if you're in the market for some records, you should go buy them from the Proletariat.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure I follow you, Proletariat. I've had a good time seeing you on different lives.
Well, it is, even when somebody doesn't throw their own lives, it is still nice to see to follow them and then see when they pop up on other people's lives. And we like to spread the love in terms of that sort of thing around here. So without further ado,
I prefer not to go live. I prefer to just be like a TikTok Ronin. That's what I do. That's what I enjoy doing. Plus, I get to like do the ADHD neurodivergent thing where I just fucking leave. It's great. It's delightful. I don't have to be like, oh, I still have 4 hours of my show left. I can just be like, I'm leaving. Bye.
Oh yeah, the joy of this hasn't worn off for me yet. I'm pretty excited to sit in the chair for 4 hours every day. I'm excited that I get to sit in the chair for 4 hours every day because so many people have been contributing to the show. It's incredible. But unless you two have anything else to add, I'll let you go and I'll do my outros.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you. If you're ever back in New York, I'd love to jam sometime.
Hey, my travel plans will be public, so hit me up if you see me coming your way.
Hell yeah, have a good one.
This is a piece of news for veterans in chat so that I'm not angry by myself. Hey, veterans, are you aware that we just named an Air Force base after fucking Lindsey Graham?
Ew.
Oh, no.
They changed the South Carolina Air Force Base to Fort Lindsey Graham. I just want everybody else to be miserable with me, so I want to leave you all with that.
Gross. Thank you for that, Proletariat. Love you, buddy. Goodbye, Raven. I'll catch you later.
Yep, I'm going to get back to editing. Love you all, chat. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, everybody, that's been the show for today. I'm just going to pop through the pay links because people have gone to the link tree in the bio or in the description of the YouTube video that you're watching, and they have sent money to my Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon. All right, I think I was keeping up at the end there. And L stream because looks like Super Chat was broken today. But I think if Parker's back online, I think I'm just going to send it back to him and say if he is. Let me just double check. Is Parker online? Parker is online. So let's raid Parker back. Just tell him I said hey, and glad he got his account safe and all that. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Colin, I hope to see you in the queue tomorrow because you're big mad in the chat and people want to see us talk. So we can do that tomorrow after 10 o'clock Central Time. I'll be live for 4 hours, starting then on YouTube and TikTok. Goodbye, TikTok, and goodbye, YouTube.